with Glaber at the plate.
Yes.
So and that was his 500th career RBI comes via the walk-off walk.
And it's a game winner. That's fine.
That?
That's all you need. And that's all they needed yesterday. And that's what we expect. And I said this a bunch of times yesterday. It's not fair to put it on Tarek Skubal that if you got to win a 1-0 game, then you have to go out there and pitch a 1-0 game. That wasn't just him. It was to your point, Finnegan and friends. His friend was Vest. And so he went out there, pitched to Jem, exactly what you need from him from here on out. And they're not all going to be wins. You want to be able to win those Skubal starts. But you count on it when you get to the postseason. But in a game like last night, that's why I was going with the statement the night before, because it was 10 runs. It was a great showing by Flaherty, one that you wouldn't expect. You hope for, but you don't expect.
Yeah,
what you got last night was what you expect from Tarek Skubal.
Yeah, last night is more meaningful in the sense that it was a tight nail biter.
Yeah, sure, and I know that. Blah, blah, blah,
but you need one to get the other. You need both of them, and it's what we've talked about. I know I got Tarek Skubal, but I need other guys in the postseason, and part of that is seeing what Flaherty did the night prior, and you're going to need more than a 1-2 punch. So we need Casey Mize to settle in, and you got a month of September to really get in the groove. But they've done the work of digging themselves out of any perceived hole they were in. And, John, I do think they're all the way out of the abyss. Right now, they are rightfully the favorite in the American League. Now, postseason series and 7-game series, you got to have the right matchups. But right now, they're the best team in the American League. How would you challenge that? You can't.
They have the best record in the American League.
Yeah.
Yes. I don't know. Okay, you start talking about the best team in the American League.
Look,
that's tougher to quantify.
That doesn't mean that they will automatically beat the Mariners in a 7-game series, or they would even beat Houston in a 7-game series, or the Yankees, or the Red Sox, or the Blue Jays.
I know there's some smarmy comment I can make in there about you saying they're the best team, yet Seattle went out and added all the bats that you wanted.
Suarez had 3 hits last night, John.
He finally got, he's almost up to 200. Wait, no, 174. I do look at that every day just because
you know what? There we go.
That's perfect. I know there's got to be some smarm in there somewhere, but yeah, they have the best record right now in the American League. They got the second best record in all of baseball.
Yeah.
And so,
look, nothing's promised in the postseason, but this is what we needed to see from this baseball team.
How much confidence? I want to know how much confidence it built up these last 2 games, the last 4 series. And yeah, the 3 prior to the Houston series were all against teams with sub-500 records. We mentioned it on Monday. You've got to go out against the good teams and show, and they've done it now 2 in a row. And it was a great performance by Flaherty. Bats fired up. You win 10-0. And then yesterday it was a spectacular performance, one that we expect from Skubal from here on out, and you come away with a 1-0 win. And that seemed like that was a postseason game last night. Watching it on TV, it felt like it had the energy. I don't know. You didn't go, did you?
No, it's a funny story. I was on the fence, didn't end up going. Missed a hell of a ball game last night. Jealous of those who did go and wait out the short rain delay, and then standing there in the rain at the end when they pull it off. Yeah. It feels like a game to circle, does it not? Like last year, there were a couple of those that you circled, the Little League World Series being one of them. Doesn't this feel like when you circle and you say, hey, this is right before September, against one of the best teams in the American League. It's late into the night. It's raining. It's the bases loaded. It's extra innings, and it's one they earned. You had to earn it because that was not going to be given to you. They had plenty of chances. They had to earn it.
Yeah, they did. So it was. They were 0 for 8 with runners in scoring position. Something I've been pointing out the last couple of days. That's where they're going to have to show, I think, the biggest improvement is being opportunistic. And it's not a walk with the bases loaded in the 10th inning. It's being good when you have no outs and a runner on third base. That's in the postseason. You can't waste those opportunities and expect to win.
248-539-9797. We'll be playing that walk call throughout the morning today. Mm-hmm. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov, and Greg back behind the glass today.
Yeah, Greg, how was the vacation?
He's got a thumbs up. Good.
Okay.
Good.
Any words?
I'm sorry, I took my headphones off. Yeah, it was good, relaxing. We did the camping a week ago, so that was already in the books. But it was.
Where'd you go camping? Where did you go camping? Are you reading my lips? Or?
Yeah, he has to put his headphones on.
No, I got to turn the monitor off. Sorry. Calcasco, we went up.
Okay.
This is a fun game. Let's let the man get some headphones.
Now I want to just start moving my lips and not saying anything. Yes.
But
it doesn't work well on radio.
It was good to get away for a little bit. And it's also good to be back and have that structure and purpose
Yes.
on a daily basis.
Everyone
Before school starts.
Everyone wants to wake up with nothing to do, and it's great for a day or two, but schedule is at least my friend.
When to shower? Should I shower today? Do I need to brush my teeth today?
Oh, I like the optional shower
pants
days.
Something?
Yeah, optional. Pants optional. Yes. Yep. So.
We're happy he has pants on today, and I'm assuming
yes,
he showered.
we are, yes.
Happy to have him back. We are getting
yes
into...
and yes.
Mm-hmm. And just a little update. Yesterday, I moved. I'm 2 down, 3 to go. We sent off Lucy on Saturday. I think I told you that on Monday. But yesterday was move-in day for Ruby. So she is off to her college experience. We moved her into her dorm room in Ann Arbor and left, and now we've got 3 at home.
How would you compare her dorm to the dorm that you had way back in the day?
Oh, my goodness. So first of all, air conditioning. They almost
There's
all
no
of them.
AC back in the dorm set?
No,
wow,
no, and there was no air conditioning. Greg, I think you could confirm that as well.
Yes. Several years later, still no air conditioning.
Yes,
people bringing in their big box fans.
Box fans, yes. No one. I saw no one walking in with the box fan. There were sound machines. There were like these air purifiers, but no box fans. I think the box fan for a college student used to be. Like, that was the one thing that you got as a graduation present. Oh, here's a box fan. Check that off. So no box fans. But, yeah, her dorm room, and it's weird moving in girls because you walk in there, they have so much stuff. So much. And you look at the boys that are moving in because it's a co-ed dorm, and there's like a garbage bag full of clothes, and they got it over their shoulder, and they're like, "Yep, I'm off to college."
That's all I need: a backpack and a garbage bag.
But there's theme. Like, you walk in and you see all the girls' rooms, and like there's a theme. I'm like, "Oh wow, that's a purple room."
I asked
there's
you
a pink
yesterday.
room.
I was like, "So what? How is she decorating? What's the theme?" You're like, "I don't know."
I don't know. Nor do I care.
Dad just had to make sure all the heavy stuff got in.
Yes.
I didn't even have to do that.
Oh, really?
Only thing I moved in was they have a combination fridge and microwave. The microwave is actually bolted to the top of the fridge.
Oh, we had those when we were in college.
And so that got dropped off outside their door. So I picked it up, moved it in, and that was it. Yeah, because I was working all day, and I got there after everything had been moved in. So it's perfect timing.
A little easier for you as opposed to West Lafayette for the other one?
Yes. West Lafayette for the other one was multiple cars, and my truck loaded up, strapped, everything strapped down. But yeah, I'm excited to see what it's like moving Jack in wherever he ends up going, because it'll be hey, throw your bag in the back and let's go. It's so different. But yep, she's off and running.
Good. Glad
Team
to hear
meetings.
it.
Yep.
Later this hour, there are 5 NFL teams expected to decline, including 2 in the NFC North. We're going to explore that at 6:35. Top of the 7 o'clock hour. What did Heather find in the attic? We are going to talk about it today.
A bat?
No.
Probably.
Bats in the attic?
No bats.
And yes, we start with the Tigers and the walk-off walk. And we want to know from you guys this morning. There were some dark days. Some of you were ready to jump off the cliff. They're going to blow the division. Not taking those phone calls anymore. Yeah, but I don't know if I can trust this team. Are you all the way back as you see them pick up a big-time signature series win last night? It's 97-1. All right, guys, with Brightside Dental, if you haven't been going to the dentist lately, it doesn't have to be some source of shame. You don't have to be ashamed, and there's no judgment. $35 new patient special with Brightside Dental that includes exams and x-rays with no hidden fees. Whether it's your first visit or your first visit in a long time, they're ready to take care of you with 9 Metro Detroit locations. There's one right around the corner from you, and there's no judgment. Make that appointment. Get back in that routine right before you get into your fall routine. 1-800-PAINLESS. Go to brightsidedental.com. Tell them Jim Costa and the Morning Show sent you. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. How about that environment? Bases loaded, extra innings,
Beautiful.
bottom of the 10th, and Gleyber Torres in a full count. You got to throw him a strike, right? Like, you got to throw him a strike.
Well, and he's got to swing.
Yeah.
Like, if that happens, like, that's the ultimate position to be in, right? As a pitcher, you want to be able to punch someone out in that situation. As a hitter, you don't want to go down looking. Like, bases loaded. It's the bottom of the 10th. I could win this game. You're going up there, and I'm glad it was Gleyber Torres, because I think if anybody was I want anybody in that position, and maybe that's a great question.
Who do you want up?
Who do you want up at that point?
It's Gleyber. Best swing decisions, great eye, bat-to-ball skills.
Yeah.
If you're a pitcher, would you rather give up a walk in that situation or just let a bomb?
I'd rather give up a grand slam.
I would too.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
Walking off, that's got to be like so demoralizing.
And you look like a total bozo. Like, dude, the pitch is nowhere near the plate. I get it. Like, he's a major leaguer. It's harder than we make it seem, but got to be near the plate, dude.
Right. I mean, at least make the batter make it. Like, if you miss the strike zone by a half an inch and the ump calls it a ball,
okay.
All right, hey, a great pitch. You're trying to get the swinger to hit it, swing at something they can't reach. That's the entire goal. But to not even be close at that moment, yeah, you're walking off going, I literally lost this one for the team.
Would you guys want Javi up in that situation?
Oh, God. Well, he was up 2 batters prior.
I
As soon
know.
as he got 2 strikes. Like, I don't know if the pitcher thought he was still throwing to Javi, because that pitch Javi would have been at. Come on.
I mean, odds are saying yes, but
Come on, yes. The one he swung at earlier this year was...
the other guy that you... So, do you want Javi up in that situation? The obvious answer is no.
Right.
But
he's clutch.
He does have that, I'm going to win this game for my team gene.
We saw him 2 batters prior. No, I would not have wanted him up.
Right.
In that
Well, it's
spot.
like him being up on Monday. Bases are loaded. Like Trey Sweeney's up, bases loaded, no outs. All right, out. Javi's up, out. And then they get out of the inning without scoring a run. Bases loaded and no one out.
Well, it's happened too much lately.
But in that situation, it's kind of also Javi's been in this situation a bunch. He's gonna go down swinging. I'll say that he's gonna go down swinging because he's gone down swinging a lot.
Well, the pitcher would have liked that. Besides Gleyber, who'd be number 2?
Who does number 2 work for?
Carpenter.
Yeah, I would probably say Carp.
Yeah. I mean, he did it last year in Cleveland.
I mean, you're forever indebted to the man. I mean, that's a hell of a moment.
Against the best closer in baseball. I'm pretty sure he's the answer.
Like, oddly, it wouldn't be Riley Green. He wouldn't be 1, 2, or 3, right?
No, I would probably say I'd rather have Torque up there than Riley Green.
Yeah. Some ticket texts that are coming in. Says, I found myself feeling like the Tigers would find a way, and it's great to have that confidence again. We had a Twitch message, Cyclonic Vortex. He said, I've started to feel pretty good after taking 5 of 7 on the road, and I feel even better after the last 2 at home. However, I want to see how they do with Kansas City. They're now the team behind Detroit, and they've been on a tear. Win that series, and I would say my confidence is back. Well, it's worth pointing out the Royals were not publicly buried on the radio, so they're a bigger threat than Cleveland.
They weren't publicly buried, but you did declare the division over.
I still feel that way.
Yeah, it's getting closer. I'm still not there, but it's getting closer.
When they're like 9 up with 10 games to go.
Yeah, I don't know when I will call it, and it's. I am always going to be the hay's got to be in the barn.
I know you are. 248-539-9797. We're going to talk about some NFL teams expected to decline coming up at 6:35, including 2 of the 5 in the NFC North. But first, Heather with the news.
So you can add to your Lions game day attire very soon with a new pair of Detroit Lions Crocs. Yeah. An NFL and Crocs collab is coming to you in September. The first drop will include 14 of the 32 NFL teams, including the Lions, and each will feature, the custom clogs with team-themed gibbets that you can...
Gibbets?
Yeah, the
little things you put in
charms.
the holes. Yeah, you put your gibbets in the hole.
John, I'm going to surprise you. As dorky as I am, you're not catching me in Crocs.
Oh, Crocs are dumb. I hate Crocs.
All 32 teams will get Crocs products throughout the season, and the Lions, they start at $84.99. So I'm guessing John will not get a pair.
No,
Very expensive.
It's ridiculous.
They'll be available on September 18th. I mean, for what Crocs are, I think these look fine. I mean, they look kind of like they're like the throwback helmet,
the black helmet. Yeah, they got the black stripe, the black lion,
and then all the little
all right,
charms.
they look cool. I just don't think that if you're using them on the boat or at the lake,
kids
or
aren't wearing Crocs just on the boat.
No, I know kids aren't. I'm just saying, as a grown-up and as an adult, like I've seen people wear them as their everyday shoes.
They do,
and it just no.
Even the team ones. I'm not a huge fan of the Crocs either. My kids have them and they wear them as for school. They needed water shoes, so I got them Crocs.
Because they're 1 and 2,
and they're actually really cute.
Yeah. At that age, sure. And they're easy to put on, right?
They're
because the kids
super
don't have
easy
to
to put
tie them.
on.
You don't have to tie them. Yeah.
It's great for them. This is pretty cool. 2 remote Great Lakes islands have been called some of the most underrated spots in all of the U.S. So of the 35,000 islands in the Great Lakes, 2 of them have just been named among the top 11 most underrated islands in the country on a list from CNN Travel. So the point of the list was really to highlight some of the top island getaways that you might not have heard of. They don't have the big fancy names, or they're not too expensive to go to. So Drummond Island came in as one of those, located in the Upper Peninsula.
Great island.
Have you been?
Yes.
I figured you. I mean, it's everything that you would like to do. Fishing, boating, birding you probably don't do.
No, but I have heard about that. Yeah.
ATV trails, hiking, golf, of course. And then the other are the Apostle Islands.
Also very awesome.
Which has been on my list to do.
Oh,
because
you have to.
But every time we head to the cottage, we have family stuff, or now with the kids, because you have to kayak there.
Right.
And I cannot bring the kids yet.
But it's perfect for when the kids are just a little bit older, 10, 11, 12, and they can row their own kayak.
Yeah.
They'll love it. It is one
list.
of the most beautiful places that you'll see.
Sea caves, sandy beaches, lighthouses. So lots of cool things.
Sandy beaches with no one on them.
Yeah. This is pretty wild. 4 kids were rescued by the U.S. Coast Guard after getting stranded on a rock in Lake Superior over the weekend. And this video it doesn't look like it's in Lake Superior. Well, it's also in like black and white. So it's like it looks pretty wild. On Sunday morning, reports came in that there were these 4 kids stranded on a large rock near Black Beach Trailhead in Silver Bay, Minnesota. And the video shows this daring helicopter rescue. All 4 kids were safely hoisted, transported by emergency crews, and then reunited with their parents. I'm not sure exactly how they got there, but the hazardous conditions made it impossible for them to get off of this rock. Yeah. So the video is pretty daring. There's a woman who's going viral after being arrested for destroying her ex's car with glitter and salt.
Glitter and salt.
Yeah. So court documents indicate that this woman caused over $12,000 in damages to her ex's car over a 5-day period. It included pouring glitter into the air conditioning vent.
Ooh,
genius. I like that.
Hilarious.
Never goes away. She cracked the windshield, cracked the rearview mirror, busted the vehicle's radio screen, and then also poured salt into the vehicle's engine.
Ooh.
Yeah,
that's a tough one.
And then her mugshot's going viral because she doesn't seem to regret any of it. She's got a huge smile on her face.
So the glitter, that's hilarious, right?
Awesome.
So you turn the AC on and poof. But the salt in the engine, not so much. Yeah, the cracked, She was a little scorned, eh?
For sure.
Yeah.
For sure. Finally, we've talked about this before, but there's a new study that shows young adults are taking teeny tiny baby steps into the workforce, and they're making sure that mommy and daddy are right there in case they fall. So the findings show that 77% of Gen Zers have brought a parent to a job interview.
What?
And then after they land the job, 79% admitted that their parents continue communicating with their managers, routinely asking for promotions, pay increases, and days off on their behalf.
So they're acting as their agent.
Basically, yes. And then it keeps going. I mean, almost half of Gen Zers have admitted to bringing a parent to an in-person meeting with prospective bosses. Also, 27% have their parents tag along for virtual sessions.
I can't even imagine how embarrassed I would be if I was walked in with mom and dad.
Everybody would be embarrassed. If I was the manager, I'd go, is this really happening?
Yeah,
if I was the parent, why am I here?
I'm sorry, you're not
77%.
hired. You're not, you can't come to a job interview. You can't come to work by yourself.
It's pretty crazy. Then they also have them there to fill out job applications just at home, make their lunch, make their coffee.
Oh, of course.
All of that stuff.
Mommy, daddy, can you help me?
It's Heather with the news. Find out what was in Heather's attic at 7:02. It's 97.1.
Hey, summer is heating up, and there's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka to break the heat. Made with real brewed tea and real vodka, Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation, so it's super easy to sip and enjoy no matter what your plans are this weekend. Look for the can with the sunset stripes. Sold at bars, restaurants, and stores near you. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Missile of a throw from Torres as the cutoff man saved a run. It would be critical. A 1-0 win in extra innings for the Tigers, and Gleyber Torres draws the game-winning walk-off walk. Dan Dickerson with the call. The Tigers beat the Astros. They've won 4 straight series. This, their first against a team above 500 in the second half. And we've been talking about, are they all the way back from the abyss? Are you bought all the way back in? And that's out there for you at 248-539-9797. Phone calls, ticket text, everybody buzzing. Great environment last night for the Tigers. John, I have in front of me 5 NFL teams expected to decline, 2 of which are in the NFC North, and all 5 of which I agree with.
Okay.
So I'm going to go through these with you.
Please.
And you tell me if you agree or not. And then we'll get to the broader conversation because it's going to spark a broader conversation. The first team is the Kansas City Chiefs, who they point out 10-0 in one-score games, an unsettled offensive line. They lose Joe Thuney, and they haven't exactly solidified that left side. And there's the looming suspension of Rashee Rice. He'll play the first 4 games, but beyond that, we just don't know. Can they really win 15 games again? Probably not, John. Take a step back. They could still win the division and take a step back.
Right. So it's really hard to win 15 games, even if you're the Kansas City Chiefs. However, yes, they take a step back. But what are we defining as a step back? 13 wins, 14 wins?
Well, how about this? You tell me for each of these. So we'll do that for each of these. Kansas City, step back. They're still going to win 12 games?
Yes.
Okay, cool, but still a step back.
Okay, but the other thing, though, when I look at it, okay, 10-0 in one-score games. Why are they 10-0 in one-score games?
Number 15 at quarterback.
Well, yeah.
And Andy Reid is a coach and a hell of a defense, and that's all still there.
If they're still going to be in those one-score games, do I predict that they win all of those one-score games? Yeah.
Okay. Number 2 is the Minnesota Vikings, 8-1 in one-score games. Obviously, they're going with a rookie quarterback this season. It's a question. They'll play the 4th toughest schedule, and I thought this note was interesting. They forced 33 turnovers last year. And in the from 2000 to 2023, teams that ranked in the top 5 in turnovers per drive, as the Vikings did a year ago, only 17% of those teams finished top 5 again. The thought is turnovers are volatile. They are not consistent year to year. Can they really live off of a big turnover forced number? Probably not.
Probably not, but as we've debated who's the number 2 team in the division, the reason I think that they're still the team that concerns me the most in the division is Brian Flores on defense, their defensive coordinator. And okay, yeah, Dan Campbell has owned him. Dan, I get that, but he's really good. Do I think that they're going to get as many turnovers? Probably not. I mean, the numbers say that. Are they going to win 14 games? No. So what's a step back mean for them? 11 wins? 10 wins?
You tell me. What do you think?
I think they're a 10-win team.
Okay. I would have them at 9.
Okay.
Commanders expected to decline this upcoming season. The explanation? They were red hot on 4th down last season, 87%. Is that sustainable? They won 5 games in the final moments, including a Hail Mary. They took advantage of a last place schedule. When you really look at their roster, their defense was bad. You could run on them. Bobby Wagner's 35 years old. They do not have proven pass rushers. They're a team that should take a step back.
I don't care how old Bobby Wagner is. Until he's out of the league, he's a force. And I'm just not going to believe that one. What was their final win total last year of the regular season? Do you have that in front of you?
Last year's Commanders won 12 games. Could they be 10?
Oh, I think they're going to be 11 or 12. I don't think they take a step back.
Okay, so this is the first one you disagree with.
I do disagree.
The Colts. 4 of the Colts' 8 wins came against backup quarterbacks, including their only 2 victories of the season against competent, competitive teams. Speaking of quarterback, it's a bit of a mess right now. They're going to start Daniel Jones. John, take a step back for the Colts and be one of the league's worst? Do you buy it?
Yeah, I buy it. I just don't think there's any path for Daniel Jones, or I don't think there's any path for their quarterback to find success. And
there really wasn't a right choice. If they picked Richardson, he's not any good. And if they picked Daniel Jones, there's no upside and not very good either.
Is that where Tyler Warren is?
Yes.
So that's the only thing on offense I look at and go, they got a chance to at least convert some first downs.
And they have Jonathan Taylor run the ball.
Right.
But they're kind of a
mediocre.
mediocre.
Quentin Nelson up front, total badass. So,
but they're mediocre.
They're mediocre. Yes, they're mediocre to below mediocre. And it all comes out. The reason I say the Commanders don't take a step back is because of their quarterback. The reason that the Colts do isn't because of Quentin Nelson, isn't because of Jonathan Taylor, or I think Tyler Warren's going to be a really good pro. I think it's simply the quarterback play that prevents them from doing anything.
And if you guys haven't figured it out by now, the reason we're doing this list on Detroit radio is the fifth team is the Detroit Lions. They are expected to take a step back. And here's their breakdown. And you've heard some of this, right? The schedule, the second toughest schedule on paper, the new coaches, the coordinators, assistants, and the offensive line. And they do a deep dive on this. The O-line, and specifically the interior of the O-line, replacing both Ragnow and Zeitler. They say it's a real concern because keeping Goff unbothered and free to operate has been essential. Every quarterback gets worse under pressure, but Goff has bigger splits than any other passer. Over the last 3 seasons, he leads all quarterbacks in total QBR when defenses don't pressure him. When they do, he ranks 28th. So the best versus 28th, all based on pressure, and that is the biggest concern. So, John,
define the step back.
That is the question we want to ask to all of the Lions fans listening here. All these teams we've listed are probably going to lose a couple more games. The Lions won 15 last season. Mm-hmm. What does the step back look like? 248-539-9797. How big is that decline?
So if they win 12 games with this schedule and a developing offensive line, and I've said just because they don't start the season as a top 5 or even a top 10 offensive line doesn't mean they can't end the season as such. But it's going to take some time. There's probably going to be some growing pains with coordinators, even though I've really enjoyed watching the play calling of John Morton so far. And Kelvin Shepard, it's a little bit harder to tell because they're so vanilla defensively what they're going to be. I think they win at least 12 games. And with all of those things, I don't think that's a step back. I don't think it gets them the 1 seed.
No.
But I think it wins the division.
Which gives you a home playoff game at least.
Right. So and some people will say, well, if you don't win 15 games, and they're just going to play the numbers. If you don't win 15 games, and if you don't get the number 1 seed, it's a step back. And I'm not going to argue that. It's impossible to argue.
Right. I would hope not. It's numbers.
Right.
But really, the goal is not going to be how many regular season wins did the Detroit Lions have. I'd gladly take only 10 if it meant they were in the playoffs and won the Super Bowl. So I don't expect them to go all the way back to 10. We want to know where you're at. I think it's 12. 12 is what I said. 12 is what I said when the schedule came out. I'm sitting there at 12 right now.
Oh, you didn't back off after Frank retired?
Well, was I at 13 and back down to 12? That's what it was. Yeah. I'm going to stay at 12.
Okay.
Yeah, Frank's his retirement got me down 1 win.
Okay.
And I think some of these losses are going to be early losses without Aleem McNeil playing too. That's the other thing that I don't really think they spent a lot of time on. The conclusion was, I'd be shocked if the Lions became the 49ers and missed the postseason entirely. I expect Detroit to settle in at 12 wins. Is that the expectation?
But 12 wins is going to win you the division.
Should.
And I just like is that really a step back? Like
yes.
To me it doesn't, and I can't quantify why it's not a step back because I can't say it. Yeah, it's 3 less wins, but you're looking at the schedule going if they're able to, when you've got Kansas City, you've got Baltimore, you've got Philly, you've got Cincinnati, Washington, all of those teams are on the road. If you win 3 of those 5 games. Like, I don't know that last year's team could have done that.
But I want you to think of it this way. It's them losing more than twice as many games as a year ago.
Right, but if you compare the teams and you compare the wins, because one schedule is not like the other. It's like we're talking about college football right now, and it's about Nebraska versus the schedule that Penn State's going to play.
Right, they're not playing the Titans and the Jags. They're going to face the Eagles and the Commanders.
But a 12-win team this year might be a better Lions team than a 15-win team last year.
Also agree.
So it's not a step back.
No, but it is a step back. Really, the steps are going to be measured in the postseason. Right. But as you're a Lions fan listening this morning, you hear the Lions as one of the 5 teams expected to decline. How big of a decline is it for the Lions? And, John, I want you to think about this, because coming up next, knowing they're not going to win every game, what's the one they must win for you? And we'll take texts on that as well. That's next, 97.1.
On Tuesday, this is next Tuesday, mark your calendars, August the 26th, it's FanDuel Futures Day. It's a new holiday for football fans. It's 24 hours of deals on all your football season predictions. And I'm going to give you a few. Here's some that you can pick yourselves. The MVP race. We just talked about Washington. Take Jaden Daniels. I know it's a long shot, but 10 will get you 100. Who's going to win the Super Bowl? Pick it in August, and obviously you get the chance to play it all year long. The Bills, plus 700 coming out of the AFC. The Lions are plus 1,100 coming out of the NFC. You want to put a parlay together. Pick your division winners. Look at this one for the NFC. Here's some good value. Washington, Detroit, Tampa, Arizona. A couple long shots in there, so the payout's going to be good. $10 will get you almost 700 in return. Mark your calendars now, August the 26th. It's your day for your hunches, your hot takes, your calls, and your odds. Visit FanDuel app today and start planning your future bets now because Futures Day is one day and one day only. FanDuel, play your game. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Thank you very much. First place Tigers taking the series with the Astros with a walk-off walk last night. Dan Dickerson's call.
Most exciting walk call ever.
Even Dan Dickerson.
Dan does a great job.
You can make even a walk sound exciting.
How about it?
That's right. First base for the first place Tigers. 7:02, we'll find out what was in Heather's attic. We're having a conversation right now about 5 teams in the NFL expected to decline. The Lions were one of the 5. This is from Bill Barnwell, ESPN. And they listed the Chiefs, Vikings, Commanders, Colts, and Lions. And the Lions, the concerns, we've talked about them. The schedule, the coordinators, the interior offensive line, Ali McNeil not being healthy until the second half of the season. And we wanted to know, okay, fine, they're going to take a step back. How big a step back? What is the expectation? And then, John, I asked you to think on it, knowing they're not going to win all the games or 15 games. What's one they must win to you?
So this one's tough because I look at all of them as must-win games.
I know you do, but I'm asking you to pick one of your favorites.
I know. And it's so common sense would say, well, hey, you got to win the division. You got to be good in your division at the Green Bay Packers to start the season. And if that's your answer, I get it. It's not mine. And
what about week 2? Ben Johnson got to beat him in his smug hype machine in the city of Chicago?
Yeah, but I'm going to kind of pull the Jim Costa card on that one where, that was a statement game on against the Astros. They should beat them.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm not going to go there.
So it's not 2. What about Baltimore, week 3? I mean,
no. Okay, let's not go through the whole damn schedule.
Pick one.
I'm going to say
is it Washington?
At the Commanders.
Okay.
That's my gotta-win game. And some of it is when you talk about those teams that are going to take a step back. I don't think the Commanders take a step back. I think that's going to become one of those out of division. You're not going to play them every year, but you may face them in the postseason every year. Rivalries as they start to get better, and they're going to be there for a while because Jane Daniels isn't going anywhere. And I think the Lions are going to be here for a while as well. So they're going to be one of those teams that could either be your nemesis, could be a great give and take over the next 5 years. So I think that one right now, hey, the Commanders in this little developing out-of-division rivalry, they're up 1-0. It's time to take it back. It's a reckoning for the last season in the playoffs. They got to go there and get a win.
Okay. For a lot of psychological reasons, for sure.
My game is the first game, and I know it's pretty obvious, but being a divisional game on the road, starting off the season,
set the tone.
Just putting quiet some of these narratives that are out there.
Well, and how about banking a win when you know they're going to be hard to come by in the first 2 months?
Yeah, exactly. I'm one of those who thinks a 3-3 starts on the table with those road games at Cincinnati, Kansas City, and Baltimore. So to me, I think they got to start 2-0. You have seized control of the division if you do that. And really, that's all that matters in the end is winning the division, getting at least one home game, and then taking it from there.
Mm-hmm. I'm not going to fight you on it. I was arguing that in my head as well, obviously, as I went through that process on air.
It's funny. These are the 2 that I was debating, too, because I would say Eagles, but I don't feel like they have to win the regular season meeting with the Eagles. It's going to be about if and when they play them in the playoffs, beating them then. So I have the emotional argument is Washington because, hey, we're into November now. It's got to start clicking. You got to beat those guys.
Well, there's a stretch of NFC games because you play the Tampa at home, a division game against the Vikings at home. Then you're on the road at the Commanders. And to me, it's one of those games that sets you up with a little bit more confidence because you're going to go back to the East Coast the next week to play the Eagles.
But ultimately, I went with my head. I do think it's the Packers. They're the team I think second best in the division. It's a tone setter. It's a road game. If you're going to be road warriors, you got big road games later in the season. And you do need to bank some of these wins because, yeah, I expect them to beat the Bears. I don't expect them to go into Baltimore early in the season and win that game. Well, that's the difference between being 2-1 and 1-2 is winning the Green Bay Week 1 game, starting from a position where you're ahead and can take on a little water versus having to swim upstream if you lose Week 1. Also an option. 248-539-9797.
And he loves the helmets.
He sure does. If we missed one, if it's Kansas City, although been there, done that. If it's Tampa, been there, done that in a playoff game. What's the one that you really need to see from the Lions this season? In a year where they're going to lose a few more, What's one they have to win? Ticket text 248-539-9797. Expectations. I agree with the 12 wins. The first 6 games are a gauntlet. Could start 3-3. Of course, people will say, is it time to panic? But I think they win 12. Look, they still have so many pieces on offense.
Yeah.
Outside of, look, they got to get it right up front, but they're going to have weapons galore in the passing game and the run game. They still have their bookend tackles. This should still be a top 5 offense in the NFL. And defensively, I don't think they're going to be a top 5 offense early. But if they get McNeil back and Hutch is better than he was a year ago, you have the makings of a front that can put you in the top 5 offense and defense by the end of the season, which should get you 12 wins. A lot of those wins coming late.
Dynasty Dan on Twitch says they aren't winning the division.
Oh, no.
So that's clearly a step back.
Terrence in Southfield says 6-11. Jared Goff is not winning without Ben Johnson, so he one-ups him. Text says Green Bay openers the must-win. Hard schedule to start. Need to start off right. That's Alex in Lansing.
Mm-hmm.
Lions will be lucky to win 10 games, but they will do better in the playoffs. I take that trade-off.
Sure. I mean, the regular season it's fun, and we're at that point with the Lions right now. It's just get to the postseason and win games in the postseason. So if 10 gets you in, so be it. If whatever it takes to get in, just get in.
Ticket text 248-539-9797. One Goff hit, he's out concussed. 7-10 bad offensive line. 7-10 bad offensive line. No quarterback to back them up.
See, this offensive line's not going to be what it was last year. Zeitler's not there. Frank Ragnow's not there. It's so unproven because you got Tate Ratledge and you have another guard who's played one game. Now, we liked it, and I think he fell in the draft because of the knee injury. So I think you're going to have, let's say, a quality offensive line.
Yeah.
And I think a quality offensive line puts you in, at a minimum, the top 12, 13 offensive lines. So are they a top 5? No. Are they top 3? Certainly not.
I think they'll be in the playoffs as a division winner. And I think that last month of the season, they have to be playing like a top 10 offensive line because that will unlock the paths to winning multiple playoff games for Jared Goff. And that gives you a chance to win the Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. All right, 7 o'clock hour. What did Heather find in the attic? We'll talk to AJ Hinch at 8:02 today. And we'll sprinkle in that Tiger walk-off. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. We'll call it one of the most exciting finishes in baseball last night in a 1-0 Tigers win over the Astros. Dan Dickerson on the call there right here on 97.1 of Glaber's walk-off walk last night. This pitcher's duel lived up to the hype as well. Tarek Skubal, 7 scoreless, 10 strikeouts, and the local guy, Hunter Brown, 6 scoreless and 6 strikeouts. Will Vest and Kyle Finnegan nails out of that Tiger bullpen too, 3 scoreless, and 30,000 took it in at Comerica Park on a weekday. Tigers go for the sweep this afternoon. Hear that game right here on 97.1. Lions have their second joint practice at training camp tomorrow against the Texans in Allen Park. The Star yesterday, undrafted defensive end Keith Cooper. The former Houston Cougar got some time with the starters, and so did Pat O'Connor. C.J. Carr, the grandson of Lloyd Carr and former Saline High School quarterback, has been named the starter at Notre Dame. The former 4-star preserved his redshirt his freshman year, playing just 1 game for the Fighting Irish. Michigan kicker Dominic Zavada has been named a first-team preseason All-American by USA Today. He made 21 of 22 field goals last year, including a remarkable 7 of 7 from 50 yards or more, and history last night for Royals star Bobby Witt Jr. His 8th inning home run was the 100th of his career, making him the youngest player in Royals history to reach that mark. And don't look now, KC beat Texas 5-2, leapfrogging Cleveland in the wild card race. The Royals now just 2.5 games out of the final playoff spot. At the Corbo Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
What was that?
That was you.
Tints. They want the tints. Paul Serra was with us this last week, and he left us with a parting gift, a brand new drop.
Oh, my gosh.
The tints on their cars. Well, what else would it be? Good morning, 97.1. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov, and Greg back behind the glass. We are dialed in today on a Wednesday. One more time.
When you said it, I took a double take, too, because
You
I'm
did?
like, oh, yeah. I took a double take because I'm like, wait a second. Did she say the N? Yes. Maybe
Tint.
Yes, tint.
Window tints.
Stating the obvious.
Anyway, speaking of Heather, let's get to your attic.
Let's get to it.
What'd you find?
So, interesting segue. So we've been getting ready for this big garage sale, right? And we have put stuff up in our attic just to store things, usually winter things. You know, there's some sleds and things like that. So I told Colin, I was like, you know what? I'm looking for these planters. He's like, I bought whatever. I have these planters that I want to get rid of. I'm like, where'd they go? And he's like, oh, I moved them to the attic. I'm like, let's get them down. Let's get them ready to sell. So he went up there and he was like, do you want to come up here too? I'm like, okay. So I had never really been up in the attic before. So I got up there. I'm like, look at this. Look at this. I'm like, and he's been putting stuff up there. So I didn't even realize I had a mirror up there, some home decor things. I'm like, why are you shoving this in the attic? But either way, got all that down. Yeah. And then I was looking through other stuff, and the previous homeowner or whoever, well, it had to have been a previous homeowner. I don't know if it was the last or the first, had left some stuff up there. There was some other winter items, some other sleds, kids items. And then I came across this sweet old pedal car just chilling up in the attic. I'm like, we got to bring this down. So I was checking it out, and I'm like, Brooks is going to love this thing. And he's like, we're selling this, right? Like, it's crap. Get it out of here. We're going to sell it at the garage. So I'm like, hold on a minute. Like, this is really cool. And my first thought is like, I'm going to use this for his, like, a photo shoot for his 2-year-old photos that we always get done every year. And I'm like, this will be so cool because he loves cars. It's like, it's vintage. It's in pretty good shape.
Yeah.
Yeah,
there's some like.
Needs a little body work. Little Bondo?
Yeah, there's no dents, but the some of the paint and
oh, it's just scraped off. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm like, this is so cool. I'm going to save this, use it for his photos, let him play with it a little bit. And then I was like, I wonder what this is. Because
Yeah, like how old is it?
It's from like the late 50s.
Oh, wow.
I think.
It's a classic. Should have put it in the Dream Cruise. The Dream Cruise.
Well, that's what was so fitting. It was like the weekend we found it was the Dream Cruise weekend. But I started looking at it online because I'm like, okay, what is this? And some of these have sold for nothing crazy, but a decent amount of money online.
Sure, because they're classics.
Pretty cool. And if you know me,
I'm sure
like,
it's a
my
death trap,
dream has always been that like I'm going to find this like piece of history and take it to Antique Roadshow and I'm going to be a millionaire. Of course, this is not it, but it was still fun to find in the attic, not knowing that it was up there.
Have you guys, by any chance, and I don't know why you would, this is something that probably only I would do, but have you looked under the hood? Have you turned it over? Is there any like inscription on it? Sometimes like
oh no, I haven't done that.
You should look just to see if it might say Christmas 1956, little Bobby's Christmas present or whatever.
Oh, I'm going to do that. Well, because that's what sparks my curiosity now is that I want to know the history. Like, clearly it didn't mean anything, or they forgot it was up there to the family who left it there.
Or they just thought it was trash and were like, let somebody else deal with
exactly.
this.
There was Christmas decor up there too, like wreaths and garland and lights and sleds. There was like one of those the old school sled with the metal runners.
Oh, the old radio flyer.
That was up there. Stuff like that.
So you think it was left on purpose or not?
Probably.
Okay.
I'm guessing they're
Not
just
sure
like,
it matters, but
I'm just curious.
yeah.
But
And now you're going to come back and claim it at this
I
point.
think
No.
it's really cool. And so does Brooks. He can't figure out how to make it move properly. He just uses his feet
Sure, he does the Fred
and he
Flintstone.
tries to steer it, but everything works.
No
It's
kidding.
really neat. So
That's awesome.
it did spark my curiosity too about like what have other people found in their house or at a garage sale that's like, I bought this for $2 and it turns out it was worth $10,000.
Right. I don't know that I've never had anything like that. I'm so intrigued by this car. I would be amazed about this car.
It's really
just
cool.
a suggestion because some of the paint and stuff is.
Yeah.
What color is it?
But when you look online of things that have sold at auction, it looks just like the one. It looks just like this. It's baby
Okay.
blue.
Oh, yeah.
With the red steering wheel and like the red rims on the.
That looks like an old Firebird.
It's so cool.
Since the paint is scraped off a little bit, one of the things you could do,
You could restore it.
You could restore it. Like, and it's a can of spray paint that you just go and put a fresh coat of paint on it.
But how do you preserve all the details?
Tape.
That's
Trust me, it's not an easy process. Yeah, but that's restoring a classic. It's time and effort. Little elbow
a lot
grease.
of time. I kind of like that it's imperfect. Like I like that it looks like it is how old it is.
Yeah.
But I guess I wouldn't, but I could restore it.
Jim, have you ever found anything that would be like an antique, a classic? And again, we'd like to ask our listeners, 248-539-9797. Have you been at a garage sale, an auction? You know, we pulled up to a neighborhood where we were dropping Ellie off for softball last week, and it said estate sale. And I mentioned to you, like when I see garage sales, I love to stop and just see if there's anything like that, because we got at a antique show. I think it was last year, maybe it was the year before, but one of the old rocking horses that's on the springs. So it's got the 4 springs at each corner, and Teddy loved that. It's still in our basement. We need to pull it out because he might actually sit on it and just go right to the ground now. But it would be awesome.
Crash.
There was nothing in our attic when we moved in. I mean, we had the generic stuff that like people leave, like a table in the laundry room, but like nothing like historic or cool like this.
It was a fun finding.
That's
It
awesome.
was really exciting. I was excited. Colin was like, "Oh, great, more crap we got to get rid of."
Was this
But
the
I
only
was
find?
pumped.
Because you said there was other stuff.
Well, just like the Christmas stuff and the
but like,
sleds.
did you like look
sleds,
through more aggressively, thinking, "Oh, if they left that, they
it
might
was
have
like
left."
a sauna up there, and I just we got what we needed to
Okay.
get down and got down. And
Attics are hot.
I know. And on the day we went up there, it was tremendously hot.
You said it was this week. It was Saturday.
Yeah, it was
The hottest
it
day
was
ever.
So I investigated what I could, and this was just the area over the garage where we found it. But it's like my dream.
It's to find something like that. Yeah, well, dreams do come true, obviously.
Well, I would like it to be more valuable, but
Okay. Well,
also
play the
if it
lottery.
was, I would never know because I don't know enough about old antiques. But
But hold on, you have it as a win. It's like a cute
is a
birthday
win.
gift for
I
your
know.
will be a 2-year-old. You wouldn't want to sell that.
Not until he's grown out of it. This is next year's garage sale.
but it's also then where do you put this?
in the
the
garage
attic.
so that he can hop in it and go for a stroll.
Yeah, he's got to figure out how to pedal it first
If
to really
if
make
he's
it go.
going Fred Flintstone style, as long as he's in it and he's playing, it doesn't matter.
Just he takes that steering wheel. I'm like, don't break it, buddy.
Little WD-40, be good to go.
Some text coming in. I bought a Scotty Cameron putter at a garage sale for $5. It's a $600 putter that I still use to this day.
Oh, there you go. There's a find. I wouldn't even know if I was looking at golf clubs. I wouldn't,
wouldn't
know what I was
know.
looking at.
The only thing we have in our attic is a creepy old children's bed frame. We won't get rid of it because we're afraid if we do, the house will become haunted.
Oh yeah, you don't want to
That's
get rid
funny.
of the ghost bed. Then he's got to find somewhere new to sleep.
No. Ticket text
I don't know
248.
why it's a he, but it could be a she.
I pictured a she.
Oh, you did.
I did.
A girl ghost?
And a girl bed. Like I picture it being like white painted with flowers. Yeah.
Yeah, see, mine was
Brass
old
maybe.
wood.
Yeah.
So if you trade away the bed, you'll be haunted.
That's what they think. Yes.
Yeah,
So I better
unless
keep that car.
But does the ghost go with the bed? Because it may be the way that that could be your exorcism. Just get rid of the bed, and the
Right.
ghost goes with the bed.
Someone didn't realize they bought a haunted bed frame.
Right.
That's their problem.
That's their
Oh,
problem
is that
then.
from
Yeah.
Scott, by
yeah.
the way?
No
I
returns.
think it was Scott, yeah. Am I missing something?
Yeah, so it's over my head. Yes.
Oh yes, haunting trade deadline. Scott, tickets took
that
me a
was
second.
deep. Yes,
Deep cuts. Greg is back, and we're getting used to it. Marbles in their grandparents' attic. Todd in a truck. We'll get more of yours. 248-539-9797. Heather found this really cool pedal car in the attic, and now it's kind of a great gift for her son. What have you found? Treasures. It's 97.1.
Hey, in sports, when you're sidelined by an injury, it's personal. The same goes for life. That's where personal injury attorney David Femininio steps in. And trust me, after an accident, you need an attorney who's going to make it personal. That someone is David Femininio. His slogan is Get David, Get Paid. Well, it's not just a slogan to him. It's his promise to take care of you. So if you or someone you know has been injured, tell him to call David Femininio at 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
We'll get to the phones in a second. Heather found a pedal car in the attic over the weekend, and one of those classic 1950s style.
It's so cool because it's just so vintage, and it was like a surprise. We didn't know it was there. And Brooks loves cars. Like, he is obsessed with cars. So it was exciting when he first saw it. We kind of left it right in the middle of the garage.
You cannot put that in the garage sale.
Colin wants to get rid of it. But
Colin, if Colin is listening right now, I have to tell him the idea I had for you at the break. Paint the entire thing Honolulu blue. And then get yourself a couple of the stickers of the Black Lions logo. Put that on each side. Put the black stripe right down the middle. Now you got yourself, because we've seen the helmet.
Yes.
That Brooks loved. Mm-hmm. And so if you going from that to this, like it just absolutely fits. And then get him a new helmet. A new Lions helmet. This gets even better. He could be riding around in his Lions car with his Lions helmet on. It'd be amazing.
Coolest kid on the street. Texter saying,
absolutely.
Texter saying, don't restore this. Says the value is in the original paint. If it's Robin Egg blue, it could be worth a lot. People saying it cuts the value in half if you restore the car.
There's no question it does, but it's yours.
But it's also, what is the value? And is it like... It has to be
full Antiques Roadshow here.
Yeah, that's what I want. I want somebody to come over and appraise it. No, I don't think it'd be worth that much. To me, I think
here's what
I feel fine.
As the memories.
So here's if you are considering breaking your son's heart and putting it in the garage sale, and he has to sit there and watch his new favorite toy walk away for some other kid to have fun with.
But it's not
what a kid like. Not thick enough.
It also seems like a death trap. I mean, it's all metal. Like
all the good toys are death traps.
It's got this like the steering wheel has this bolt in the middle, right, to hold it on. But it's like, man, you get going fast, you hit a bump, and your face hits it.
That's why he wears the helmet. Okay. So I've got answers for every injury that could possibly happen. But if you are considering, even if you keep it and you keep it original, you let Brooks play with it, and then when he grows out of it, and you're like, okay, we've got this thing, take it to an antiques dealer.
Yeah.
And they'll be able to tell you what a good antiques dealer will tell you exactly what the value is. They may even make you an offer.
It's really cool.
Yeah, it's cool. It's badass. It's cool
just to, like, if you had a place just to display it. Yeah. Like, it's pretty. It's a really pretty
it's a car. It's
I know, but it's the baby blue, manly the red. It's neat.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Let's get to the phones. We got Troy. You're on 97.1.
How you doing?
Good morning.
I went to a garage sale about 10 years ago, and I bought some 8-tracks, and a couple of them I sold on eBay for almost $600.
Oh, sweet!
Really?
That's a good win.
Yeah. What
were the bands or the artists?
Iron Maiden.
That's cool.
Yep. Yeah, about 50 cents a piece, so it was a good profit.
That's a nice profit right there. There you go. It's a good find. Let's get to Martha.
Love that.
In Ann Arbor. You're on 97.1. Good morning, Martha.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good.
Okay, cool topic. So, my parents were big book lovers. My dad's a World War II vet, and there was a bookshelf with a bunch of old books in it. I never paid attention growing up because it was military stuff, and I wasn't interested. Well, my son, he was pretty interested, so he started thumbing through some of these books. And in one of them, he found one of the actual letters that Eisenhower sent out to the thousands of troops that the war was over and declared victory.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, pretty cool. We have a letter from Eisenhower in the house. It's pretty cool.
Did you frame it, and is it on display?
It's in we actually we created a little display with my dad's hats and stuff. Pretty cool. My son's a real World War II fanatic, so
that's
he's
really
pretty
cool.
Proud. Our generations are really wide. So his grandfather is a vet. Passed away now, but he's got some nice souvenirs, so it's pretty cool.
That's really cool. Yeah.
Awesome.
It's a hell of a find.
That's sweet. Way cooler than the car, but pretty awesome.
On a different level. Yeah.
Different.
Yeah.
Well, you're going into
it's not something you could play with. You just look at it.
No, but it's like
it
what
tells
a piece
a great
of history.
story. Yeah. Yeah.
Awesome.
I'm still intrigued by the car.
The car is awesome.
Going in a different direction, see some of the ticket texts we have here. Helped my sister move into her new house last year. The people left behind a pound of weed in the freezer.
It has value.
I didn't find...
Could become a dealer.
I didn't find anything in the attic, but I looked in the drop ceiling of the basement, and I found old adult magazines that my brothers had in their teen years.
There you go. Now, okay,
That's great.
without getting too weird, those sometimes, depending on who is in the very middle, could be
The centerfold?
yeah, could be a collector's item,
Could be.
Sure could be.
especially since Hugh's no longer with us.
I bought a used car in high school once and ended up finding $1,500 in ones and fives rolled underneath the back seat. Derek in a car.
Wow. Ones and fives all rolled up.
Wow.
Bought it from a stripper? I don't know. 248-539-9797. Hey, Tiger manager AJ Hinch is going to join us this morning at 8:02. Tigers won last night in dramatics with a walk-off walk. Take the series with the Houston Astros. We'll catch up with AJ in just about 30 minutes or so. We'll get into the Tigers in a potential new division at 7:35. But first, Heather with the news.
All right, this is pretty cool. Fans are flocking to Comerica Park this season, and some new data released on Tuesday shows that the Tigers have already surpassed their entire 2024 home attendance figure after getting through 64 home games so far. Well, I guess technically probably 65. This was not including yesterday's home games.
If you heads up, if you win, they will come.
Yes,
I've
exactly.
heard that, yes.
So last year's total of 1,558,295 fans was set over a 78-day home calendar. So we've already done that. And attendance, let's see, following Monday's game, attendance for 2025 is averaging 29,104 fans per game. And with 16 home games currently remaining on the schedule, the Tigers will surpass 2 million fans at Comerica Park for the first time since 2017. And it's a mark that Detroit has hit just 20 times in their previous 124 seasons. So the only times we surpassed 3 million we did it 4 times: 2007, 2008, 2012, and 2013.
Some good years.
Yeah. Those are years where you're competing for a World Series.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah, if you win.
The British ambassador of the United States, or to the United States, has his sights set on London to host the first international Super Bowl.
The Super Bowl should not be played internationally.
No.
He's pushing for it.
Sure, there's a lot of countries.
Mandelson, he believes that London's successful track record hosting regular season NFL games is kind of, it's strong. He's using that, and he thinks that we've got a strong fan base. It's a great, suitable location.
Pete. Oh, this Peter.
Yes.
That won't be on it. I'm glad that everybody laughed at him because they should. It's never going overseas. It should never go overseas. Greg?
Perhaps not. But to me, a London Super Bowl makes more sense than a London regular season game.
Why?
Because
show your work.
Teams travel to the Super Bowl a week prior anyway. There's no season to get back to afterward. So it's the travel there, the travel back, getting reorganized. It makes more sense to have it a London game at the very end of the season than in the middle of the season.
Logistically,
yes.
Jinx, logistically, for the teams and travel, sure.
But not for the stage that is the Super
No,
Bowl.
that is ours. It is American Super Bowl. It's American football.
We fought a war in 1776 for the
Yeah,
Super Bowl.
damn it.
Damn
You
it.
tell
Battle
me
of
that.
Yorktown,
USA! If this ever happens, I'm not watching.
Shut up. Yes,
I'm
you
calling
are.
it right now. I'm not watching. Unless the Lions are in it. But then I'll be even more mad.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, speaking of the Lions, you can soon get your hands on a pair of Lions Crocs. Crocs and the NFL have teamed up for a collab coming in September. So right away, they're going to drop 14 NFL Crocs. And then there'll be more to come as the season progresses. But the Lions will be available starting at $84.99. You can get your hands on them September 18th. They're blue with the black stripe down the middle. And then you can get all the little customary gibbets, the charms to go in it. All grit, they say. Lions. There's a Lions helmet.
It says all grit on it?
One of them.
Can you be
you can
gritty wearing
customize them.
Crocs?
One of them says
what?
all grit.
Can you be considered gritty while wearing Crocs?
No.
Okay.
There's a manhunt underway for a Texas inmate who was mistakenly released from jail early on Sunday morning. Oops. The inmate was supposed to be transferred to a state prison, but authorities say jail staff failed to properly document this guy's existing sentence, which was 5 years for assaulting a family member and 2 years for evading arrest, leading them to mistakenly believe he was just eligible to be released after local charges, I guess, were dropped. So he's out and he's about and nobody knows where he's at. So the sheriff's deputy is saying, hey, if anyone knows about him or knows his whereabouts, please call 911 immediately.
So, I mean, they can't
He's
charge
out.
him with anything new because they let him go.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
He didn't escape.
No, it's not his responsibility to tell them, is it? Like, oh, by the way.
Yeah, I'm
Probably
supposed
the
to be
wrong
here
guy.
for 7 years.
Whoops. Yeah, they let him go.
They're with the news. AJ Hinch at 8:02. Coming up next, the commissioner talking realignment for the game of baseball. How would you do it? It's 97.1. What a scene, what a moment last night at Comerica Park. Walk-off walk, Dan Dickerson on the call. John, they win the series.
Yes.
Statement series.
Now they could sweep the series, and they could sweep it with not allowing a run.
Shut them out both games. Look, and they needed some defense to do it.
Oh, how about the relay at home? That was it. Carp was
Carp
in
to Torres.
to Torres to Dingler. That was, and I know it was reviewed, and there was a minor controversy, but yeah,
it was close play.
It was close play. Yeah,
got him. And the Tigers needed extra innings to score the lone run of the game. Left 8 on base, but you win, and you win series, and you win series against good teams. We'll talk more about that coming up at 7:50 and whether people are all the way back in. Talk to AJ Hinch at 8:02. Rob Manfred making some news this week about realignment. There's some audio we want to play for people. This is him talking about reimagining the league, divisions, and expansion. That was on Sunday Night Baseball this week. He's talking East-West. That means no AL-NL. And reimagining divisions.
Well, you can still have AL-NL.
You could, but I think the implication is you wouldn't. And whether you'd be in favor of it, but more specifically, who would you group the Tigers with if everything was on the table? Because I've seen some of these proposals since Sunday night, and they have... On one hand, the Tigers in a 4-team division with the Reds, Guardians, and Blue Jays.
Yeah.
I've also seen one that's kind of like a U shape in the Midwest, which would be Twins, Brewers, Tigers, Blue Jays, which would be radically different than the division they're in right now.
If that happens, and one that I've seen still preserves American League, National League, and I don't want to get away from the history that is American League and National League, is American League Great Lakes. And it has that U shape that you're just talking about, the Twins, the Tigers, the Brewers, and the Blue Jays. And I would just substitute the Blue Jays for Cleveland.
Okay.
Cleveland's closer.
Yeah.
And because the division that Cleveland is in has Baltimore, Washington, Pittsburgh, and Cleveland.
So you just put Blue Jays in there.
Put Blue Jays in there, call it and they're calling it the Mid-Atlantic, but Toronto, by geography, is closer to Pittsburgh, is closer to Washington, is closer to all those, and Cleveland's closer to Detroit.
Well, and certainly than putting Toronto in a division with Minnesota. Like, you just look at it on a map, and if the goal is to minimize travel, I think that's a good tweak to it. But I want to go back to something. You would not be in favor of East and West.
No.
Scrapping AL-NL.
No.
Why?
Well, okay, this has total sentimental value. It's just the history of American League, National League. And I know what used to divide it was the American League didn't have pitchers hitting. It had the DH.
But now it's uniform now.
Yes, it's uniform, but it's still, there's a history to the American League and National League, and those two leagues face off in the World Series.
Right, but what if we just did it like every other sport where you had East and West?
I don't like it.
Just because it's different, though. But that's not. But there's a reason everybody else does it that way, and it's for what Manfred said. It's so that your postseason
you could
makes
still have
more sense.
You can have National League, you could have Midwest, Central, Southwest, Northwest, and you could have the American League, Northeast, Mid Atlantic, Great Lakes, Southeast. Of those, so you label your divisions, but you still have 4 divisions in the American League. You still have 4 divisions in the National League.
That's what the NFL did in 2002 with realignment. When Houston came in, they went to the 8 divisions. They still kept the National Football Conference and the American Football Conference.
AFC,
I'm
NFC.
with John on this, and I think the naming of the awards, National League Cy Young, American League Cy Young, that kind of stuff matters Baseball's a game of history.
Yeah.
Don't throw it all away.
To me, that's what it would just be throwing away all of that history.
I just think baseball's made some big mistakes in terms of like expanding playoffs and things like that, because this would just open the door to more division champs, probably an 8-team playoff in each conference, which is just disgusting in baseball. It's like, why are you playing 162?
So the first question is, do you want to stay AL, NL, or is East-West kind of the implication, something you'd be in favor of? And then the second thing is, who do you want to pair with the Tigers? Tom, who would you put with the Tigers?
I think Cleveland has to stay.
Yeah.
After that, I would be open to things like the Reds and Blue Jays, or if it's, Twins or Brewers and White Sox. Like if it was, so these are 4-team divisions, right?
Yes.
So Detroit, Cleveland, Chicago, Milwaukee. I mean, that is short travel.
Yeah, and you preserve some of that history that you've built up with Cleveland, with the White Sox.
Well, especially with Cleveland, there is a little bit of a rivalry there.
Sure.
I mean, it's not a huge rivalry, but there's something there.
So some of these proposals put Cleveland and Cincinnati together. We do not have them together. They're currently not together. I don't think you have to put them together.
I think the idea of the Cincinnati Reds leaving the National League would upset baseball purists.
Oh, especially in Cincinnati.
Yes.
So as I'm looking at a map, what I think you do is Detroit and Cleveland, they stay together geographically, rivalries have to stay. And then I think I'd put Milwaukee and Toronto. They all used to be together back in prior to 94 when
Correct.
So that could be your 4-team pod.
So no White Sox?
White Sox weren't, no. They would be with the Cubs and they would be with the Cardinals and the Twins maybe. The Reds would go with the Pirates, Orioles, and Nationals. If I was cutting it up that way.
We call 2 of the divisions the leaders and what was the other one? The legends?
Legends and leaders, yeah. Some of this also depends on where the expansion's coming. People suggest that it would be like a Nashville and a Charlotte, or a Portland and a Charlotte.
Yeah, Portland and a Charlotte. It's the one I'm looking at, yeah.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Craig in Clinton Township, good morning.
Good morning. I heard about this a couple days ago, and it just really upsets me because baseball is just selling out for money. It's all about ESPN, all these other stations that are grabbing up baseball for the money, and so now we're bowing to the money and ruining, to me, the whole nature of what baseball is. And I just don't see any good purpose in this.
So what if they kept AL, NL, but just reimagined the divisions? Would that be okay with you?
I guess, I just don't like a 4-team division. I just think that, how many times are we going to play each other during the season? 20 times during the season? That gets old real quick because when we were back at 19 times a season, it was great. I like the way it is now as far as the scheduling, but I still don't want to give up what's been traditionally baseball. And I guess I'm just too old to change. 82 years old, so.
Anyway. I'm not a big fan of change either. Craig, I support you on that. But when you look at some of the divisions, it does look like fun. And so the one I'm looking at was put out by MLB on Fox. And the Northeast would have the 2 New York teams, Boston and Philly.
Oh, man. Toxic. It'd be great.
Well, and then the NL Midwest, because I refuse to give up on National League, American League, but the NL Midwest would be the 2 Chicago teams, St. Louis and Cincinnati.
Yeah.
It makes all the sense in the world.
Ticket text 248-539-9797. WTF, no Cubbies in the Tiger division? Last time I checked, Chicago is on the Great Lakes.
Right, so White Sox.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what you would do.
Yeah. I wouldn't move the Cubs
and the White Sox in. And Cleveland, maybe that's what he wants. I like the division as is. Seems like they're trying to shake it up just to shake it up. Texter says, give me a division with Toronto, Boston, New York, and the Tigers. No, we're shoehorned into that one.
No.
Don't forget Milwaukee was in the AL for years. And the texter says, statement win, statement series win. Would love a sweep today. I'm 100% over my July cry. Eat 'em up, Tigers. We're going to talk about that next, baby. It's 97.1.
America's favorite place to watch baseball, especially at this time of the year, football, because we've got that on the horizon. It is week 0. It's at Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for us, the sports fan. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of their massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
All right, I want to clean up the conversation we were just having. Rob Manfred was on Sunday Night Baseball. The idea of expansion came up. That would get them to 32 teams. And he brought up, well, we could realign our divisions. And it sent everybody in baseball into creating little maps and pods and reimagining the sport. In his explanation, he talked about TV windows for the postseason and it being attractive to put our West Coast teams together and our East Coast teams together, which would suggest more of an East-West, like the NBA and the NHL, and less of an AL-NL. But you really could just label one the AL and one the NL to keep the history going if you wanted.
Right. All the teams on the East Coast are AL teams.
Yeah, sure.
Yes. Please don't put us in the National League. We're American League teams.
But the point is those lines don't exist anymore. Everybody has a DH. The rules have been uniform.
I understand that, but there's still a lot of history behind American League, National League. And in National League teams, hey, you could be on the West Coast, American League teams on the East Coast.
Fine.
And I get the whole, in the postseason when you're having those type of broadcast, it does fill those windows. And it makes sense.
That's the thought there.
I think the ultimate division for the Tigers would be the White Sox, the Tigers, the Brewers, and Cleveland.
Okay. So it's kicking out the Twins.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, okay. 248-539-9797. Milwaukee should be in the division with the Chicago teams. Kind of a Chicago North.
Yeah.
Texter says, I want to keep Cleveland and Cincinnati in separate divisions. And you should do the same thing with the Sox and the Cubs. Tigers and Pirates haven't had a rivalry since the 1909 World Series, but the MLB keeps trying to cram them together. Wouldn't be surprised if they end up in the same division. That's John in Lake Orion. Tex says, Tigers, Guardians, Pirates, Blue Jays would be their 4-team pod. Tigers, Guardians, Cubs, and Brewers, another vote.
Mm-hmm. I don't know what this whole thing is between getting Detroit and Pittsburgh to be in the same division or the rivalry that Major League Baseball is trying to create between the Tigers and Pittsburgh.
No, the thought here is to reduce travel, create pods that make more sense, reimagine things if and when they expand. Okay, the Tigers won last night, and we played the walk a few times already this morning, but John, the implication here is what? They are back on top in the American League. They made their statement, and that statement is...
They're a good team. They are a good team. Like, we all know that the flaws. There's a lot of teams that have flaws. Every team has flaws. But they had a slump where pitching wasn't there in both starters and relievers. Even Skubal didn't have his best stuff for 2 starts. The bats vanished. Some of them have continued to vanish and may never come back, but enough of them have. And now you get a night like last night where we said it, hey, if Skubal, you got to be the guy that gets us through right now 7 innings, and then it's Finnegan and it's Vest. And that was the formula for last night. Don't allow him to run, don't allow him to score. If it's a one-run victory, then so be it.
We had a texter refer to it as the July cry. As everybody freaked out, they lost 12-13. We had real phone calls and texts, people saying they're going to lose this division. Then the deadline rolls around, and we weren't happy about it. Wanted to see more moves. Kind of a buzzkill for a team that had been playing well. Well, fast forward, they've won 4 straight series and just beat a team with a winning record. Mm-hmm. This is their first series win against a team with a winning record in the second half of the season. That feels like we're going to circle this moment, right? A walk-off, standing crowd, bases loaded, rain falling, very picturesque, and it's a series win for the Tigers, gives them separation for a first-round bye. This is one of those moments you circle, and we want to know if they're all the way back to you. For wherever you drop them to in your mind mentally 4 weeks ago, 6 weeks ago, are they all the way back to where they were before the skid, before the deadline, where you go, hey, you know what? This team's as good as anybody in the American League. Nothing's promised. They're not guaranteed to beat anybody. Yeah. You can still not be happy with the deadline, but do you feel like they're all the way back to that preeminent top spot in the American League? 248-539-9797. And I think you have to say yes.
I say yes. I've come to the conclusion that was just a horrific slump. And the way this team's structured and when they have success with matchups and the way AJ does things, when a lot of things aren't clicking, it looks extremely ugly. And that's what happened. I think, the Mariners came in here and kicked their butt. They went to the All-Star break. Some players had distractions they've never had before, maybe. And
they ran into a red-hot Toronto team out of the break.
Yeah, and every team slumps. It was just a very bad slump. And they've taken what got down to a 5.5 game lead to 9.5, and it's actually 9 now with the Royals. The Royals have jumped the Guardians. It's like, to me, the only reason to just have any concern, I don't think this is going to happen, but they do play the Royals 6 of the next 10 games. If the Royals, won 5 out of 6, then maybe you're starting to question again, but I don't see that happening because this team's playing good again. They got Carpenter back. They had to survive an Olsen injury. Like, I think we overlooked the Carpenter thing. We did not give enough attention to that.
At the same time, like you said, if you wanted to look for things that still concern you, they exist. They're far from a perfect baseball team. 0 of 8 with runners in scoring position last night.
Yeah,
I think that's
it. Just keeps going back to what I've been saying like all year. I think they can get to the ALCS, but last year ultimately the hitting just got pinched, and I think they're better this year.
Well, and the run differential. Right now, they are second best in the American League in terms of run differential.
Corey in Birmingham. I got to keep it under 60 seconds so we can get to AJ Hinch. What's up?
Okay. Hey, guys. Great show. Love you guys. My issue with the Tigers is when there's high-end pitching, they don't do well. Just like last night. God forbid they get to the playoffs and Skubal loses the first game. It's over. They can beat anybody in the American League. It's the National League that I'm concerned with if they make it to the World Series. That's my concern.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, they need Skubal to win. Skubal starts.
All the Skubal starts.
Yeah.
And you need the Jack from Monday night to be the Jack for the postseason.
And you're going to need Casey Mize to be his best version as well.
And it can't just be Vest and Finnegan, although those two have created a 1-2 punch. Mm-hmm. Let's get to the update. We'll get to AJ Hinch next.
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. Tarek Skubal outduels Hunter Brown, and the Astros, they lose to the Tigers 1-0 on a walk-off walk at Comerica Park last night. Tigers win the series now. Skubal, 7 scoreless with 10 strikeouts, maybe the 5th, perhaps the most impressive inning. Brown was impressive too. 6 scoreless, 6 strikeouts. Gleyber Torres, the hero, with a walk-off walk last night, breaking a scoreless tie and delivering the win in the 10th. Tigers go for a sweep. Charlie Morton takes the ball this afternoon. Hear the game right here on 97.1. Lions tight end Sam Laporta and safety Maurice Norris were both back at practice yesterday. Laporta's injury remains undisclosed, but head coach Dan Campbell calls it nothing major, while Norris, recovering from his scary concussion, worked only with a trainer on the field yesterday. Play starting today at the Live Golf Team Championship at the Cardinal at St. John's in Plymouth. The 12th and 13th teams are on the course for a play-in. The winner makes the weekend. The loser does not. Some of the players teeing it up include Henrik Stenson, Ian Poulter, Lee Westwood, Danny Lee, and Kevin Na. The Yankees slugged 9 home runs last night in a 13-3 win against the Rays in Tampa. Cody Bellinger, Giancarlo Stanton, and Jose Caballero each hit 2. It's the second time this year the Yankees have hit 9 home runs in a game, only happening 4 times in big league history. They've got half of them. The record for home runs in a game is 10, set by the 87 Blue Jays. And Texas quarterback Arch Manning, addressing speculation about his future, says he's not plotting out how long he'll stay in Austin or when he'll go to the draft. This despite his grandfather's recent prediction that he'll stay in school beyond this year. At the Corbel Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, AJ, you got bases loaded. You got the crowd on their feet. You got the rain falling. What an environment last night. Are you still buzzing?
Pretty awesome, wasn't it? I mean, and the right guy at the plate who's going to make you throw a strike. So that was pretty awesome. Ending to a really good game. Those are 2 beasts on the mound. Our guy was a little bit better, and we came up big with some good swing decisions at the end to get the win.
Is Gleyber Torres the guy that, if you had a choice and you were picking one of your guys, and it's probably tough to do that, but in that situation, you mentioned it, all right, he's going to make you throw a strike. Is he the guy that you feel most comfortable in that situation?
I think so, yes, because he's going to make you throw a strike, and he's not going to try to do too much. I think one little hidden part of last night was, Jahmai Jones not trying to play hero, Glaber not trying to be these just dramatic kind of walk-off homer and these like scripts that get written in your head sometimes. Glaber, of all of our guys, not going to overswing, generally not going to swing outside the zone, and he knows a single wins it there. Just happens to be he didn't throw him a strike to single, so he ended up walking. So that to me is like the balance that Glaber brings to this lineup.
It's a good point, too, because he's sitting on 500 RBIs. It would have been really tempting to, hey, I'm going to go be, but he did exactly what he needed to do. Hey, AJ, as we chronicle this team, right, the ups and the downs, it looks like you guys have put that ugly stretch behind you. When you look back, what was the biggest key to getting out of that funk you guys were in?
Yeah, just staying the course. I know it's really hard in our sport to like not ride, the momentum either way when you're playing. But when I look around the league, Milwaukee, who's been the hottest team in baseball, gets swept by the Cubs yesterday. The Yankees hit 9 homers after kind of being told they can't hit. The Padres were in first place riding high, get swept by the Dodgers. They're back in second place. It's just a game that requires the ability to run the marathon. And so all that being said, I'm really proud that our guys just stayed the course. It helps when Riley Green warms up and Carp, is a huge impact. And Wencel Perez took over one game. And then we just talked about Glaber. Colt Keith has had an exceptional August. Like, it's somebody different every day, but we stayed the course mentally to just play our schedule, play series. We've now won, 4 series in a row, which is kind of what we're built on. We're built to win series, and that's what it takes to win deep into the season is win series. And so we just never really strayed away from our process, which I know is not always the emotional thing to say or necessarily even the fun thing to say, but it's the reality of 162. And we still have a lot more to go. Like, we have not qualified for the playoffs. We have not won our division. We have not done enough yet. So we'll get back at it today with the same mentality.
When you see Jack Flaherty go out there and pitch the way that he did, and he's pitched really good against good teams. And then we fair or unfair, we expect every time Skubal gets out there, it's a Skubal start, it's a Skubal win. As you get towards the end of August and September, how important is it for especially the veteran guys to be pitching their best and your veteran hitters to be getting their A game as you approach the postseason?
Yeah, it's important, but let me give you a little nugget. Like, we lost a couple Skubal starts down the stretch when we were 31-11 last September. So, like, it's not always one guy, or it's not always like we have to win that game. We need to win as many games as we can, but we need our players to play well and be ready. But I don't know which player is going to be the most important tonight. So when you're talking about Jack, like, spin and strikes, he's really good, and he can go through any lineup. As you said, he pitches pretty well against good teams. But it's about spin and it's about strikes with him. With Tarek, obviously, he has no room for error at people who watch him because he's so dominant and so good. I'm thinking back of like the time that I've been here. How many times I've been asked about a 7-inning, 3-run start like I was 6 days ago, and being asked like, is everything okay with Skubal? Like, think about that. Like, 7 innings, 3 runs, and I'm getting asked about like, is he doing all right? Is he frustrated? And you're like, wow, what a different standard he pitches under. So yes, in the big picture, we need our best guys and our veteran guys but we also need our role players to be good. We also need our bullpen to pitch like we did last night. Will Vest was exceptional with the 2 innings and the emotional, ride at the back end of the game. So, I just don't try to pin it on one thing or another. We got to be good in every area to get where we want to get to and play as deep as we want to play.
Troy Melton, we've seen him come out of the bullpen. We've seen him be a starter. And other than that first start, like, it's been really fun to watch him grow and be really good on the mound. What is the plan for his young arm, as much as you could share with us, in terms of innings, and how do you get him to the postseason so he's still productive for you?
Exactly. He's a weapon, in any role, and we're trying to ride that fine line of a young pitcher who's piled up a lot of innings, who we want to be a factor down the stretch and into October, and we don't really know the role. I pitched him the other day. We were up 5 or 6. I got him up to help Jack. Jack got through his outing. I ended up pitching Melton in a 1-inning stint because I just don't want it to be 5 and 6 days without him pitching. And in Chicago, I didn't expect him to go 5. He goes 5. Now that requires some rest. So it's a balancing act. He's up and available today. He will factor in pretty heavily this weekend if he doesn't pitch today. But I just see him in this hybrid role down the stretch where maybe 1 inning, maybe 2, 3 innings, maybe 5 innings might start. Like we have a pitcher who can emotionally handle the unknown, and we're going to use it so that we can deploy his innings at the right time. I will have to pitch him occasionally, like the other day, in a sort of a non-leverage, I don't want to say not important, but it was 10-0, when he comes in. That's just part of keeping him fresh and, hopefully deploy him however we can when it matters the most. Like there could be a game here in the next couple of days where starter goes 6 and I just hand it to Melton and he goes 7, 8, 9. Even with Finnegan and Vest up, like that's a pretty valuable day where the next day we'll have our whole bullpen fresh. So we'll see how it plays out, but I'm always trying to find ways to get Troy in the game because of the stuff he's showing.
Talking to Tiger manager AJ Hinch this morning, I don't want to gloss over something you said earlier. Colt Keats having a hell of a month of August, leading the team in OPS. And here's a guy here leading off in a lot of these games. Just his development, what have you seen?
Yeah, I see a good player, a good hitter and someone who's still learning to grow and probably teaching us all a lesson to be a little patient, with guys that come up. And I love how he's taken some adjustments into the box and he's handling the leadoff spot well because he controls his zone. He will walk. He's really good against right-handed pitching. And he's like the guy that's a hitter first. And, when I get asked about his power, I always cringe a little bit because I'm like, this guy's a hitter first. The power will come. And then he pops one the other day for a homer. If you're a homer first and not a good hitter, you probably can't hit in the leadoff spot. It doesn't help our balance. It's all or nothing, which is not something that he's ever been in the minor leagues or the big leagues. So he's just settling in around his game planning's getting better. His execution's getting better. His reaction to success failure is getting better. He's not even, 700 at-bats into his career, 800 at-bats into his career. That's a sign of good things to come for a developing young hitter.
I don't know when the right time to ask you this question is, and we may even ask you it again in the coming weeks, but the top 2 seeds, because last time we talked to you, we really felt like there was a sense of urgency that you had in what you were telling us. How much of it is a focus or discussion on getting one of those top 2 seeds, and how important is that to you guys?
That's important. Because you're just in a better position to set up your pitching and in a better position to get healthy and you don't want the stress of that you don't need, right? Like everybody wonders, like, hey, do you want to play the 3 games? Like not if we're losing. You don't want to lose a game to a good pitcher, and everybody has good players. So, listen, I think you try to win as many games and you keep that mentality if you win as many as you can and you need it to be more than the others. And I don't know how much to stress it quite yet because like that finish line is still a month away and it's 30 plus games. And as we've seen in the previous 30, a lot can happen in those games. So it's not a failure if it doesn't happen. It isn't necessarily like the end all be all sell out until, the end and use your pitching so aggressively that you screw up a series that could be in October. But we're aware where we're at and we want to win it. We want to be the best team in the league. You want to be the best team in the league. You got to try to win every game. And if you end up in the 1 or 2 seed, you host a game and get a little bit of a break. That'll be told over the next 30 days.
Rob Manfred on Sunday Night Baseball brought up this idea of if we expand, we could reimagine some of these divisions. You normally have pretty thoughtful perspective on the league as a whole. What would you think if they started to rearrange these divisions?
I think it'd be good for everybody from a travel standpoint. I know it's hard because like those of us that are in it every day, talk about the travel and the grind and just think of it next week. So we're in the middle of a playoff race. We are going to play on Sunday against Kansas City, emotional series against the Royals, hop on a plane, fly to Sacramento of all places, play 3 night games. And then we got to come back to Kansas City the next day. And we have an off day, but it's your body clock and everything changes. And then we play the Royals again. So these type of things that we can ease on the schedule or we can create some regional rivalries and ease some of the burden of the schedule. Probably good. I also wonder about, division winners? Do we create more divisions and create those heated rivalries that benefit you in the playoff stretch? So I'm all for tweaking things. I am a traditionalist in my own right, but I'm not sure that we've have the perfect setup for the 30 teams. We go to 32 teams, and maybe there's one on the East, maybe there's one on the West, and you can create some regional activity. I think that's probably a good thing.
Who should be in the Tigers division?
Oof, that's a good question. I mean, obviously the Chicago teams, the Cleveland. I think Toronto is a terrific rivalry with Windsor right next door to us, and I think those are probably the teams that first come to mind from a regional perspective. But they call Pittsburgh our natural rival, which I still have not understood. Why we play that home and home against them every year, and especially since they got Paul Skeens, I don't really need to be their natural rival.
Yeah, we're right there with you.
He's Tiger manager AJ Hinch. We appreciate your time as always.
You got it. Appreciate you guys.
It's 97.1. All right, KG Law, I've been telling you about him. If you find yourself in a spot where you're in a car accident, not a good time, you're dealing with a lot of stress, you may be in pain, you need someone who's going to look out for you, someone who cares about you. And that's the whole deal with KG Law. It's their phone number, 877-KG-CARES. You can check them out online at kgcares.com. Spell it K-A-J-Y. Lawrence KG's a Detroiter. He built his business with you in mind, looking out for you, and he wants to win for you. 98% success rate. Give him a call, 877-KG-CARES. Online at kgcares.com. That's K-A-J-Y, kgcares.com. I mean, set the scene. It's extra innings. It's Houston. You haven't scored all game. Crowd's on their feet, light rain in the air, and Gleyber Torres at the plate. Dan Dickerson on the call. John, it was a hell of a scene last night, and it's a signature series win for the Tigers. It's their first series win against a team above 500 since the All-Star break. So, we said, hey, do what you got to do against the division, right? Pop Chicago and beat up on Minnesota. But this is a different level. When you get what you got from Flaherty, what you got from Skubal, when you find a way to win even when you're not knocking guys in, those are big-time wins for the Detroit Tigers. So we want to know, are they all the way back from the abyss, the dark days of losing 12 of 13 and the frustrations of the trade deadline? And boy, we had people who thought they were going to lose this division. Not you or me, but there were people who thought they were going to lose this division. Are you all the way back now? They're the favorites in the American League. They have the best record in the American League. Does that sound right to you? That doesn't mean they're a perfect team. You could still view some things as concerning. 0 for 8 with runners in scoring position. You can still want to see the bullpen get a little more solidified. But, John, yeah, the answer is in a topsy-turvy American League, they're there.
They are there, and I think you got to go top to bottom with this team. Are they perfect? No. Nobody's going to sit there and tell you that they've got a bulletproof pitching staff or a bulletproof lineup. But they have enough parts. And the team is always the sum of the parts. And so there are some that are a 0, some that are on days a negative. Then there's some that are, a 2 or a 3. And so you're just adding all of these up. But the reason I say it's the sum of the parts and it's top to bottom is the guy that we just talked to. Mm-hmm. It's AJ Hinch. And it's putting guys in position. And I don't know what the exact number is. I don't know how often. I don't watch all the other teams. I watch them a lot. But when there's no one more active with their lineup than AJ Hinch in regards, even if it's a Colt Keith he's 3 of 4, and then he comes up, but he comes out because it's a situation and a position where AJ sees I can put Wenzel Perez in position to be successful in this moment. And it's the same thing with the pitching staff where I want to be able to create matchups that are beneficial to us. How do I massage the lineup? How do I massage the bullpen to get those matchups? And that's where I think this team has a distinct advantage. It's AJ Hinch.
I would agree with that. Like last night, right? Colt Keith is leading the team in OPS in the month of August. They pinch hit for him for Jahmai Jones. Why would you do that? Jahmai Jones gave him a quality at bat and standing over on first base. Drew a walk. And Gleyber Torres, he's the guy you want at the end of the game because he probably has the best swing decisions on the team. John, I can't believe they didn't throw him something near the strike zone. Because if I'm a pitcher in that spot, I'd rather give up a grand slam than walk in the winning run.
Right.
I mean, you're with me on that. Like, hey, because if it's in the strike zone, maybe he swings and misses. Or maybe he gets underneath it and it pops straight up in the air. Or maybe he rockets it, but he hits it right at one of my guys. I have to go down throwing a pitch in the strike zone. I was like, wow, this is hilarious. What a way to win a baseball game. But you take it. And we ask you guys what it means. 248-539-9797. Joe in Highland, you're on 97.1.
Good morning, guys. You know what it means? It means we're still on our mission, and it's great. But what really bothers me the most is this last month and a half of fans. I mean, you're allowed to be a fan, do whatever you want, but every team with a winning record in July and part through August has dumped it, other than Brewers and Toronto. Mm-hmm. And we just got to enjoy what we got because, man, I'd hate to be a Houston Astro fan. 3 games in a row of scoring no runs. And we also have, since I think it's a trade deadline or All-Star break.
Oh, we lost you there, Joe.
I did not hang up on him. I know that sound sometimes means the host hangs up on a guy. That's mid-thought. To pick up where he was going with this, I wouldn't trade places with Houston in a million years. They have Seattle nipping at their heels. Yeah. They've been shut out 3 straight to his point, and the gap to try to get one of those first-round buys
is growing.
It's growing, and they don't have the tiebreaker right now. His point about everybody struggling is well noted.
It is. And when you think about the struggles, like, okay, coming out of the All-Star break, and I know we were just focused on the Tigers, as we should be, but other than the Brewers and Toronto, there wasn't anybody that was lighting things on fire. Cleveland had a hot run there for a little bit.
Yeah.
But it's a season of an ebb and flow. And that's what it's been for the Tigers. And there's been much better and longer, prolonged, good periods of baseball than there has been that stretch where we were talking to them about them losing 12 of 13.
If you have to sum up where they are right now, in the American League, Seattle could still roll in with a strong lineup and strong pitching and beat them in a 7-game series, right? The Yankees, they got a good 1-2 punch, and they can hit 9 home runs any given night. I mean, those bats are potent. They have the best run differential in the American League. It's certainly not a given the Tigers would beat them either. They're going to have a puncher's chance. They're going to be right there in that mix. They avoided disaster. They may have home field in that 7-game series. They're going to be in the mix, man. That's all we can ask at this point. You can't go back to the deadline and can't add players who aren't here. This is who they have. They're going to war with them.
Yeah, and I mean, you talk about adding from within, and it's the way that Colt Keith is playing and hitting right now. It's Melton coming in and being a weapon that AJ can use in a lot of different ways.
Let's get to Heather with the news. Heather, what's going on?
Well, a driver is recovering after crashing into a lake in Brighton Township over the weekend, and it's all thanks to the quick actions of several Good Samaritans who pulled this guy from the sinking vehicle. So the crash happened on Sunday right around 6 p.m., and the driver, authorities believe, was experiencing a medical emergency at the time, lost control of his vehicle. There was a witness, probably several witnesses, but this one witness in particular was driving home from church that evening, noticed this car driving really erratically, swerving from the right side of the road to the left side, crossing into oncoming traffic. And then that driver accelerated, crashed through a fence, went airborne, and landed right into this lake. And the witness, without hesitation, said, you know what? Pulled over, told his wife, looks like I'm going swimming, jumped in the lake along with other people, were able to pull this driver, who was unconscious by that time, out of the vehicle to safety. The vehicle completely submerged in this lake. Police, fire crews arrived minutes later, transported the driver to the hospital in critical condition. It sounds like hopefully this driver is going to be okay. Authorities actually said they didn't know his updated condition, but did say they're pretty sure it was a medical emergency. And that witness doesn't want to call himself a hero, but is thankful that he was in the right place at the right time. Because they said this car submerged so quickly that it was every second counted to get this man out of this car safely. Metro Detroit is home to a couple of the best high schools in the country. U.S. News and World Report just released its annual rankings of the top high schools in their nation, and 2 in Michigan made the top 50. Ranked number 11 nationally and top in Michigan is International Academy of Macomb. And then the second best high school in Michigan is International Academy of Bloomfield Hills. That was ranked 21st nationally. So, cool. Pretty cool. Earlier this month, Archie Manning made it clear that his grandson, Texas quarterback Arch Manning, had no intention of leaving Texas after the 2025 season. But it turns out that Archie may have spoken out of turn, because when he was asked about those comments on Tuesday, Arch said that he wasn't sure where his grandfather got that idea. Taking it day by day.
Which makes sense, because if they go out and have a great year, they're the number 1 team preseason. He's a Heisman candidate. If he has a phenomenal year, what else is there to prove? If you're the national champ, you hold a stiff arm statue, you go pro. And if he doesn't, he can absolutely come back.
Yeah, it's a decision that there's so much football to be played between now and then. Don't pin yourself into a corner.
Yeah.
Yep. According to a new study, grown-ups are in their kids' meal era.
What?
So 44% of adults have and are ordering kids' meals for themselves when they go out to eat.
Smaller portions?
You nailed it. Well, part of it.
Cost?
Part of it is smaller portions, and then, of course, it comes down to saving money. So experts say that underlying causes speak to the change in eating habits. They actually reference the GLP-1 medications everyone's taking, that you get fuller faster, so you don't need to eat a lot. Plus, a lot of people just want a smaller portion. They don't want a whole plate full of food. So
is this kids meals at fast food, or is this kids meals at like sit down? Because we've done that topic before about.
It's a little bit of both. I mean, what
Okay.
this article is referencing, they do say they do reference McDonald's, saying that that's the country's biggest seller of kids meals, right? The Happy Meal. But they also talk about restaurants as well. So I think this article relates to both sit down and fast food.
Now, you guys didn't like the idea of people ordering off the kids menu, right?
It would feel weird to me.
I think it's one thing at a sit-down restaurant, it's another thing at
yeah.
a fast food joint.
You know, a lot of the things that I eat, the kids menu, to me, there's not a lot of healthy options. You get you get burgers, chicken fingers, grilled cheese.
Mac and cheese sometimes.
Mac and cheese. Yeah. The things that I have done, my daughter loves salmon, and so do I. And I'll usually get a salad with salmon, and then I'll order another side salmon for her. It's better than me ordering a whole salmon meal for my 3-year-old.
You have a 3-year-old eating salmon. I feel like she's going to have a more sophisticated palate than you.
That's the only good thing we got. So I'm like, if we lose out on salmon, shoot, I've got peanut butter. That's about it. So like we're holding on to the salmon. I hope she doesn't lose that, but you never know. Day to day, it changes. I'll save this one about an influencer and her use of ChatGPT.
Stay tuned for that with the last news of the day. Coming up next. There are 5 NFL teams expected to take a step back, including 2 in the NFC North. We'll get to it next, 97.1.
Hey, Detroit, it's Heather. Did you know military veterans in our area are holding on to millions in debt? That's why Verizon is partnering with the Detroit Lions to tackle it head on. At Verizon, they know how valuable veterans are. They employ over 8,000 of them, and they don't want to see veterans held back by financial debt. So they're stepping up, committing to eliminate up to $1 million in veteran debt in the greater Detroit area this year. Plus, for every Lions win, an additional $100,000 will be eliminated. And that's not all. Verizon is giving active military and veteran families a special mobile plan discount starting at just $25 per line a month for 4 lines on unlimited welcome, and they're backing it with a 3-year price lock guarantee. Verizon is freeing some of our best from financial burdens. Stop by a Verizon store to learn more and see how they're honoring our veterans today. Discount for personal lines only for military and veterans. Approved verification documents required. Auto pay and paper-free billing required. In times of congestion, your data may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms apply.
Needed that. Close play at the plate. Gleyber Torres, the cutoff man, have a night. Threw a missile.
Yeah. I mean, if anything in that whole chain breaks down, or if there's, if anybody's trying to regrip the ball, it's safe and you lose that game.
John, we have an NFL story to get into here with people, and it involves the Lions. They are one of the 5 teams listed by ESPN expected to take a step back. The 5 teams are the Kansas City Chiefs, the Minnesota Vikings, the Washington Commanders, the Indianapolis Colts, and our Detroit football team. Some of that makes sense, right? Kansas City won 15 games, Detroit won 15 games, Minnesota won 14 games. But how big a step back, I think, is the question for people today. Because I could see it for all 5 of those teams. I actually expect all 5 of those teams to take a step back. But what does that look like for our Lions? Like from 15 to what? 14, 13, 12, 11, 10? How big of a step back do people expect from the Lions this season? And they detail a lot of the things we've talked about, right? The new coordinators, a couple new dudes up front on the offensive line and the interior, the second hardest schedule on paper. And specifically, they broke down Goff with pressure and not, pointing out that all quarterbacks struggle when they're pressured, but he goes from the best passer without pressure to 28th with. So, John, how big a step back?
Well, first of all, you can be a better team and not be a 15-win team. You can be a better team, and especially with this schedule and the way that they're going to have to learn on the run with the coordinators, with the O-line, defensive coordinator. Like, you can be a better team at 12 wins, 13 wins than you were last year at 15 wins. Mm-hmm. The ultimate goal is, what do you do in the postseason? So if we're just defining a step back as anything that is less than 15 wins, yeah, they take a step back.
Yeah, well, they might not have the 1 seed this year. That'd be a step back.
It would be a step back if they don't win in the playoffs. But if they win in the playoffs, if they win that wild card game, and if they win in that second round of the playoffs, now all of a sudden, maybe you took a step back in the regular season, but you took a step forward in the postseason. That's all that matters.
People, he's killing me. I get what you're saying, but if they lose twice as many football games, or, if they lose 12-5 would be more than twice as many football games.
I'm not going to argue anyone, and I know you're very, this is black and white.
No, it's an easy question, John. Walk down the path. What does the regular season look like?
I don't want to walk down your path.
You're going to be stubborn is what you're going to be.
No,
just give me a perspective of okay, what does it look like? This regular season, you mentioned, there's more traps and pitfalls and questions. What does it actually look like when it plays out just regular season? Because I can't guarantee who they're playing in the playoffs. I can't tell you how McNeil's going to look when he comes back. I don't know what the offensive line's going to look like. But just the regular season, what do you think?
At the Packers, at the Ravens, at the Bengals, at the Chiefs, at the Commanders, at the Eagles. That's 6 road games. Some of, and all varying difficulties, but they're all tough games to go on the road and win.
Yes.
If they're 4-2 in those games, even if you're 3-3 in those games, I think this is a better team than they had last year. So I'm not going to give the easy answer of 14 wins, it's a step back. 12 wins, it's a step back. I'm going to tell you that because no schedule is ever going to, from year to year, going to be the same. If they end up with 12 wins, win the division, there's no step back.
So you don't even want to concede that point that they take a step back.
I think it's possible they take a step back. And if it's 10 wins, they don't win divisions, certainly a step back.
Right.
And so you're going to have to look at those games and say, well, if they go 1-5 in those games, it's a step back because they're no better than they were last year, and they're going to be healthier.
Right.
I don't have a crystal ball. I don't know if Hutch is going to play in all those games. I don't know if Goff is going to play in those. Yeah, they're going to have to be healthier. So if they're 500 in those 6 games, I think this is going to be a 12 or 13 win team. Okay. And they're going to be division winners. They're going to be in the playoff, and I think they'll be better off having played this schedule, learning more about themselves, and being able to adjust in more significant manner when they get to the postseason, so they'll be a better team. So, no, I'm okay, I got to the point. No step back.
Okay, at the end of the Lions blurb,
you're welcome.
They say something similar, John. Right? Well, they expect to step back. They'd be shocked if the Lions became the 49ers of last year and out missed the playoffs.
Yep.
They write, Detroit should still settle back into the 12-win range after last season's 2-loss campaign.
So for all you mathematicians out there, yes, I know 14 is less than 15, and that is a step back in terms of the math. But in terms of football is not a linear game. Yes, it's 100 yards. I go down that road. If they're a 12-win team with this schedule, and then they get to the postseason and they're better prepared for the postseason, it's not a step back.
Can I help you guys here?
Please.
We need to stop doing win totals from last year to this year and taking it literal.
Yeah.
Okay.
We do.
Great
we
way
had
to put it.
The first time ever 2 14-win teams played for a division. It was an anomaly. It doesn't mean – so if they win 12 games, they look good. They lose a couple close ones or 13 or whatever. I don't really would call that a step back. We have to look at it like figuratively.
Okay.
Thank you. That's how I was approaching it. Yet everything's black and white over here was trying to paint me.
It's not. If their defense can hold its own against one of these elite quarterbacks early in the year without Aleem McNeil, we're going to raise eyebrows. But guess what? They could lose 3 games. And that would be worse. It's not that. We can't do literal.
Yeah, I think they could take a step back record-wise and still be a team that goes further in the postseason. Absolutely. And in fact, if you were to compare them to the other teams that they expect to take a step back, like I see it as a far worse situation for Minnesota. You want to talk about, we have to, bring in a new offensive coordinator. We know who our quarterback is and what he's capable of. They don't. J.J. McCarthy is an unknown, and I would say is a downgrade as a rookie from what they got out of Sam Darnold a year ago. And a great note on them, they went 8-1 in one-score games, and they forced 33 turnovers, which we know year to year that does not continue. Turnovers don't continue every single year. It ends up being one of the most volatile stats in all of football. They are much more likely to take a big step back than the Detroit Lions. The Commanders, they point out 87% conversion on 4th down. Does that sound sustainable? Absolutely not. They won 5 games in the final moments. They took advantage of a last-place schedule. Their defense, Lions didn't do anything about it, wasn't very good. Like, they are a team I expect to take a step back. Kansas City, what's going on the left side of that line losing Joe Thuney? Now, because they have Reed and Mahomes and a good defense, they're not going to miss the playoffs. They're going to stabilize, and I view them a lot like the Lions. Teams that won't win 15 games, but will probably win 12, win their division, and they're going to make their noise in the playoffs. That's where they're judged.
And I don't know what they're doing in Kansas City. You can't question them because they're always one of the best teams in the NFL, and they've won multiple Super Bowls. But the Super Bowls that they have lost, what has been the one common denominator? Patrick Mahomes running for his life.
Yeah.
And they just don't want to invest in that offensive line with any quality. Eventually, he may take a hit and get hurt. Or at worst, okay, you make it to the Super Bowl, but you're running for your life and you can't win it. Like that's why I think Kansas City takes a step back. I still think they win the division.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to sit there and say if they're 10-0 in one-score games. If you say this year that they have 9 games where they're one-score games, do I think they're 9-0? Absolutely.
Text says Lions will drop to 11-6. They could lose a couple silly ones early in the season. Lions could take a step back and win the Super Bowl, so let's take a step back. At Chicago at the end of the year will be a tough one on Goff from an unnamed texter. Outdoors, if they haven't figured out the interior of the line, sure. That actually is a good thing. We're going to do that coming up next, John. Understanding they're not going to win them all. And I know you want to fight even that point because as a player, we could win every single game. Understanding they're not going to win as many games this year in the regular season and could still be a very good team. What's the one win that they must get to you? There's a lot of measurement games on the schedule, measuring stick games on the schedule. I want you to ponder it. 248-539-9797. As a ticket texter puts it, come on, John, just tell Jim exactly what he wants to hear. John, you can have your own opinion on this next. We'll keep the conversation rolling. It's 97.1.
Hey, if you're thinking about replacing your roof, you got to call Mike Beatty and my friends over at Rapid Roofing. Rapid Roofing uses only the highest quality roofing materials and products and they'll professionally install your new roof and back it with the best warranties in the business. Most jobs are completed in one day. That's what they did for my roof when I hired them. And if you're not in the market for a new roof, don't worry. Rapid also offers various other home improvement services, such as window and siding installation to enhance your home's curb appeal. Right now, you can get 0% financing on select approved credit, and the offer's not valid with other promotions. They're going to come out, and that goes until 2030. Call them at 888-360-ROOF, where you can find more information on the web at rapidroofing.com. They're going to give you that free 17-point attic and roof inspection, tell you exactly what they're going to do. We hired Rapid Roofing a few years ago. They did a great job on our house. Protect your family's home like I did and restore your peace of mind. That number again, 888-360-ROOF, or on the web at rapidroofing.com.
All right, we got response on the phones and ticket text. The question was, Lions, taking a step back. That's the expectation. If you're willing to concede even that, John, we want to know how far of a step back do people expect? And then my question was, what's the game they got to win? They got a bunch of big games on the schedule. Is there one they've got to win in the midst of a really tough schedule, new offensive line, new coordinators, etc.? 248-539-9797. We've got some response to all that, and we have a response to Heather's new drop. Ticket texter says,
Louise.
Adult boys want the same thing. So Paul Serra grabbed that while he was with us for the week, and that was his parting gift to us. We now have
Did you
Greg
just find
back.
that out?
That was a drop? Early this morning I did.
Yeah,
I mean,
she
it
didn't
didn't
know.
even cross
No.
my mind.
The statement.
Oh, did I just find the statement out?
Breaking news. I mean, can we get the siren? 248
All boys.
539-9797. Okay, we got to move on. We have to do a serious radio show here about serious topics. Lions, gridiron, let's go. Okay, John, what's the game that you go, they got to win this one, even if they lose some others along the way?
All right, I'll try and make this one a little easier on you.
Play along?
Yeah, and I know a lot of people want to say, Packers, because it's division opponent. It's right out the gates. Got to set the tone. I'm going to look a little further down the list, and you've got a stretch of NFC games where it's the Bucs, the Vikings, the Commanders, Eagles, and those Commanders-Eagles games are on the road. That's where you should start to get, or at least consider getting Aleem McNeil back.
Sure.
Getting him in the mix. And I think with what happened in the playoffs last year, and some of it is the Commanders are going to be a force to be reckoned with for the foreseeable future. I don't think they're going anywhere. I think we're starting to – could this be the Pistons, Bulls, 80s, got to get over the Celtics, the Bulls got to get over the Pistons. And I'm not saying they got to get over the Washington, but I think there's a nice – fun rivalry between two teams that are going to be forces for a while. Last year, Washington got the better of Detroit. We are going to their house this year, and it's a prelude to playing the Eagles. I think that Commanders game, because of where it sits, that's a must-win game.
Well, there was this thought like Jaden Daniels is going to terrorize the NFC for years to come, and you got to get payback. So emotionally, you circle that one. You could say the Eagles, but I'm not really worried about beating them in the regular season. I know I got to beat them in the postseason. Tom, was there a game for you?
So before I give mine, John, I cannot believe you think the Commanders are like that could go to that rivalry. I think the Commanders could be a little overrated.
They might be, but Jaden Daniels isn't going anywhere. He can win a lot of games for them.
But he could have a second year like C.J. Stroud.
Sure.
So, but if he wins MVP, they're going to be great. I'm just going to say this, though. They won a ton of close games last year. They were a very, very fortunate team.
But what did they do for him? They went and got him a good left tackle. Right. He's going to be more protected, not going to have to run around as much. It's still part of his game, but he'll be able to deliver the ball downfield. Now, who knows what happens with Scary Terry?
But they had so much break their way last year, like those last second wins, including a Hail Mary. I think they could be good, but like a 10-win team. I don't expect them to run away. And
I still think the Eagles are king in the East. We'll see.
Yeah.
But to the point, mine is, I know it is stating the obvious. It's the first game for the Lions. It's a divisional road game. They've kind of, had their way with Green Bay a little bit under Campbell. I think getting off to a good start, banking some wins, starting 2-0 because Chicago's the next week in the North, you're really seizing control of the division already. And then you got those games 3 out of 4 against Burrow, Lamar, and Mahomes.
So think about this. It could be the difference in a 2-1 or a 1-2 start.
Right.
Because you feel like you should beat the Bears, and we know Baltimore is going to be a pain. It's the difference between a 2-1 or a 1-2 start.
When I picked them to go 11-6.
Could be 3-0.
I said I think they're starting 3-3. I think winning those games on the road without Aleem McNeil is going to be a very tall task.
And it's critical to get the first one.
But if Terrion Arnold steps up and is a really good corner, then maybe they could win one of those games. To me, Terrion Arnold is such an important player this year.
They go to Cincinnati, they go to Washington, they go to Philadelphia, they go to Baltimore, they go to Kansas City.
And there's a lot of people that are just writing those off as losses. I don't think that they go there and just simply lose all those games. I think there's some of those games they are going to go there and win. And I know I chirped in there with the snarky 3-0. They could be 3-0, right? Because they haven't played a game yet. We don't know what this team's going to be, but it's at the Packers, it's the Bears, and then their first gigantic test is at the Ravens. What is this team going to be? Who is Jared Goff going to be? Can they go on the road? Last time they went to Baltimore, they got smoked.
Well, this team's better than that team.
Right.
But, I mean, that's a tall task.
Well, then maybe you want to see Baltimore's the one game because it's early and it would be proof that they're going to be better than people think. The doom isn't going to set in. Let us know. 248-539-9797. See, I'm kind of expecting them to lose some of those early games. What I need to see is them go to the extra gear in the second half of the season. So I'm looking at the Packers the second time in November, late November. That's a game where you should have McNeil. That's where you need to start turning the corner and revving things up and making sure you secure your division. I think the Packers are the second best team in this division. So strategically, I want that one. 248-539-97. Yeah, Thanksgiving. Let's make it happen. Let's party. I'm sure Heather would like to see a win on Christmas Day, right?
Oh, sweet. Yeah.
Be better than a loss.
Well, it is.
Of course, sulking all Christmas Day?
No. There'll be no sulking because he will not be watching. He will be enjoying the gift opening.
Yeah, he'll have no idea
time.
what happens in that Lions game. He will have no idea.
Yeah, Colin has an angry side. I mean, Christmas night after a loss.
Time for the bad kids. They need to win that one for your sake. Let's get to the phones. Yeah. Greg in Detroit. Greg, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Love you guys. Well, here's something for you. I don't think the Lions are going to take a step back at all. I think one thing that has to happen to any team, you have to learn how to win, and you learn how to win through great hardships. And I think the Lions suffering that going out of the first round loss was a great hardship. I think with all the winning that they've been through, they finally this year are more grounded. And I think that everybody has something to improve now. The defense. It's going to be back. We're going to have more of a defense. And so, and then to understand that last year we were 12 points from going away from having an undefeated season. Also, all our losses were at home, so I'm not worried about going away. And even in our losses at home, we scored over 100 points in the combination of those three losses. So I don't see us stepping back at all. I see a grounded and more focusedness.
Maybe I set this up all wrong. I mean, I had the assumption.
I think I ruined your whole segment. It
won't be the last time.
No.
You know what I think I screwed up?
I'll do it again.
I thought it was assumed they were going to take a step back. But I got calls, I got a co-host, I got people to say, whoa, we're not taking a step back. Guys, it's okay.
You mean somebody disagreed with you? How dare us?
Guys, it's okay to take a step back because it may be the best thing in the world for this team. Like, they're going to get tested a ton in the regular season. They're going to get baptized in some tough environments for a young offensive line.
We just have a different definition of what a step back means.
I think that last guy's got him 17-0.
Well, he may have him 17-0. I do not think they're 17-0.
That's the first concession I've gotten you to make.
Yes.
It's 97-1.
Brought to you by the Michigan Lottery. The Tigers win on a walk-off walk 1-0 last night over the Astros. That pitcher's duel lived up to the hype, too, last night. Tarek Skubal, 7 scoreless, 10 strikeouts. Hunter Brown, he was 6 scoreless with 6 strikeouts. The hero, though, Gleyber Torres, bottom 10, a bases-loaded walk, delivered the 1-0 win. This morning, right here with us on 97.1 The Ticket, manager AJ Hinch says that Torres was the perfect guy to have at the dish. Tigers go for a sweep of the Astros. Charlie Morton's on the mound this afternoon. You can hear first pitch 1:10 right here on 97.1. The Lions have their second day of joint practice against the Texans tomorrow in Allen Park. This after the Dolphins last week. The start practice yesterday was undrafted defensive end Keith Cooper. The former Houston Cougar got some time with the starters, and Pat O'Connor did as well. C.J. Carr, grandson of Lloyd Carr and former Saline High School quarterback, has been named the starter at Notre Dame. The former 4-star redshirted his freshman year, playing just one game for the Fighting Irish. Michigan kicker Dominic Zavada has been named a first-team preseason All-American by USA Today. Zavada made 21 of 22 field goals last year, including a remarkable 7 of 7 from 50 yards or more. And some history last night for Royals star Bobby Witt Jr. His 8th-inning home run was number 100 on his career, making him the youngest player in Royals history to reach that mark. And don't look at it now. KC, they beat Texas 5-2 last night. They've leapfrogged Cleveland in the wild card race. Now just 2.5 games out of the final playoff spot, and they'll be in Detroit this weekend. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
ESPN listed 5 teams expected to take a step back this season. The Chiefs, who went 10-0 in one-score games. They have an unsettled O-line. They may be very good, but not that good. The Vikings, who went 8-1 in one-score games. They have a rookie QB and forced just a metric ton of turnovers. Not expected to be 14 wins. The Commanders, sophomore slump for Jaden Daniels. Can they convert 87% of fourth downs? All those last-second wins. The Colts were the 4th team listed. I think we can all make sense of that one. They don't know who their quarterback is. Even if you announce Daniel Jones, you don't know who your quarterback is. And then the Lions were the 5th team. So here in Lion Land, we're talking about it. And their explanation was second toughest schedule, real concern with Goff against pressure, and they provided a bunch of numbers, 28th in the NFL versus pressure. And the obvious, like you're losing your coordinators and Lee McNeil's injured. The Lions expected to take a step back, and that's been a point of contention. Some people are not willing to concede that point that they will take a step back this season.
Well, and I mean, I think there's a lot of people that are looking at the schedule and going, yeah, are they going to win 15 games? No. But they could be a better team over the course of 17 games than they were last year, but not win as many games. So if you're just looking for wins and losses, yeah, they take a step back. There's your easy answer. But if they're a better team, because when they get to the NFC, and again, it depends on what we see from Philly this year, because they're not going to be the same. I still think they're really good. I'm not going to say they're going to fall off the map, but in that stretch where they are playing Cincinnati, Baltimore, Kansas City, all those teams on the road, are they going to face anybody tougher in the NFC playoffs?
No.
Or you're going to be facing one of those teams in the Super Bowl if you make it that far.
Yeah, the only team they don't play that's in the Super Bowl conversation is Buffalo.
Right.
But everybody else they're going to see, and they're on the road in all of those games. Yeah, they're going to get a real taste of it in the regular season.
And how'd they do on the road last year?
They were undefeated.
I think one of the keys with the Eagles is, what does Saquon do? Does he come close to duplicating last year? And if he does, with both DeJean and Mitchell getting better on defense as young players, man, they might be a beast this year. But if Saquon kind of steps back, then I think, okay, there's definitely wiggle room to catch them in the NFC.
Some texts. Do people have amnesia? We lost both coordinators. Dan does not call plays. We will be lucky to go 10-7. Wade in Schwartz Creek.
Dan does not call plays, but he's on the headset, and he's even been on record as recent as a couple of weeks ago saying, yeah, if there's a play I don't like, I can chime in at that time.
Tex says, Goff's comments last year about Detroit sports media relishing in negativity is so true. Listening to you turds talk about how bad this team is going to be is absurd. They had one of the best seasons ever last year, and all you do is complain.
Well, I think that the turd comment might be directed at you, because you're giving me a hard time about mentioning that they're going to be a better team.
I don't,
but they're not taking a step back.
What I would
Your
like
head's
to know,
about to explode.
It's going to blow up. This ticket texture, that type of ticket texture drives me crazy. Nobody has said cancel the season or that the Lions can't advance past the first playoff game they play. It's just an admission that they're going to have more losses this year. Prepare for it. Brace for it. Learn from it. Improve because of it. Be better battle tested. That's the rallying cry for this season, is go in expecting to get punched in the mouth harder than you were last year, to struggle more than you did last year. It's okay to acknowledge it. We're not the mean, big, bad radio station for bringing that up.
Okay, let me make it simple for you. And I know you wanted to take the playoffs out of this. I think this is a team that's playing in the NFC Championship game. And so, no, I don't think they take a step back.
Ticket text 248-539-9797.
Their path to get there may be more
arduous.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure this arduous might be
difficult.
Might be more.
It might not be littered with a first round bye.
Disappointment.
Okay.
Than last year, but I think they ultimately do better than they did last year. So I can't sit here and say that they take a step back.
Okay.
I thought I sorted this out a little while ago.
I know. We don't need to go back into it. I think you embrace the struggle of this season.
Yes.
If you're the Detroit Lions. I don't know if all the fans are ready to embrace it because we got people fighting on the very premise that they could lose more football games.
They're going to lose more games, okay?
Embrace
they
it.
are.
Yes. But embrace it. We're not the bad guys for saying it. Embrace it. In fact, it should be used as a tool for this football team because it's not going to be a paved path paved in gold because they're likely not going to have the 1 seed, right?
Got you so upset you can't even
speak this morning. They're likely going to have to go on the road in the playoffs at some point, John, and they may end up in the NFC title game, but it's going to be because of the losses along the way that they learn things.
And I know I chimed in there with the question of how many did they lose on the road last year. Well, we know the answer is none. They will lose on the road this year at some point.
Spoiler alert. The game you want them to win, a must-win in this difficult schedule. The text says they must beat the Bears. Ben Johnson twice. Dan in Flat Rock. Another text says, revenge on Ben Johnson. He's so arrogant and a fake Dan Campbell. That's one the players have to want too.
Yeah, but I kind of feel like beating up on them feels like, I know it'll feel good, but it's kind of like beating the Browns. Like you're expected to win those games.
Another one, the one they have to win is the Bears. Get the media off the coordinator's back. Sam at work. Week 2.
I'm starting to get the feeling that Chicago home game, the home opener, is going to be a get your popcorn.
Ready. 100%.
Like I hope Campbell does something with a play call, him and Morton.
What's the ideal play call to send that message? Is it running the same play with J-Mo and it's a completion?
Is it what was that play call last year that Goff ran in Chicago? What was it called again?
Stumble bum.
Yeah. Only it's Montgomery throwing it.
Have Penei Sewell throw it, right? He said he had the best arm on the team. Troll him with it.
Yeah. To Goff.
I can't wait, man. I can't
wait either, guys. This is going to be fun.
Yeah.
Tex says, I'd say the Ravens game, they're considered a Super Bowl candidate. It's early in the season. We'd find out right away. Nelson and Novi.
I can support that. I mean, I almost built that case after I said Washington.
Yeah. Guys, the Lions played great on the road the last 2 seasons. They were undefeated last year. I can virtually guarantee they won't win 15 games, but they certainly won't crap the bed on the road. That's Bruno in Dearborn.
I agree, Bruno.
Steve in Madison Heights. I'm not too worried about Cincinnati. Their defense sucks. Their offensive line sucks. And I'll predict that Hutch gets 4 sacks in that game. Our offense is too good for their defense. I'm not worried about Cincinnati.
I'm not worried about their defense. And I mean, if those defensive backs are healthy and playing at the level that we think that they should play at, Terrion Arnold, Brian Branch, Kirby Joseph, DJ Reed, Amik Robertson. Like, that's a pretty good secondary. And I like that matchup. Now, is it good enough to shut down the receiver, the group of receivers along with Joe Burrow against Cincinnati? No, they're going to make some plays. But I do like that matchup.
Think about it, too, as a season for Terrion Arnold. The number 2 corner, they're going to face teams that have 2 really good receivers. So, Cincy being one of them with T. Higgins is going to be a real test. I think Detroit's secondary, I'll agree with Kelvin Shepard, is the strength of their defense. With the 2 safeties, with Reed coming in, with an underrated nickel corner.
What do they get a chance to practice against every day?
J-Mo and St. Brown and Tesla.
I just think this is such a huge year for Terrion Arnold. Like what you just said about the secondary, if Arnold is an above average corner, so let's say he's somewhere between 10 and 15, this secondary is going to be elite.
I agree. That's why I named both names for every guy in the secondary.
And that's going to help the McNeil thing. Because if you at least the secondary is holding up on the back end, you don't need pressure as bad.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, if Hutch is the one-man wrecking crew that he's been predicted to be this preseason, You might have the best of both worlds.
Phone calls, ticket texts.
Especially with Marcus Davenport.
Now he's really trying to
For
get
2 games. He won't play in Baltimore.
Yeah, exactly.
He'll
Out
be
for the
done by
season. Done. This is a great one to end this segment on. I think what Jim is trying to say is the regular season record will be a step back, which hardens them for the playoffs. Jim's still a turd, though. AJ and Novi. It's 97-1. Oh, whoops, this is me. Let's talk about Moran Chevrolet. Get ready for the upcoming season with Moran, a proud sponsor of all our training camp coverage on 97.1 The Ticket. Time to elevate your tailgating game with the 2026 Equinox LT. You can lease it for $295 a month. Keep that car payment under $300. You do it with a 36-month lease, $999 down. Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer in 2024. Find your ride fast, moranexpress.com, or stop by. They'll take care of you in person. They're on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm. We'll take it.
How do you not throw a strike there? I'd rather groove one than lose that way.
It wasn't even close.
Maybe he thought Javi was still in the batter box. He was wrong.
No. And AJ was spot on in regards to, his response. There's nobody better to be in that position than Gleyber Torres.
He's right. We'll talk to AJ Hinch coming up at 9:35 this morning.
Mm-hmm.
Big fun win at the ballpark last night. Extra innings, bases loaded, a little buzz in the air, a little playoff intensity.
Another series win.
And a notable series win. This isn't against the White Sox or the Twins or the Angels. This is against the Astros, a division leader, a team you're trying to hold off for a first-round bye. Well, no more doom and gloom now. Let's get to the phones. People want to talk about the Lions, and it doesn't have to be doom and gloom. ESPN, Bill Barnwell said they're going to take a step back to 12 wins. Let's get to Tim in Sterling Heights. What's up?
Hey, Cookies, you made a comment that they will lose more games. You used the word will, but that implies certainty. There's no certainty here. You could say it's highly likely, but it's also highly likely, in my opinion, that they're going to make it to the playoffs and do much better. And barring any catastrophic injuries, I think they should be the favorite to win the Super Bowl this year. So when you say things like we'll lose more, I understand why people call you a turd.
That's a great call.
I blame you,
Tim.
John. I blame you.
You're the one that read the text. I just agreed with the text.
You created this mess, Mr. Player. We can win every game. I think we can say with a great deal of certainty they're not going to win 15 football games this year. Come on, people. And it doesn't have to be
in
bad.
your favor, but it doesn't mean that they can't.
Your fault. Let's get to Cody. You're next up. You're on 97.1.
Hey, how we doing, guys?
What's up, buddy?
Not much. I think they're going to be fine for the offense. They're still going to run heavy. That's going to allow the pass to open up a little bit more, just like they did last year. So I don't think the play calls are going to be too crazy. We're not going to get the special plays that we got last year, probably, just because we're just going to keep on running heavy and doing straight up smash mouth football.
I think it makes a lot of sense. I love what I'm hearing from Morton, too, about once you do that, you're going to get shot plays. You're going to get one-on-ones. They have too many weapons for teams to bracket or shade or double cover. It starts, though, with up front. That's how you settle in a new offensive line. You let them latch on and road grade people. And then you punish them because the Lions have the weapons to punish you when the safety creeps up.
Yeah. Can you imagine being in his shoes right now where, Ben Johnson, Dan Campbell, they had to grow this offense. Brad Holmes had to draft Penei Sewell, Amon-Ra St. Brown. They had to develop them. Then all of a sudden you add J-Mo, you add Laporta, you add Gibbs, Montgomery was an ad. You start adding all of these tools, and now all of a sudden Ben Johnson's gone, and you're coming in looking at a Ferrari. And now the pressure's on him because if the offense sputters at all, what's the one thing that we're going to point to? Everyone is going to point towards John Morton.
That and the offensive line.
Right, but I think most of the time, depending on how things go, right? There's always a variables. But a lot of people are just going to sit there and look, play calling.
Well, I think it's always the easy thing to point to, but I think we all know the offensive line will unlock the play calling. It's why when Ben Johnson got to Chicago, what's the first thing he tried to do?
Solidify that offensive line.
Yep, because he knows that's how I convert my 4th and 1. It's how I can run it on 3rd and 6 to set up a 4th and 1 to convert. Right. It's how I set up play action pass. It's how I take a quarterback who was embattled in Jared Goff and make him look like a top 10. It's what they're going to try to do to Caleb Williams.
One of the things that's been unique since Campbell's been here is that they would run the ball on 3rd down.
Yeah.
They probably do it more than any other team in the league. I'm interested to see if that sticks because that's going to be that happened before Ben Johnson took over play calling. That happened after they fired Anthony Lynn.
Well, it's an advantage if you know you're going to go for it on 4th and short. Then you force the other team to consider the run.
But that's a philosophy, so I'm sure that will carry over. They did run trick plays the first year Dan Campbell was here. I remember Tom Kennedy throwing a touchdown pass, or one was thrown to him from somebody coming around the side.
Right.
So I don't know.
It's still a part of the offense.
Yes.
And but getting back to the conversation before we get to Heather's news, it's like if you're just going to sit there and just simply look at wins and losses, are the odds saying that they're going to win less than 15 games? Yes. Doesn't mean they will, but the odds are there. They can also be a team that wins less, but is a better team.
And John, that's what I expect. You and me, arm in arm, as we wrap this up.
So they're not taking a step back.
I mean, at what point here is like, okay, yeah, well, they went 13-4, so they're worse. Take a step back, and then we'll go on to win the Super Bowl.
But
they're still
better
worse.
better prepared
yes.
to
I
make
still
the
think
deep
that
run.
they're
Something our previous caller reminded me of this too. Is the objective to win the most games in the NFL this season?
No.
Is the objective to be the Super Bowl favorites?
No.
Is this objective to win the Super Bowl?
Yes.
I think that's a great time to transition.
I think that's Greg coming back and going, you two, settle down. We got to get to Heather with the news. Hey, real quick, Twitch has a new chant they want to hear at Lions games this year.
Let Colin watch. Let Colin watch. Let Colin watch.
You guys, he's gonna watch.
I agree.
He has to. Christmas Day, Lions,
we'll
Vikings.
see. I mean, of course it's
Just give in.
it's going to be on. I'm just gonna.
Colin, we're working for you. Just give in.
He's gonna watch it. I'm just gonna be grumpy. That's all.
You're the Grinch.
No, I'm the complete opposite of the Grinch. On Christmas, it's all about Christmas and family and time together. Not about. He's not happy about it. Right?
Sure.
He's not. He loves Christmas just as much as me, but I know that he loves the Lions as well, and he will be watching, but he's going to end up being in another room, away from all the family.
I think he probably does love you as much as Christmas.
Doesn't love me as much as
No,
Christmas.
I said he probably does. You just said he loves Christmas as much as me. I know who you're talking about, but yes.
Yes. Anyway, in other news, let's talk about Jay Cutler. Right. He's going to be watching, I'm sure. He didn't hold back when talking about his divorce from Kristen Cavallari on his Take It Outside podcast. So he was firing back at claims that she made about not getting a penny in their 2020 divorce. And he instantly claimed that that's all BS. In fact, he called it irresponsible, reckless, insanity, and completely false, her comments that she made. And during the podcast, he said that in the state of Tennessee, if we would have went to the judge and been like, hey, he's going to keep every single dollar over the past 7 years and you're going to get nothing. He said there's not a judge in the state that would have signed that. They would have been like, nope, that's not right. That's not legal. Not happening. So that's that. And he kind of joked that said, yeah, she didn't get a penny. She got a lot of bills, right? And he didn't give the exact number, and he doesn't have to, but he did say that what she got in the divorce was, without a doubt, enough to live for the rest of her life very comfortably. So, and then he kind of said, there's no reason I needed to be bringing this up.
Yeah.
I mean, she's got a lot of money herself as well. I mean, he's got more, but she's got quite a bit to her name as well. There's some courtroom footage from a murder trial in Georgia that's going viral because when the judge read the verdict, he read the verdict incorrectly. He read it wrong. So there's this 26-year-old man, Elton Oliver, on trial, like I said, for murder, facing murder charges. He was accused of killing an off-duty officer in 2022. He claimed it was self-defense. The trial lasted 3 days, wrapped up on Friday, and after the jury quickly came back with a verdict, they handed it over to the judge, and everyone, on the edge of their seat, right? A big trial, and the judge said, guilty. But he meant to say not guilty on all counts.
Send him the message. Words matter.
Took him about 20 seconds to correct himself. And then he did apologize, but it kind of chuckled and said, I apologize for my mispronunciation. And some people were kind of upset by the way he joked about it and handled it instead of...
Right,
not
yes.
a joke.
It's a very serious matter, yes, but it's also a huge mistake.
Oh, my gosh.
The actual verdict was Moonlight.
There is an influencer couple that's getting some big attention lately after blaming ChatGPT for ruining their dream vacation. So it's now viral on TikTok. You might have seen it. There's a woman. She can be seen crying. She's in tears as she's roaming through the airport with her boyfriend. He's there trying to console her. It turns out that they missed their flight to Puerto Rico because they relied on AI for advice on whether they needed a visa to travel or not. ChatGPT said, no, you don't need one, which technically was correct, but they did need other specific documents, which ChatGPT didn't tell them. So they
didn't ask that question.
I know. So they can in her video, she does kind of make light of the fact that they used ChatGPT for this, but also they used ChatGPT to plan a vacation and didn't do their own research.
Surprise, surprise.
Yeah.
You turned off your brain.
Yep. There's a man in Iowa that's going to be spending some time in jail after buying $140,000 worth of Pokemon cards on his employer's dime. So this 34-year-old man, Mitch Gross, he used his company's credit card to fund his personal shopping spree, and it included tons of Pokemon cards as well as some prepaid gift cards and gaming items. He would then submit fake receipts, like the false receipts, to his expense report so that it looked like they were legitimate business expenses. They weren't. So he is going to be doing some time behind bars. I think he got 4 months in jail. And then after he's released, he's going to be placed on supervised release for 3 years. And he's got to pay back
what he stole.
Everything he stole. Yep. There's a restaurant in Saline that's going to be featured on a popular food show.
I saw this. This is cool.
And yeah, very cool. Cool for the restaurant, but also the community is invited to attend the filming, which is also pretty cool. So America's Best Restaurants Roadshow will tape an episode from 2 to 5 p.m. August 29th at Oscar's Sports and Grill. And the public is encouraged to attend. You can go and enjoy the food, right, and the atmosphere, but there's also going to be some giveaways during the filming as well, including gift cards to the restaurant. And the show features locally owned restaurants. So that's kind of what they're going around the country sampling different food. And Oscar's operates on a scratch kitchen. Everything is made in-house except the ketchup.
Yes.
Hopefully it's Heinz, not fancy or something else.
Oh, is that your preferred?
Yeah, I mean, yes. Yeah, I typically go for the Heinz ketchup over any other brand.
You're like the connoisseur of ketchup.
I mean, it's
got to be on brand.
Can't
be off
It's
brand.
better than some.
Like Hunt's?
Yeah, it's way better than Hunt's.
Oh,
yeah.
Hunt's catching strays today. All right, Heather with the news. Coming up next, AJ Hinch. It's 97.1.
Founders Brewing Company has been making high-quality beers right here in Michigan for over 25 years. With a focus on using the highest quality ingredients, you can always count on Founders to deliver extraordinary quality in everything they release. With that dedication in mind, their all-day IPA is crafted for every and any moment. It's easy drinking, refreshing, and flavorful. All-day IPA is the kind of IPA that's never out of place. So we've got some great moments coming up. Think about these. Tailgating, grilling, hitting the beach, heading out on the boat, just kicking back. It doesn't matter. And it could be, hey, getting ready for that Christmas Day game. Whatever it is, it's smooth, full of flavor, and endlessly crushable. It goes where the good times are. Look for All-Day IPA at a store near you. Founders Brewing Company, Grand Rapids, Michigan. For 21 years old or older, please drink responsibly.
Hey parents, it's Heather. As the new school year kicks off, you've got a lot on your plate. And if you're like most, you appreciate knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your monthly bills. Well, Verizon has some big news that will bring you serious peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. Right now, you can get a single line for a low price of just $50 a month when you switch and bring your phone on unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. And again, that amazing price is locked in for 3 whole years. Because at Verizon, they've got your back now and in the future. So go ahead, take one thing off your back to school worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Detroit today and ask about their 3-year price guarantee. Get ready for a smooth, connected school year. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE will be maybe temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
hell of a baseball game. Pitchers duel, aces doing their thing. They're getting out of trouble. Kind of frustrating watching the Tigers strand those runners, but they find a way late, draw 3 walks, no hits in the 10th inning, and win on a walk-off walk. The anticlimactic walk-off.
A win's a win.
A win is a win, and that's back-to-back, and it's a series win against the Houston Astros. We were talking some football earlier in the hour. A reminder, our football coverage on 97.1 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game every Sunday. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Texter says, seeing as Costa never gets anything right, I'm glad he's so pessimistic. This is what I blame you for. I'm not even pessimistic about the Lions. I don't want to be labeled pessimistic about the Lions.
I guess you never actually said. You just, I think we inferred by your tone of voice
that you
think that they take a step back.
I read an article from ESPN where they said 5 teams are taking steps back, and I agreed that the Lions would take a step back in the context of they're not winning 15 games. They're going to take their lumps this year. They're going to get more losses on their schedule. And I said it's a good thing for them because I do think it will prepare them for the postseason. They have to gel at the end of the season. Who cares about the regular season record? You said you have them at least in the NFC title game. And, John?
It's a step forward.
Little spoiler alert for you. We're doing our predictions for the season.
Yeah.
Tomorrow and Friday.
Uh-huh.
I have the Lions at least in the NFC title game, too.
It's such a semantics argument that I'm exhausted.
We're done with it.
Yeah, because they're going to be a better team than they were ultimately this year.
I have a headache.
So they're not.
We're moving on.
And I think it's because of that.
Yeah.
We're moving on.
You should too. Because of him.
We're moving on. Ticket texters 248-539-9797. Texter says on Christmas, which came up, says they should not be playing any sports on Christmas. It's not signed Heather Park, but it could be.
Heck yeah. Whoever you are, I agree with you.
Sure.
And
They're
this one
right.
says, it's all about Christmas, which means I am in control and get my way or I'll throw a tantrum. This one is signed Heather Park.
Heck yeah. No. That's funny. Ha.
Yeah, and reading between the lines from somebody who is married, I would read that as, oh yeah, she's going to get her way, one way or another. It's just how much does Colin have to play the game? Yeah.
He's married. He knows how to play the game.
Yeah. No, I'm upset too.
This is a tragedy.
This is terrible that there's football on Christmas. How dare they?
I hate that after we open our presents in the morning, I have to watch the NFL later in the day. This is terrible.
Awful.
Just
Just
a
awful.
sacrifice.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, the boys are out of Gate A, right? Comerica Park today for a day game. Chance to sweep the Astros. Johnny, there's already a statement
Not only
series.
sweep them, but shut them out.
How about that?
I think that's what they should be going for.
It's now 23 straight shutout innings for the Tigers.
Okay.
10 plus 9 plus 4 on Sunday, if I did the math right.
We got Morton on the bump going against Valdez. It's going to be a good matchup.
And again, the significance, the Tigers have the head-to-head right now for the Astros and the obvious lead in the standings, but cemented.
Mm-hmm.
Take care of it today.
No doubter.
Gator standing by. Are they doing any lawn care while you guys are out there today?
Not yet, but it's early. I mean, usually that doesn't happen until really we get into the meat of the show, so I'm expecting around 10:30 for that to start. But I'm not sure. They've got a giant tent set up in a parking lot directly across the street from us, so I'm not sure. That's usually where all the noise comes from. We'll find out, and so will everybody else. I don't know if there's an ambulance run scheduled for 11:15, if there's a marching band ready to come by, some sort of impromptu choral concert. Could be a flash mob event. Yeah. We don't know. Maybe it's always something.
Some school trips. Maybe the bus will let off right in front of you guys.
There you go.
Usually the kids come, in a nice long line in front of us. But this is before school starts, technically, right? For most schools, so maybe we don't see kids coming by as much today. But
I know that would make you
I hope
happy.
there's. No, it doesn't make me happy at all. If I think back to when I was a kid, this would be a dream day, right? You come down to the ballpark on a random Wednesday, it'd be awesome.
Mm-hmm. And it's not hot.
It's not hot.
No,
and it's not supposed to rain.
which is great news because, of course, it looks like it will, but it won't. And, and it's hovering around 70 degrees or just under 70 degrees right now. It's perfect. And let's keep the streak going. You mentioned the Tigers have that streak of scoreless innings. I mean, the Astros haven't scored in 28 innings. Think about that. They got shut out on Sunday night, 12-0.
Yep.
Against Baltimore. So they're running really low on self-esteem at this point. Let's just keep them downtrodden, right?
Yeah.
Kick them when they're down.
Say some nasty things to them as they come in there. Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree.
Nothing but poor sportsmanship. Let's go.
Let's do it. Hey, it's
let's
when you play
teach
them.
a lesson.
Yep.
Yeah. Absolutely. So hopefully Charlie Morton gets it done today. But I mean, obviously, we're going to spend a lot of time talking about what happened last night. I mean, that was just a crazy game. Great starting pitching, great bullpen work, great defense, and a crazy ninth inning all around. And then, of course, you have the literal walk-off, which is very special.
Gator, we talked about this briefly. You have to groove it before you miss that badly, right? Like, if it's one of the two, you'd rather just throw it over the plate. If you give up a grand slam, that's better than throwing a pitch in the other batter's box and losing that way.
Yeah, I mean, I don't understand. Look, it's got to drive a manager nuts when you bring in a guy from the bullpen and he can't throw strikes. And he couldn't throw strikes. The only guy he threw strikes to was Javi because Javi's going to swing at those pitches. For good or bad, it's what he does, and he missed the one that went over the plate and launched it foul. But, I mean, it's just got to be infuriating for them that you're in that situation. It's 3-2. You have to throw a strike. I mean, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. You 2 down. This is it. You got bases loaded. You have to throw that strike. Put it in play or strike the guy out, but do not walk him. He's not going to chase. You heard AJ Hinch say it. Everybody else knew it. It's one thing Gleyber Torres doesn't do is chase pitches. So that was advantage Tigers. Perfect batter in that position.
Doug standing by too. You guys ready?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I can't hear myself. I'm ready.
Okay.
Or not, but
I love the topic you guys put out on Twitter.
Which one?
The pinpoint moment.
Oh yeah, it was Jeremy Otto. Jeremy Otto felt like last night was the turning point. I'm big into turning points when everything turns around. Gator used to be, but he's rejecting the notion now.
Yeah.
I do. I had a moment earlier in the year, and I said it on the air, but we will discuss whether or not last night was the moment in time where you started to feel better. Was it? For me, it was another game earlier this stretch. So, and we got last night's game to unpack, and today's game to preview. Another Chuck Money appearance.
Chuck Money.
Karsch and Anderson are next. It's 97.1.
Yeah, we're at Comerica Park, and you know what I appreciate, Scott? I appreciate winning baseball games.
Do you?
And don't care how you win them. Seasons are long. Games are won and lost in a variety of different ways. You sometimes look great. Sometimes you don't. But sometimes you even win those games when you don't look great. I love that things don't have to go perfect for a team to win a game. And I think that's a sign of a good team. Others, that makes them panic. But I guess over the course of 162, it feels like it's a true measurement, right? You know how good or bad you are at the end of a regular season because you play so many damn games. And you're going to get unlucky sometimes and lose a game here or there. You're going to get very lucky and win a game here or there. But over 162, usually the cream rises to the top. And the Tigers, they're currently in a rising position. The arrow is pointed up, which is a relief because remember that stretch where the Yankees got shut out 3 times in a row?
Yeah.
Last night they hit 9 home runs.
Mm-hmm.
Houston has scored 5 runs all in one game Saturday in the last 5 games. Shutout Friday. They won.
They were shut out on Friday.
They won in extra innings.
Yeah, on Saturday.
They scored in the 12th, and then they got shut out by Baltimore Sunday, shut out by the Tigers Monday, shut out by the Tigers Tuesday. Clearly, they are now in a slump. But last night had a playoff. That felt like a playoff game, didn't it?
It did. A little bit. We know who the opponent is. And you had this amazing starting pitching matchup with Hunter Brown, the local kid, going against Tarek Skubal, who's obviously the local hero. And it was everything you thought it was going to be. It was tight. Nobody was giving up much. The Tigers had more traffic than the Astros did, and they just, unfortunately, would line into a double play or ground into a double play or whatever the case was. It just snatched out of their jaws there, getting caught stealing, and things happen. I like them being aggressive like that. It was a perfect pitch to throw a runner out on when Perez got gunned down at second base. But, in the end, it comes down to some craziness. There was a play at the plate, and, by a hair's breadth, they were able to get him out. Fortunately, they ruled him out with a call on the field. I do think there was evidence that showed that, you could kind of see the oven mitt got turned up a little bit, so it looked like he did hit it. But if it were called safe at the plate, I don't think that gets overturned. Even though they said confirmed, I don't buy it. Hey, is that the Birchie kid?
Birchie kid is walking past our.
Why is he big timing us?
I don't know. He's just strolling past. Like he doesn't.
Why are you big timing us?
Here he is. The Birchie kid,
I don't understand
making his way over to the stadium and into the clubhouse for a little pregame. What's up, my man? Hey, we got to throw the mic on him there. Reporter that covers this team. Nice.
What's up, fellas?
Nice cameo. How are you?
Good to see you. I'm great. How you guys doing?
Good.
Doing all right?
Real good.
What's the word?
The word? Good baseball is being played again.
Great baseball's being played. Last night was a fantastic game. Just a pitcher's duel between 2 of the best arms in the game, and then just a dramatic ending. And, Gleyber Torres, who obviously has been going through a bit of a slump since the All-Star break, seems to be coming back around. And is there anyone else you'd want up in that spot? Bases loaded, work a walk, get a good pitch to hit, than Gleyber Torres. And obviously he comes through.
That is the one message that is being echoed by everybody, and it should be, right?
Yeah.
Watching the game last night, and Benetti says it. I think even Petrie said it. I'm sure that Dan Dickerson said it on the radio.
Yeah.
I said it to myself watching the game, well, thank God Gleyber Torres is up. I bet you Doug said it. You're saying it. AJ Hinch says says it again this morning. Everybody's saying the same thing. Thank God it was Gleyber Torres. And then you go back and realize Gleyber Torres is the guy who was hitting 200. The guy whose OPS is under 6 right now for the last month. Yes, that guy, because that guy was the all-star in the first half. He's the guy that I have the most confidence in bouncing back and becoming what they were in the first half. Mm-hmm. Not so much Baez, not so much McKinstry, but Gleyber Torres, yes.
Yeah, no doubt. And Skubal said it last night in the clubhouse. The very first thing he said in his post-game press conference was he's the perfect guy up in that situation just because he has such a command of the strike zone. And that's what fueled his great first half. He wasn't just an all-star. He was this team's most consistent and most polished hitter for pretty much the first 3.5 months of the season. And he's been their tone setter and table setter all season long. So to get him back going would be huge entering the final 6 weeks of this season.
So, Birchie, you're making your way to the clubhouse. We won't keep it for
No,
long
you're
because
good,
I know you
you're
got
good.
work to do.
No, I'm not going to big time the boys. Come on.
in the middle of this slump,
Yeah.
was there any indication that they knew they would be okay? Did anybody say anything, or did they think everybody was overreacting? What was your sense in that clubhouse?
I think they were trusting their track records from the first half and trusting the fact that Skubal pitches every 5 days. So it could only ever get so bad. And I still think there's faith in that clubhouse that at some point this season, either Parker Meadows or Matt Vierling makes an impact on this team. And I think that has to happen for these guys to get to where they want to go. Now, it might not happen until September now or maybe even October, but I still believe that at some point they still believe that Meadows will leave his fingerprints on this season one way or another. And that's reason for belief, too, entering this stretch run.
Is that something you expect to hear about this morning when you go to Clubhouse? Do you think AJ's going to give an update on Parker Meadows?
I don't know if we'll get one today. It does sound like, he's entering a rehab assignment. We'll see him at some point in September. But I think back to last season when everyone highlighted the Tigers' record when Parker Meadows played, and it feels like Kerry Carpenter has kind of become that guy this year. Yeah. Whenever he plays, they seem to win games. And I just think the way that Meadows can impact the game in all three ways, offense, defense, base running, still leaves room for him to make an impact this year.
I think the only difference is that Meadows hasn't been playing.
Right.
Whereas last year he was playing, wasn't playing well, set him down in the minors, played well, got brought back up, played well, got hurt, came back a week later, and then played well the rest of the way. This time it's kind of a long absence for him. I really hope that he comes back healthy and ready to roll.
So do I. And, when he came back last year after his second injury stint, he was hitting under 200. Good. And then over the final month and a half, 2 months, hit near 300 OPS,
308 or something,
900. Yeah. But how about Kyle Finnegan, man? I know he was an unheralded acquisition at the deadline, but he's been, since the deadline, the best reliever moved on July 31st. And there was a lot of buzz and excitement attached to other names, but so far Finnegan has been the best one to join a new team. And it's cool. He's got some Detroit ties that not a lot of people know about. He was raised mostly in Houston, but he was born here back in 1991 in Rochester Hills. And his father pitched for the Tigers in spring training in 1995 during the strike season when they had replacement players step in. And Willie Finnegan, who was drafted by the Cardinals back in 1983, spent 3 years in the minors, was one of those guys to get an invite. And he still has his Tigers jersey that he wore in spring training back in 1995. So when Kyle was dealt here, he texted him, you're picking up where I left off 31 years later. So a great story, but more importantly, a great addition to this bullpen. 8 appearances and yet to allow a run.
You know what I smell?
What's that? We're cutting little onions.
I smell a column.
There's one already brewing up there.
Smell somebody getting ready to write is what I smell. And you got to get it before the other guys do.
Of course.
Head into that clubhouse and break some news for us, okay?
I'll do my best.
All right, cool.
If I do, you guys will be the first ones to know about it. I'll come right back out here and let everyone know.
You're already breaking hearts, buddy.
TV's Will Birchfield and, of course, our reporter and web reporter here on 97.1 The Ticket. Thanks for stopping by.
Appreciate you, fellas.
The
Always got time for the boys.
Love the guy. That's the Birchie kid from down here at Comerica Park. Let's get to it. Last night's game, some stuff went down. We had another. Talk about a pitcher's duel, an elite pitcher's duel, playoff feel, weird way to win a game, and something happened last night. But I'm like, what was that? We will get to that today at 10:16 here on Carson Anderson from Comerica Park on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, is your garage door making some funny noises, or maybe it's just not running as properly as it should? Maybe the light's out. Whatever the case is, you need some repairs, you got some damage done, call the right folks to fix the problem. It's Precision Garage Door Service. They're amazing. I've used them in the past. When I've had issues with my garage door, they came right out, diagnosed the problem, and then they fixed it right there in the spot because they got all the equipment they need right there in their trucks. These are expert technicians in the field. Give them a call today, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or you can schedule an appointment online at your convenience at PrecisionDoorMI.com. That's PrecisionDoorMI.com.
how about it as the Tigers get a win and have clinched this series against the Houston Astros? And look, back to what we tweeted out this morning. Jeremy Otto last night, our update guy, said, mark down this win. I think you'll look back on it and recognize it was a huge part of the season, similar to the Little League Classic game, which, by the way, happened a year ago yesterday. Okay, it's funny because, when in the world of sports, when your team's bad, you're looking for that time it's turns around. And the Lions were 1-8, and they 0-8. They won that game against Minnesota. They went 3-3. The next season they came 3-3 the rest of the way, finished 3-13-1. The next year they got hot midway through the year, finished 9-8, and they just kind of took off. And you can kind of see the buildup. The Tigers last year were actually kind of dead in the water, and they won that Little League World Series game in Williamsport on a Sunday where they kind of stole the show, and it felt like that was a moment in time that you could pinpoint that team, turned it around. And after that, there was the August 11th win against San Francisco, and they went on that 35-12 stretch or whatever it was to finish the season. This year, everything was going fine, and then they just went completely in the crapper, like a historically bad stretch of baseball. And they started to win here and there. I thought an emotional, put a pin in it moment was when Veerling hit the 3-run homer to come back and beat the Angels. In that game, a couple things happened, some good defense. Riley Green had a run-saving catch, or likely run-saving catch, a dive in left field, and I felt like that moment in time, that's what it was for me. Now, Jeremy went with last night, and maybe it's not a moment that necessarily marks a turnaround, but maybe it's just when you started to feel better. Like, where were you shifted back into, okay, let's get back into thinking about a playoff team. Because right now, the Guardians are now 9.5 back. Kansas City's 9 back. They've extended their lead over Houston. They are back in first place in the American League. They're back to looking like the best version of themselves.
Yeah, I can understand. You can make a real strong case about it for last night because of you're going against a team that you expect to be a playoff team in Houston. It's a division-leading team at this point. They still are because Seattle lost last night as well. So they're still leading the American League West. Everybody knows this is a really good baseball team. And I think Tiger fans are waiting for the Tigers to win a series against one of these quote-unquote good baseball teams.
Yep.
And they did. Last night they clinched the series win. Today they go for the series sweep, which would be fantastic if they can get that done. That's even more confidence building up as they get ready to take on Kansas City over the weekend. And then you've got Sacramento and then Kansas City again. So the schedule is what the schedule is. Kansas City right now is the team that's chasing the Tigers because they've leapfrogged the Gribe. The Guardians lost last night. They fall to 9.5 back. Kansas City is now 9 games back. So everything gets kind of real here. You get different jockeying for position, but the Tigers continue to put distance between themselves and the rest of the teams chasing them in the division. And when you start looking at the rest of the scope of the American League, this is where this team has the opportunity now to put distance between themselves and, say, the Blue Jays, or themselves and the Astros again, or Seattle if Seattle overtakes them. They got to keep winning games. And AJ Hinch said as much this morning. He talked about how important it was for them to land one of those top 2 seeds. They don't ignore that.
Skubal, 7 innings pitched, 3 hits, 2 walks, 10 strikeouts, and labored a little bit in the second, got out of it, got a double play in the first after a leadoff walk.
95 pitches.
Struck out the side in the 5th, had an epic strikeout of Altuve to end the 6th, which was really popular with the fans, but that was a big showdown in that game. They played the defense with the relay from Carpenter to Torres to Dingler. We've kind of talked about that already, but that's one of the most exciting plays in baseball too. Defensively, plays at the plate, one of the most exciting plays you can make defensively. Offensively, the triple is one of the most exciting plays. And Zach McKinstry had a leadoff triple, but Hunter Brown bared down, and they got out of it. And
that was so frustrating.
Yeah, it was very frustrating. But there was a lot going on in a scoreless game last night.
Yeah, you go back to the 9th inning when the Tigers come up in the bottom of the 9th inning, and it looked like the Astros were trying to give the Tigers the opportunity. There were 3 straight kind of crazy plays that happened. You had the pop up that was the 2 outfielders nearly collided on. You had another pop up into shallow right field where I think it was Sanchez, the outfielder, didn't didn't see the ball, lost it in the lights, and it drops, and Torque ends up on second base.
Weird moment.
And then you had that crazy foul ball going over on the third base side, and the left fielder is cranking along trying to catch up to it. Trammell just he gets onto the warning track area of the third base side and overruns it, and then has to jump up and back.
Parkour.
Parkour. And he makes the catch while his feet are ready to rise above his head in the air, and then lands flat on his back. Looked like he knocked the wind out of himself, perhaps hurt his hip as well. But a crazy ninth inning. And then you go to extras, and you're like, oh, crap, extra innings, here we go. It's edge of your seat time, and they were able to get the outs they needed to in that 10th inning. Will Vest, an amazing job last night. The defense around him did a great job, and then the Astros kind of self-destruct a little bit in the bottom half of the inning.
So, couple things here. The moment last night that I was like, what the hell was that? Was the ground ball, I think it was the 7th inning, ground ball hit sharply back to Skubal, who had it in hand before the batter left the batter's box.
Yeah.
And he turned and made a throw to first that was like 10-year-old baseball. Like he looked more like he was lobbing a grenade into an enemy bunker than making a throw to first. And Torkelson was like, whoa, 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 trying to figure it out.
And it bounced in front of him.
But, yeah, it was a funny moment last night in that play, and then they laughed about it, but I was cracking up because I'm like, Skubal fielded it, and like I got to get rid of it, like a shot clock was going to expire or something.
Well, some days you just can't get rid of a bomb. But that was that was a crazy kind of moment, right? It took 2 hops and a skip or whatever to get to Torque. It took a bad bounce. Torque fielded it, stepped on the base, and still got the runner by a mile. But it was a little nerve-wracking. But that was. I mean, here's the thing. When you talk about the turning point games, I don't know if it was a turning point game, but it's a memorable game.
Yeah.
It's one you're going to say, hey, remember last year when they got the walk-off win over Houston, the one at 1-0 in the bottom of the 10th inning, and Gleyber Torres? You'll remember that, right? It's like I can remember the Little League World Series game the Tigers played in because it was a Little League World Series. There's something associated with it that makes it so memorable. I can't remember other stuff. You know what I mean? So if other people have their turning point moments, I'll just kind of like nod and go, oh, yeah, sure. But the memorable stuff, stuff that's hard to forget, last night is one of those.
248-539-9797. Was this a moment in time? Was that the game, or was there another game that you think of as a turning point for this Tiger team to pull out of their swoon? I do want to talk about the walk-off walk because it's kind of a weird way to win a game. It's you take them how you get them, right?
Yes.
But in some ways, it feels like the other guy messed up more than you. Like you loaded the Tigers loaded the bases. Well, they get to start with the runner at second. They get him over to third. The walks. Next thing you know, the bases are loaded, and there's no margin for error, and their guy erred. Like you got to throw strikes there. It's just a strange way to win a game. I want to talk about the strangest way to win games. We've seen some in our time. We'll get to that today at 10:31.
And that was, I think, the first time, they said this after the game, I think the first time since the 1940s that the Tigers have, I don't know, was the Tigers or Major League Baseball, that a game had ended 1-0 in extra innings with a walk-off walk.
Is that right?
Yeah.
No, that's
crazy.
Cool. It's Carson Anderson from outside Comerica Park here on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, you've heard me talk about it. It's coming up on August 26th. Special day on FanDuel. It's called Futures Day, where they're going to have deals on your football season predictions. So whether it's college or pro, you can take a flyer on your champion. You can check out who you think is going to win the MVP of the NFL. I've talked about Goff at 35-1. That's what he is right now. But check out the deals on August 26th on better odds for your futures on FanDuel. You can make parlays, your division winners, dark horses. Mark your calendars. It's a day for your hunches, your hot takes, your calls, and your odds. Visit the FanDuel app today and start planning your futures bets now, because Futures Day is one day and one day only. FanDuel, play your game. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Outside Comerica Park here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson. Look, weird way to win a game, but you take them no matter how. There's weird ways to lose games. 162, there's going to be a variety of ways that you win and lose. The walk-off walk, and you said the first time since the 40s?
Yeah.
Couldn't remember if it was Tigers or Major League Baseball.
It was a walk-off walk where it was 1-0. Yeah.
Yeah. So kind of a bit of a historic way to win a game. But, Gator, I was thinking of the weirdest ways to win games they're all wins are gratifying, but they're sort of a, hey, we won because the other guy really screwed up kind of way to win it. A couple pop into mind that I remember in Detroit history. I'm sure yours will be different, and I want to know for other people if you can think back to a kind of a strange way to win a game. But I'll just give you a grand one that I think is overridingly a less than gratifying way to win games. You're happy with the win, but it's kind of like, a soccer shootout. When soccer games go to penalty kicks and you win in penalty kicks, it's like, okay. Now, I know you might not be a big soccer fan, but it is kind of a weird way to determine, say, a World Cup champion.
I would guess that people that soccer is their favorite sport,
yeah,
and that's what they love more than anything else, I think they're fine with it. I think people that don't mind, like I don't mind soccer, it's just not really the top mind for me. But because I love all the other sports, I look at that shootout and I think it's ridiculous that that's how you're going to decide a game. Same thing with hockey, to do that in an international place. I'm like, okay, whatever. It's exciting. It's exciting in hockey. To me, there is no excitement for that in soccer because you should never miss in a shootout.
Feels like it.
Like the only way you miss is because you have totally choked in the moment. Like you've got every advantage.
A keeper can make a great save.
I guess
that's how I used to think of it. That's a keeper's mentality right there.
Yeah, well, I was a keeper too for until I started playing football. But yes, I get it. But I mean, you really shouldn't ever miss a penalty kick in soccer. So it just, to me, it's kind of strange. But I bet you soccer fans, and to them, great. If they love it, then that's fine for them. I think when you talk weird ways to win, I mean, the walk-off is one of the weirdest. The walk-off walk.
Yep.
What about the balk-off?
I don't remember there being a balk-off, but
there was one that happened in the Cleveland game. I saw this online last night on Twitter. Somebody posted that it happened in like the 2014 or something like that. I think Cleveland won that way or lost that way.
Interesting. I'll give you one that I do remember happening where it felt like the other guy just messed up. The 2000 Orange Bowl, Michigan is playing Alabama. Goes to overtime. Michigan scores a touchdown, kicks the extra point. They're leading 35-28. Alabama goes and scores and just pushes the extra point wide right. Hey, man, you take the win, but that's like the other guy just kind of messed up.
Right.
You know,
Scott Norwood wide
it's
right.
It's not like they blocked the extra point. He just missed. He missed the extra point. I think it was Flugner pushed it wide right.
I mean, there are crazy ways. Obviously, you've got the trouble with the snap kind of thing. It seems like it's routine play and no longer becomes routine. You know, you've got players that inexplicably fumble the football on, like, when they're taking a knee. Like, that has happened.
Yeah.
Crazy stuff like that. You know, penalties, how about holding in the end zone?
Yeah.
Late in the game, cost you. It ends up being the safety.
Well, what are some of the strangest ways you can remember winning a game? I mean, look, wins are wins. I don't want to complain. It sounds like we're complaining about it because we're not. It's in the course of a season, you're going to see a lot of ways to win or lose games. So certainly not complaining about. But what are some of the stranger ways you recall your team winning a game, if you could think of examples in Detroit? 248-539-9797. In the meantime, I got to tell you, with each passing day, and I thought Birchie said something really interesting when he did the cameo on the walk-by on his way to the clubhouse, that Kyle Finnegan has been the best reliever moved at the deadline so far. His performance has been the best of any reliever moved at the deadline. That's a really, really interesting stat.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if Johan Duran, did he get touched up one game or is he hurt now? I thought he had to leave a game. Getting hurt, so I guess Finnegan. Can't argue that Finnegan's been literally perfect to this point. You know, knock on wood here. He hasn't given up a run as a Tiger.
Yeah.
So he's been fantastic, and when that trade went down, I thought that was the first of a couple of trades they would make, and the next one was going to be to get a bigger name arm. But really liking the acquisition of Finnegan. I just didn't think that was going to be the end, and it kind of not that it was the end of the trading that went on, but it was the end of the significant bullpen arms that they added that day.
I think if you go back a couple weeks, maybe even 10 days, and you told Tiger fans in a Skubal start, the Tigers aren't going to be leading when they'll be tied. When they hand a tie game to the bullpen, Tiger fans would say that's a formula to lose. They're not going to win that game. Faith in the bullpen has to be coming back. Between Finnegan, Melton, the return of Lang, no victory laps yet, but the return of Lang, in theory, should help. And the way Will Vest is pitched, Will Vest was asked to give 2 innings last night and did. And I got to tell you, the double play in the 9th, the Gleyber, when they got scooped up and Gleyber made the turn and just kind of spun off the bag at second, almost dancing his way into the dugout. And then the cutaway of Vest celebrating. Like, Will Vest has a mentality, a toughness, and he has just been so money for this team.
Yeah, and look, he's not perfect, but at times he pitches like he is. And that's all you need is a guy that you can rely on, the vast majority of the time. Because it's a tough job to do when you're trying to finish off a game. You're often facing the other team's best, and it's just really difficult to do. So you can appreciate it. I feel like every town holds their closer to the unfair standard that was Mariano Rivera. I feel like it always happens. I know it's happened here, that people are like, well, he blew that save. Yeah. Well, he blew 3 saves out of 36 opportunities or whatever it is. And really damn good. Yeah, but Rivera was the best ever. Shut up.
Right.
It was completely unfair. It happens. Dennis Eckersley in 1988, when he won the MVP in the American League. Maybe not won the American League, but he was maybe Cy Young. The closer for the Oakland Athletics at that time, his earned run average was sick. It was like 1.32 or something like that. It was unbelievable. You could not hit Eckersley. And then Gibby hit the home run off him in the first game of the World Series, and he was never the same. Like, it happens. It happens to the best of them. So just celebrate when it works right. I love it, and Will Vest has been very good for this team.
All right, we have a text message here I'd like to read to you.
Okay.
Let's be honest. Last night's win was exciting, but had we lost, it would have been a horrible loss where we wouldn't have scored a run in 10 innings. We only got a score because of a walk. That's from an unnamed texter.
I don't think I'd be ruining it. I think that we would have said they wasted a Skubal start. You can't waste Skubal starts.
Well, I go back to, we asked the question about the 10-0 win on Monday. Is that a statement win or is it one of 162? And we both said it's one of 162. There's no extra points for a beautiful win, and there's no extra punishment for a horrible loss. In losses, every time you lose a game, something was too deficient, right? Something was too deficient.
That's
Either
the nature
pitching
of it,
wasn't good enough, your hitting wasn't good enough, your fielding wasn't good enough, you didn't run the bases well enough, you made a bad move, somebody didn't come through. There's a deficiency that leads to a loss. When you win games with obvious deficiencies, that means you were good enough in so many other ways. Last night was a tremendous night for the pitching. Was it not?
It was. So I'll reject the text because on the premise of this, they didn't.
No.
They actually won the game. So I don't care. I'm not going to dwell on what could have happened had they. No. What did happen, what actually happened in the game was they won. So I don't care what could have happened.
Are you really being honest, though?
Yes. I got it. That's what the texter said. If I'm really being honest, I don't dwell on the past.
All right,
or the what-if game.
We were talking about the strangest ways that teams have won games. And a walk-off walk, he said, first time since the 40s in a 1-0 game that a team won, or the Tigers won with a walk-off walk. Joe and Warren says, weirdest way to win a game, Falcons beating the Lions with a 10-second runoff. That was weird.
That was weird. It was unfair.
It was because the play got reviewed because they couldn't tell if he was in or out. And when a play gets reviewed and you're out of timeouts, and it was a league rule that play had to be reviewed, and the Lions got punished with a 10-second runoff when they would have been able to spike the ball.
They totally would have been able to spike the ball.
That was a weird, correct application of a rule that punished Detroit, which usually through the Lions' history, that's how it works out.
Yeah, I forget if this was the game-clinching play, but again, with the Lions during the Schwartz era, it was against Houston where they had the fumble, or the player was down, or for whatever. I forget what it was. Player was, I think, fumbled it and still scored somehow. So it was a long play, and Schwartz challenged it.
Oh, it was,
and he couldn't.
It was
challenge
a scoring
it.
play.
It was a scoring play. That he
they thought he
challenge.
was down. They
Yes.
thought the player was down,
That's
and he
it.
scored, and all scoring plays are reviewed, so they were going to take a look at it, but Schwartz threw the red flag, which nullified the review because you're not allowed to review.
So it was like the dumbest punishment ever.
It was really
you
weird.
could simply say,
Overly
"Hey,
punitive.
Hey, coach, you can't review this because we're already reviewing it. It's a scoring play." And they would go, "Oh, okay, you're right. Sorry," but that's not how it worked. Instead, it ends up being a scoring play.
248-539-9797. We will get to your phone calls and feedback coming up outside Comerica Park. Tigers go for the sweep of the Astros this afternoon. You're on 97.1 The Ticket.
You guys know which car dealer I love. It's Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield. Why? Well, because they give you real honest pricing and the best deals around. And I'm talking about no gimmicks and no surprises. It's just straight up amazing offers. Now, here's their current unbelievable specials that they have going. A 2025 Equinox EV is only $999 down and just $159 a month. Or if you're more of a truck person, you can get behind the wheel of a 2025 Silverado 2FL for only $999 down and just $229 a month. $229 a month for a truck. And here's the best part. Sarah Chevrolet is giving employee pricing for everyone on select demo Equinox, Silverado, and Trax models. And you heard that right. Employee pricing for everyone. So whether you're upgrading to a sleek new electric ride with the Equinox or grabbing that tough Silverado for work or play or looking for a solid SUV, Sarah Chevrolet of Sheffield has got you covered. Now, these deals aren't going to last long, so head on over to Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield and see why they're the best. And trust me, you're not going to find a better deal anywhere else. Trust the Sarah difference.
Thank you. Kind of a strange, not quite as gratifying, weird way to win a game, but they're all wins are wins, and you take them. But what are some of the weirder ways you remember Detroit teams winning games or maybe even losing games? I just got an interesting text from Ryan Kelly, who is the head baseball coach at Wayne State, who had Hunter Brown, of course, the pitcher for the Astros. I probably shouldn't go into details, but he just texted a great Hunter Brown stat. His ERA is lower than his GPA was at Wayne State. He was not only a good pitcher, he's a good student. He was a good student there.
Yeah?
How about that for a cool stat? Probably shouldn't share what the GPA was on the air, but let's just say I'm pretty sure it was better than any that you or I ever achieved.
Yeah, I mean, I had like one year where it was good in college, my sophomore year when I was.
What was it? Do you care sharing?
No, I don't mind. I ended up it was trimesters. It was at Lansing Community College after I transferred out of Central.
Yeah.
And I believe because it was 3.5, a 3.5, and a 3.3.
Nice.
Yeah, that allowed me to transfer to Michigan State, and then it plummeted significantly. I think I graduated from Michigan State with like a 2.5. It was nothing good.
Hey, what's the old saying? D's get degrees. Hunter Brown was north of that.
Good for him.
Not north of your best ever.
No,
so,
but north of the 2.5.
No, he was north of your best ever.
Oh, was he?
Yeah.
Wow,
he was,
that's really good.
Good student. Higher GPA than ERA.
How were you as a student?
It depended on the class. I got to tell you, one of the greatest.
You got a grade for a class, not a GPA.
Yeah, I was north of 3, but yeah, I had to pass a class my last semester, History of Viennese Art. It's all about art in Vienna, Austria.
Okay.
Needed a humanities credit. I was so scared I was going to fail that class. I got like 100 in everything. I was dialed in to Viennese art for about 3 months there.
Did you ever take the history of sport class at Michigan State?
No.
That was fantastic. Loved that class.
Yeah.
That was great.
No, I was focused on Viennese art. So
apparently you were. You had rather do the history of Viennese art. Than history of sport.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Kurt. You're on 97. Want to take it? What's up, Kurt?
Yeah, I'm on my way down to Comerica Park to watch the game today.
Fun.
Excellent.
So the weirdest thing that I remember, and I'm significantly older than you guys, but in '79 the Tigers went to play a doubleheader in Chicago and in Comiskey Park, and they had disco demolition in between the games, and the field was so messed up, and the riot kind of came on, so the Chicago had to forfeit the game to the Tigers.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember watching it on TV unfold as a kid, and there were fires. I think there were 3 separate fires in the outfield. That thing went off kilter quite quickly. Steve Dahl was a DJ out there, and he had organized the disco demolition theme. And then Bill Veeck, I think, was the owner of the White Sox at the time, and he said, "Hey, well, let's do something in between games." Okay, what could go wrong? Well, you allowed thousands of fans to come onto the field. They destroyed the field. They lit it on fire, and as a result, Game 2
they used some pretty heavy
was
stuff
not played.
and put a crater out in center field when they blew up all those records.
I love watching the old highlights of stuff like that, like these moments in time where you go back and you go, what exactly were they thinking was going to happen? What beforehand did it cross anyone's mind? Did anyone in a pre-meeting go, this might not be a great idea? Did it ever anyone say, I'm going to just speak my mind in this meeting? Something could go haywire.
I would love to go back in time and hear not only what they said in the TV broadcast, but George Kell and Al Kaline were doing the game.
Oh, my God.
Because they'd
be hashtag fire delay questions.
But then on the radio side, you got Ernie Harwell and Paul Carey. So you got 4 old school guys out there having to talk about disco demolition.
Right.
And why they're not going to play Game 2 because they were blowing up Donna Summer records out in left center
Paul
field.
Carey, I, too, have had enough of KC and the Sunshine Band.
Right. That's not the way I like it.
Hashtag riot delay questions. Yeah, they could have. That would be an interesting broadcast to go back and listen to.
Al, I don't think they're staying alive out there. I mean, that was an unbelievable day.
Yes.
Absolutely unbelievable.
What are some of the weirder ways you remember Detroit teams winning or maybe even losing games? 248-539-9797. Let's go to Anthony next on 97.1 A Ticket. What's up, Anthony?
How's it going, guys?
Good. How are you?
Oh, not too bad. First one that comes to mind for me is Michigan State, trouble with the snap at the Big House.
We've gotten some texts on that one, too, yeah.
I remember being at the game. We were walking back. We left early, and people yelling, "Go Green," and had to jump on to check the score, and was pleasantly surprised.
Gator was walking out of the stadium and actually had left the bowl proper when he looked up at one of the screens above the concession stands and thought you were seeing some sort of replay.
I had just gotten to the top of the steps and then started to walk onto the concourse. And, yes, as I was walking on the concourse, I glanced up at a concession stand and saw the TV, and I'm like, why are they showing highlights of an old game? I don't remember a return coming. Oh, no. And realizing I had literally just exited the viewing area of the field to beat the traffic to get to the car to meet my friends, and I missed the biggest play. Well, I would say one of the most 5 infamous plays in college football history. As much as I love that play, I still think the kick 6 is even more amazing.
So,
yeah, me and my dad and my brother were there, and we at the golf course left and had our green and white on. Everyone was yelling at us while walking out, and had to check the ESPN app.
Like, why are you yelling at us? Oh.
Yeah. Oh, that happened.
Yeah, I got back to the car and was told immediately by 3 people that were in the car, getting into the car with me, we're not saying a word. I'm like, okay, I'm not saying a word. I'm good.
What do we got here? Feedback coming in. I've been coaching varsity baseball for 20-plus years, and my first league championship was won on a walk-off balk. We'll never forget it, but it was so anticlimactic. We lost a game on a balk. We were, in fact, coaching kids. Balks happen.
No, you look for them.
Yeah, well, I saw the one the other night. I mean, McCormick was balking every pitch, but it was a position player pitching. Yeah, we lost one where we blew a 7-1 lead, and on the 8th run, it was a balk. And there wasn't a lot of talk on a ride home from Port Huron.
You had a 7-1 lead and lost 8-7?
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, don't talk about that.
Yep. So yesterday after Skubal came out, Dan Petrie says Skubal emptied the tank. Since when is 95 pitches emptying the tank to a so-called best pitcher in Major League Baseball? I hate new baseball. It's pitiful. $40 million per year to someone with no stamina. That's from TT.
All right. Well, I'll defend it this way because I get it. All right, people want to think, but how many guys are throwing the ball 97 to 100 miles an hour for 7 straight innings? You know, back then, yes, Nolan Ryan, great. It's like when I said before, stop throwing out the example, the perfect closer like Rivera. Don't throw Nolan Ryan in my face either when it comes to this. Guys did not throw consistently in the high 90s for that long a time. Like Randy Johnson was amazing, and you're going to find some unicorns out there, but I don't even think Randy Johnson was throwing, this hard for that many innings. Yeah, he would throw 120, 130 pitches, but I don't think that, half of them were above 98 or whatever.
Look, we appreciate the text, Ditka, but remember this.
Oh, Ditka,
yes. If Skubal was the only pitcher doing this, the only great pitcher doing this, there's a lot more known about arm preservation now to lengthen careers. If everybody else was throwing 140, 150, 140, 150 pitches, and he was getting coddled that way, I'd agree. But there's data available today as they're trying to preserve careers and make sure that a guy can pitch for 10 years this way.
But to the texter's credit, I think it was an indictment on all of it's today's baseball.
Well,
it's not an indictment on Skubal. It's an indictment on what today's baseball is. And look,
the idea,
yell at clouds all you want, but the game has changed.
If you want Skubal to go 140 pitches in an August game when you're hoping to have him at his best in October, there's a weird, and AJ talked about this a little bit. There is a a sense of urgency to get the job done while also rationing innings and preserving guys for later in the year. It's a real fine thread, needle to thread, to play with a sense of urgency and preserve and ration at the same time. And I get it, man. I don't want him burning out Skubal now. Why would you? Okay, if they lost that game yesterday, would it be situation critical in Detroit? It wouldn't.
But be honest, Doug, with yourself. When you saw that it was just 95 pitches and it was a shutout, did you think, can they bring him out for the eighth?
I did, but I also know.
I mean, I know why they don't. I get
AJ Hinch makes big picture decisions and gets feedback from Skubal.
Yes. Skubal wasn't protesting when he went down, took 2 steps down the dugout, got the hug from AJ. There was no protest.
Brad in Dearborn says, great to talk about a win, but can we address the Javier Baez at bats? 180 degrees from the first half. Looks like last year all over again. As a side note, is Altuve's bat taller than he is? Looks like an Oompa Loompa at the plate. That's from Brad in Dearborn. Yeah, Baez isn't playing as well as he did. The truth is, either as Gleyber, and he's kind of come out of it. There are ups and downs in a season. I kind of hope that Javi, gets back to form.
Well, he's in a mini slump here in the 3 games where he's 0 for 9. But before that, he had back-to-back 2-hit games, and he had a 1-hit game there too. So he was 5 for 11 in the previous 3 games. He's not going to be – I don't think he's going to be what we saw in the first half, but you know what he is? He's still light years better than what he was for the last 2.5 years. So I guess take the good with bad. Understand he's going to still – reach out and go for that sweeper that's unhittable and try to hit it because sometimes it's just too tantalizing for him, but he's been better.
From Scott, Ernie on Disco Demolition Night, that fire was started by a fan from Ypsilanti.
From Kenosha.
248-539-9797. Tigers win in a walk-off. What are some of the stranger ways you remember Detroit teams winning and losing? It is Carson Anderson for Outside Comerica. We'll preview today's game. Hear the best of what AJ told our morning show today. Interesting stuff, as always. Got some Lions stuff we will mix in as we get set for the Tigers and Astros this afternoon. Tigers going for a sweep here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Weingarts. The Tigers send Charlie Morton to the mound looking to sweep the Astros at Comerica Park this afternoon. The Tigers have now won 4 straight series and 6 of 7 games overall, and back atop the American League at 75-53. Joining us this morning right here on 97.1, manager AJ Hinch said this Tigers team is built for the ups and downs of a season. Framber Valdez gets the ball for the Astros today. First pitch, 1:10, 12:45 pregame right here on 97.1. Play begins today at the Live Golf Team Championship at the Cardinal at St. John's Resort in Plymouth. The 12th and 13th teams are on the course for a play-in round. The winner makes the weekend. Some of the players teeing it up include Henrik Stenson, Ian Poulter, Lee Westwood, Danny Lee, and Kevin Na. And Michigan kicker Dominic Savada has been named a first-team preseason All-American by USA Today. Savada made 21 of 22 field goals last year, including a remarkable 7-7 from 50 yards and out. For at the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Sorry, Luke Sloan was talking about the 57-yard kick that Jake Bates had kicked.
Yeah.
The field goal.
Yeah.
I saw a replay of that last night. That would have been good from close to 70.
Yeah.
Like, no kidding. That was way the hell up on the screen. Kickers today, man.
Dude, I mean, they've just got absolute nuclear bombs out there just blasting away.
50-yard field goals have become the new 50's the new 40, right?
Yeah, I mean, you're
expected to make them.
You expected to make it from 50.
And now 60 has become the new 50.
60 is well within the realm of possibility. I mean, you get some of these ridiculous ones where guys are, standing inside their own 40 to approach the ball, and you're just like, is this really field goal range? But
yes.
I mean, we're definitely has been like a mad guy that doesn't like baseball anymore because Scuba got pulled after 95 pitches. In football,
Rafael Septien never tried that. You're right, he didn't. It's the only way the kicker can be.
Frank Corral.
Frank Corral.
His career log was 52.
This is, kickers have been kind of legislated out of football.
They're trying.
Their whole, whatever your occupation is. What's your responsibility in the game? Well, I kicked the ball off. Well, not so much.
Yeah.
They got to find ways to stay relevant. And here's the relevance is that, okay, fine, we're just going to build up our foot strength and our technique, and now we're kicking field goals from 55 yards like it's nothing, like we're supposed to. Not like, oh, my God, we're winging a prayer, hope he makes it. Like you're expected to make it from 55.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97 a ticket. Somebody said the Thanksgiving Day game against the Bears last year, we should have lost. The Bears blew it. Well, remember, they had terrible clock management at the end of that game. And we were talking about how when you win a game, and it's in large part because the other guy just messed up. I mean, you got to throw the pitch in the strike zone. And I'm sure the plan wasn't to go out there and walk him, right? He just Ort couldn't throw a strike.
Caleb Ort could not throw a strike.
No.
He had that. He was just going to throw the sweeper, and he kept missing with it. Just kept missing, and eventually it worked out Tigers' favor. They had the right guy up at the plate in Gleyber Torres. And it was another instance where AJ's pushing the right buttons that you don't see initially, right? Like the first glance, here comes Andy Ibanez into the game.
Yep.
And, okay, what's he going to do? And eventually he gets in the bat in the 10th inning as well. And he lifts the ball deep enough into the outfield that advances the runner to third base, which was key. And then Jahmai Jones comes up for a second time after he pinch hits, and didn't get on base the first time. Second time, he draws the walk. It's a really nice at bat for Jahmai Jones, and it forces them into this situation where now you've got the bases loaded. There's 2 down, and you have to face Gleyber Torres, who's the most disciplined hitter the Tigers have. It worked out perfectly, and it's again pushing buttons at the right time, and it may not seem like it at the right time. And then they get a second at bat and make the most out of those second at bats that played a key role in the win.
248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97 won the ticket. Some weird ways to win games. that are anticlimactic. This from Scott. A tennis match that ends on a double fault.
Foot fault or double fault, yeah.
Golf tournaments where the winner finishes 2 or 3 groups ahead of the final group.
Yeah. Totally see that.
And auto races that finish under a yellow flag.
Yes, 100%.
Right.
Yeah, the golf, you get a playoff hole, and think you got something going here, and then one guy puts it in a drink.
Yeah.
And he's done. Or he just totally shanks his drive, OB, and he's done.
So there's a guy standing on the range warming up that wins a golf tournament. Yeah. Trying to stay loose for a playoff. Okay, something funny last night. Correct me if I'm wrong. Kerry Carpenter, this part isn't wrong. He went 0 for 4. But did he not smoke the ball 3 times down the first base line?
Yes.
All for outs. The last one was the weird where they called him safe and he was out. But, he came up with runners in scoring position, also known as runners in scoring position, and smoked the ball.
With zombies on base.
3 separate times straight to first base. Maybe the last one there weren't runners in scoring position.
I'd love to see the exit velocity on those because he did rip them. There were some, from both teams had some ripping batted balls in play that were fielded.
Yeah.
They're also the home plate umpire. That ball's in strikes. The strike zone was not great. Consistency is what drives you nuts.
Yeah, you got to deal. You got to deal with it. And look, as a pitcher, when you're getting strike calls all over the place, and it felt like they were benefiting more, pitchers got to love it. Hey, I'll take it, right? But yeah, it's. It is what it is. That's baseball. Now, will they have the appeal system in years to come? Sure, is starting to look like it. 248-539-9797. Tigers with another win. Man, it's fun to see this team turning it around. Gator, let's talk some football because they did scrimmage yesterday and somebody stood out according to an observer. And I have an overall question about the coming season that, I'm wondering how fans feel. We actually tweeted out a question about the division, and the results so far really send a message how Lions fans are feeling about the coming season. We'll get to that today at 11:16 here on Carson Anderson from outside Comerica Park. Tiger Baseball coming up this afternoon here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, it's Doug Karsch for Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights, and they're coming in hot with summer send-off savings. Right now, lease the new 2026 model year Equinox LT for just $359 per month for 36 months. With zero money down, $359. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke in Sterling Heights, 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. With GM Employee Discount, finance through Ally Financial, 10,000 miles per year, plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends September 2nd. So if you're coming down here to Comerica Park for today's game, it's a little overcast. I am in long pants with a T-shirt, a quarter zip, and a kind of a sweatshirt pulled over it. Scott is in shorts and a short sleeve shirt. How would you advise people to dress for today's game?
Depends if you run hot or not. But
There you go.
the normal person, I would say that it's not a bad idea to have jeans on.
Yeah.
Am I a little chilly? A little bit. It's totally
You
fine.
run hotter than I do, so I'm
Yeah.
usually colder in the studio than you are. But
I did think about bringing down a pullover of some kind today.
Yeah.
I thought about it. Instead, I went with a T-shirt underneath a short sleeve shirt.
I just tell the kids, and my mom told me, it's easier to take clothes off than when you don't have them and you don't bring them with. So
That's what your mom told you?
yeah. So wear too much. Easy. It was
Come
about
on.
wearing too much. You wear too much so you can peel a layer off. Good God.
You're not helping it.
I always tell my kids when they go skiing, if you're not too hot when you leave the house, you're going to be cold. You better be too hot before you leave the house. But let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Connor. You're next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Connor.
How you doing?
Good.
All right.
So I want to talk about the weird ways we've won games or lost games. I remember a Red Wings game in 2014 against the Los Angeles Kings. Jonathan Quick was still the goalie, where Cronwell got the puck on a power play. We were down by 1 goal. I think it was 2-1 at the time. He ripped a shot. It got deflected and hit the out-of-play netting, bounced back in, hit Quick on the back, and rolled into the net. And they were able to count the goal because back in the time, none of the officials saw it, and they weren't able to go to video review it. None of them could say they saw something weird or anything happen.
Wow. I don't remember. I
And
don't
we
remember
ended
that.
up
That's
winning
incredible.
That's awesome.
Shootout. 3-2.
That is weird.
That's not a way you want to lose.
No, it's not a way. I mean, you obviously can't anymore because, well, yes, presumably that would get reviewed. But, yes, that would qualify as a weird way. All right, Connor, thank you. 248-539-9797. Speaking of review, how close was that play at the play last night?
Pretty close. And I kept saying to myself, thank God they called him out at the plate on the field.
Yeah.
Because the review, at first, it wasn't looking good. Like the first couple angles they showed, I'm like, that looks like he is sliding underneath the tag and his hand's beating him. And then they showed an angle where, wait a minute, the oven mitt that the runner was wearing looks like it as he's going past the catcher's glove, it kind of flips up.
Yeah.
The fact that they came out and ruled it confirmed tells me either they had another angle at it or that was the one. They said, oh, that's conclusive.
Yeah.
I'm surprised. If that was the angle they thought was conclusive, I'm surprised that was one that was conclusive. Because had they ruled it out at the plate and they showed that, I don't think that I could have said that was conclusive.
I was just glad to see it go our way.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I was thinking, is this a topic in Houston tomorrow? And my instinct tells me, if we were doing this show in Houston, we'd be talking about that play at the plate.
And how these guys can't score.
Yeah, and I mean, even when they first showed the replay, the TV crew was like, oh, he's safe. But then they had another angle, and you could really question whether or not he was or he wasn't. And once it comes into question, it's going to be the ruling on the field, but they did confirm
But they confirmed it. That's what you love to hear. They confirm, okay, conclusive. Fair enough.
Yep.
Let's roll with this, but definitely in the Tigers' favor, and we appreciate that. And now I'm
not mad about it.
No, I'm not mad about it either. Now, look, are the Astros going to face they're facing in front of them right now? They haven't scored in 28 innings. And as you mentioned, Saturday they won a game 5-4 in extra innings, but Friday night they got shut out as well.
Yep.
So they've been shut out Friday, Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. That's a lot of getting shut out.
Yep.
You would expect them to try to explode a little bit today against former teammate Charlie Morton. And yet, Tiger pitching has been so good lately that why wouldn't they keep the streak going?
Okay, we said we get to some Lions stuff. I didn't see the Dave Burkett story, but somebody played well yesterday, huh? Had a good day.
Yeah, lots of people did. But Burkett's story today in the Free Press was talking about the scrimmage they had, the inter-squad scrimmage. And he was very detailed about what happened in there. And one of the guys that he said played really well was Hendon Hooker. Not that it matters too much. I know people are waiting for me to get right back on the Hooker bandwagon and plead, no, he should be number 2. No, that's not what I'm saying. All I'm saying is that in a scrimmage, which is kind of like a game situation without the fans and whatnot, but he was going against the number 1s on several of these drives, and he did well. He led the team down to scoring drives against the number 1 defense. So it's good to see that was a little snapshot there after not showing much in the 2 preseason games that he's played in. I suspect he's going to get a long look on Saturday in this final preseason game against Houston. I don't know how much he's going to play, Doug, but I would have to imagine he may get the whole game.
He might. It feels as if they've determined their backup quarterback race. Why not give him the whole game?
Because now you're trying to figure out if he's going to get a roster spot. Is he going to make the 53, or are they going to be on the lookout for somebody else and drop him and pick somebody else up for the 53? But I think they want to have 3 quarterbacks.
It's going to be intriguing, and here might be a tough decision in the future, is if the Lions see somebody release that they would rather be their number 2 than Kyle Allen.
Yes.
Because if they decide to go after that guy, do they keep Kyle Allen or do they keep Hendon Hooker?
They should keep Kyle Allen.
Probably. And the good news about Hendon Hooker is there is a chance you could get him to the practice squad. I don't know if there'd be people banging down your door to pick up Hendon Hooker.
I don't think so, but by what I've read over the weekend from different reporting, it sure sounds like they would expect him to be picked up. Because there is upside with him, his mobility, his accuracy when he does throw, but he just hasn't been able to put it together in games. In practices he has. The scrimmage yesterday, apparently he was very good. So we'll see. But he wasn't the only one that looked good in scrimmage yesterday. If you were on social media at all, you saw an intriguing matchup that took place between a defensive back and a wide receiver that went in favor of the defensive back that is very encouraging.
And that was wide receiver 1 versus young Terrion. Well, J-Mo.
1B.
1B, yeah. J-Mo against Terrion Arnold. That rep that was going around social media looked like an elite wide receiver going against a pretty damn good cover corner.
Yeah.
And the rep that I saw, and I'm assuming we saw the same one, was won by Terrion Arnold. And after I saw the Lions offense in practice execute against the Miami defense, I think this Lions offense is going to pick up right where they left off last year. That was really, really encouraging. Now, it could have been a bad throw by Goff. I mean, he is going to make a bad throw here and there because all we saw was the wide receiver and the corner matched up. But Arnold looked good.
He did, and that's very encouraging because I think a lot of DJ Reed and Terrion Arnold needs to take a big step forward. He looked much better in the second half of the season than he was in the first half of the season. But if he could take another step forward, all of a sudden you're looking at a pretty good cornerback core that the Lions would have. And then you think about Amik Robertson being, the third corner of that group. That's pretty good.
That's a group that I desperately underrated, huge storyline if they stay healthy. I mean, I guess I like Rock Ya-Sin and Avonte Maddox, and they got some veteran guys there that aren't chumps, but I feel like that first group in the secondary is really something. It has a chance to be very good, if not special.
I can't remember if it was the first part of last year or if it was the year prior, but there was a point where the Lions' offense and defense were both ranked in, the top 5. The defense has the ability to be very good. I don't like to throw the word elite around, so I won't. But to be very good, if you're top 10, you'll take it because the offense is, and dare I say, elite. But the defense is the question mark. But they have the ability to be very, very good. You look at the secondary and how good they can be when they're playing their best. They got 2 great safeties, a really good corner, and another corner that's up and coming. The linebacking core, we like the linebackers. And with a healthy Aiden Hutchinson, you can make things happen on that defensive line that'll only improve as the season goes on when guys get healthier.
Well, I'll tell you what, if they are in the top 5 after 5 games this year, that means they'll have had reasonable success at Green Bay I think they're at Baltimore and at Cincinnati.
They're at a lot.
Yes. And
lot of good teams.
that would be, let me double check that. That would be one hell of a start defensively. At Green Bay, at Baltimore, and at Cincinnati, yeah.
You impressed yourself a little, didn't you?
I did. Yeah. I did, but I'm also like,
that's daunting.
That is a daunting group of offenses that they will have to face.
Because you got a healthy Jordan Love, and a healthy Jordan Love is a good Jordan Love. Obviously, Baltimore, Lamar Jackson, that's a problem. And then Joe Burrow in that offense, even though their defense may not be good, their offense is one of the best in football.
Okay, question. Tweeted out today from the Carson Anderson account. ESPN's first power rankings are out. The NFC North teams are as follows. Detroit is 5, Green Bay is 7, Minnesota is 10, and Chicago is 21. Kay Adams is in Chicago today from up at Adams on NFL Network. She left Detroit, went to Chicago in her training camp tour.
Chicago yesterday, I think, yeah.
Or was it? Whatever it is. The Bears, of course, nabbed Ben Johnson. Kyle Brandt on NFL Network said this morning the Bears won the offseason. Which camp are you in? The Bears are a threat or the Bears are overhyped? If you're in one camp or the other, there's a lot in between, of course.
Mm-hmm.
But would you say you think the Bears are a threat or the Bears are overhyped? Detroit has spoken. We'll tell you where the voting stands today at 11:31, and I want to get your 2 cents on it and read some of the tweets that have come back at us. 248-539-9797. Back to Tiger baseball in the noon hours. We lead you into an afternoon game against the Astros. Tigers going for the sweep. Here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, if you're growing sick of your garage doors, either they're just not working properly or they just don't fit the decor of your house. You need to change with the times and you want something more stylish. Whatever the case is to get new garage doors, there's only one company to call, Precision Garage Door Service. A couple years ago, I was in the same position. I had garage doors that just weren't working, and I called Precision, worked with them before. They came right out, walked me through the entire process, went through all the different options that I had, and there are a ton of options for garage doors, and I picked out the perfect doors for myself and my house, and I couldn't be happier. And for you folks out there, here's good news. If you need new garage doors, they've got a warehouse that's chock full of garage doors, so you might actually get new garage door installed in as little as 24 hours. Give Precision Garage Door Service a call today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR or schedule an appointment online at your convenience at precisiondoormi.com. That's precisiondoormi.com.
That's me.
Welcome back to the Carson Anderson Show, live from Comerica Park. We're just outside of the Comerica Park entrance, the Comerica Bank entrance, just north of the Cement Tigers.
Guy walked up. Which one of you's Karsh? And I'm like, uh-oh.
You're in trouble?
Yeah, and then he says, I just got to put a name to the face. And I'm like, well, remember, Gator's the black guy.
This is true.
Years ago, we were in spring training and doing the show outside of the stadium in Lakeland. And a Detroiter walked up to us and said hello and talked to us.
Some woman.
I think she might even said, where's Gator? I'm like, this is Gator.
Hi,
and
how are you?
She said, oh, I thought you were black.
And she was dead serious.
Yeah.
Which was funny to me.
Yes. But anyway.
Okay, well, thank you.
We've laughed about that ever since. But anyway, all right, here we go.
Might be the 10-year anniversary of that.
Could it be?
Could be.
I mean, it was a while back. So we asked that question about how you feel about the Bears, all right? And, you know, they got a lot of off-season hype. As Kyle Brandt said this morning on NFL Network, they won the offseason. They took Ben Johnson, which I think makes Detroit fans a little scared. Given that Ben Johnson was part of this prolific offense as the coordinator.
Great success here.
And we wanted everything to stay the same, right? We didn't want to lose him or Aaron Glenn. Lost them both. Okay. You know, doesn't mean the end of the Tigers' run by any stretch, or the Lions' run, by any stretch of the imagination. But it means that there's some unknown variables here with new coordinators. So we asked people, do you think of the Bears as a threat, or are they overhyped? And obviously there's a whole lot of ways to feel about them in between, but these are kind of the extremes. Right now, 21% of our audience think that the Bears are a threat. 79% think they're overhyped. How do you feel about them?
I think right now they're overhyped. This is going to be a weird answer. I think right now they're overhyped.
Yep.
And by the end of the season, I think they're going to be a dangerous team. I just think there's growing pains. It's going to take a little bit. Caleb Williams is going to take a while before he firmly grasps the concepts that Ben Johnson is trying to employ. But in the meantime, they're going to have a fighting chance because I think they've added so much to their offensive line to fortify that, to protect him, and to also help out in the run game. They've got some really good players there. I think Rome Odunze is going to have a really nice second season in this league. And defensively, they can be a problem. They can present problems. So I don't think the Bears are a threat to win the division. I think that by the end of the season, when you're looking at the last 5 games of the year, I think the Bears are going to be a team that teams don't really want to face because they'll have started to figure some things out.
248-539-9797.
Is that a cop-out?
What's that?
Is that a cop-out answer?
No. I mean, you think right now they're overhyped.
Yeah.
You think but you're not ruling out.
No, I think they're
grow.
overhyped right now. But I think
right
by the
now,
end of the year, they're going to be. I mean, does that mean they're going to win 10 games?
By the end of the year, could they beat a team, a good team or two? Sure.
Yes.
But are they? I mean, they're getting a lot of hype. And here's what added to the hype: an irrelevant data point. A 38-0 win this past weekend over the Bills.
Right.
Is irrelevant. It is one of the most
irrelevant.
Intoxicating things as a fan, is watching your team absolutely destroy someone in the preseason. But it is so misleading. It is so now you'd rather look good than bad.
Yeah.
But you also we've been around. We've done this. We're veterans.
And Doug, this is why I value the joint practice way more than a preseason game, because we didn't get to see the starters for the Lions in the preseason game against the Dolphins, but we did get to see the Lions' number one offense go against the Dolphins' number one defense, and it wasn't even close.
At Doug and Gator 971 on Twitter. Go vote. Your comments may get read on the air. Kang, are the Bears a threat, or are the Bears overhyped?
So the poll results don't surprise me. I mean, as fans, you're kind of like, hey, blank your rivals, right? You know, everyone's overhyped. You know, screw them. We're better than them. So I don't, the poll thing doesn't surprise me. The real answer is probably in between, of course, but between the two extremes you're giving out there, the two answers, I'm going to go with the Bears are a threat, and here's why. Last year, Gator, if you remember, the Bears versus Commanders, they lost on a Hail Mary, right? A Hail Mary.
Yep.
The Bears cornerback was in the corner of the end zone celebrating, telling the fans that this game is over. while Jaden Daniels is running around there getting ready to launch a game-winning Hail Mary. Before that Hail Mary was launched, the Bears were actually 4-2. That loss spiraled that team to 10 straight losses. They just never recovered from that moronic or just luck or whatever you want to call it at the end of that game. They never recovered from it. They were unable to. Matt Eberflus just couldn't right the ship. They've added a lot more.
You're right. And that was against Washington, who ends up playing in the NFC Championship
Yes,
game.
A very good team, right? That beat the Lions. So
the dumb stuff that happened against the Lions on was it Thanksgiving when Eberflus went all Eberflus.
Yep, exactly. So I mean,
great point.
I'm just saying between the two, I'm going to go with threat. They've added a lot more talent. Clearly, they got a new coach as well. You know, you say the 38-0, preseason game means nothing. It probably doesn't mean anything, Doug, but it's better to look good than bad. I always say that, So I think that, and by the way, you just mentioned the Lions game. The Bears always play the Lions tough. It's like no matter who they have out there. Who's the quarterback Mitch Trubisky? He was like an all-pro quarterback against the Lions, right? It's unbelievable. So I think they are a threat. Now, they may not be a threat to win the division, but they're a threat to cost you to win the division, if that makes any sense.
So, that's something we always talk about is culture. Culture is when things other than football help you win or help you lose. Like the leads directly to winning or losing. I think right now, stuff gets in the way. Locker room stuff gets in the way. Losses linger. I think that's an example of the Bears being 4-2 before that Hail Mary and then losing 10 in a row after the Hail Mary. Devastating, embarrassing loss. Coach has to answer to it. Players have to answer about it. There's a lot of finger pointing because it's a careless moment by a player. And I think that's an example of a bad culture. It led to them spiraling. Now, bad culture also might be a sign that you're over there celebrating before a game is done.
Yeah.
I can't imagine a Lion doing that under Dan Campbell.
Oh, hell no.
There was an interview Ryan Clark just did with some Lions. And David Montgomery, Ryan Clark asked, look, I want to know what makes Dan Campbell special. And he goes, unequivocal accountability. Whether you're the first man out of the roster, 53rd man on the roster, he treats us all the same. And when there's something to be said, he says it and holds everybody accountable. And then Jahmyr Gibbs said, man, when I left Alabama, I thought I was going to the pros. It wouldn't be hard practices. I thought it'd be sweatpants and all that. And he goes, it wasn't the case at all. Fully padded, going hard all the time and having to show out all the time. And I think the Bears under Eberflus kind of had a bad culture. And so the fact that they lost that Washington game, and at the end of the year, the Commanders clearly were a team they were a threat. They had developed into a threat, and now they're kind of one of the it teams in the NFL where people are talking about them. So they had that team beat. They had them beat. And that's a team that eliminated the Lions, right? So, can you make a compelling case? I think there's going to be a learning curve and growing pains, but I don't think of them as a threat just yet. And if you take a look at this division, the problem they run into is no breaks, right?
That's right.
Yeah, there's no breaks in this division. This is a division where, what do we mention? 3 of the top 10 teams are from the division according to ESPN's first round of power rankings.
And yet there's question marks for each team, right? You got a new coach, new system in Chicago, as we've talked about. You've got Green Bay that wants to answer for the down year they had last year. Was it simply just, hey, their quarterback was playing injured, and that cost them? Okay. You got Minnesota, who's this team that played awfully well last year, but got completely deflated and kicked in the schnuts by the Lions and the Rams at the end of the year. Those are the only 2 teams that were able to give them troubles. And now they've got a new quarterback. How are they going to respond? And then there's the Lions, which are the class of the division, win the last couple of years, and yet now the Lions have to deal with what really good teams have to deal with, and that is other teams rating their coaching staff. So questions with everybody, and yet I still feel pretty confident the Lions are still the best team in the division and that they'll still win the division.
248-539-9797. Do you think the Bears are a threat, or do you think that they are overhyped? We'll read some of the tweets that we got back coming up. Also, back to the Tigers in the noon hour leading into Tiger baseball this afternoon. The best of what AJ Hinch told our morning show, including what role does he envision Melton being with this staff and how important is being one of the top 2 seeds. Some of the things they talked about this morning. Here what the Tiger skipper had to say in the noon hour. Here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents, which means they're really good at it. They have the largest auto accident settlement and the largest truck accident settlement of any lawyer or law firm in Michigan. They also have a level of care that comes with a Michigan Auto Law attorney. They call it white glove service. They will call you back. Proactive communication is super important to them. Michigan Auto Law returns phone calls within 24 hours. To get in touch with them, go to the website, autolaw.com. The law firm that puts people over everything. Autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, feedback coming in to the Karsh and Anderson inbox. You can text us at 248-539-9797. The Bears are absolute garbage. Nobody's afraid of them. That's from Mike at an asphalt plant. Alan in Farmington Hills. The Bears seem to me like the kind of team that might come on in the second half of the season once everyone gets used to each other. Could be a threat next year for sure. So the crazy thing about it is I would say that the Bears got more talk here in Detroit than any other team outside of our Lions from the division. I think more people are talking about what the Bears did than talking about what the Packers did and the Vikings did. Understandably so. They took our offensive coordinator.
Ben Johnson, yeah.
And yet the question is, are they a threat? Do you think of them as a threat? The Bears definitely won the offseason, in my opinion. I also believe they'll finish second in the division behind Green Bay.
Okay.
Interesting. I feel like that's one that I would love to hear more from this person.
Call in. Because
yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
So the Lions are going to finish third or worse in the division. And I'm intrigued as to why. We're open to other opinions. The invite there for a healthy exchange of thoughts and ideas.
Go back a couple years ago in the playoffs.
You freak show? Oh, sorry.
If you go back a couple years ago when the Lions went to the NFC Championship game, that same playoff season, the Packers went out to Dallas and just destroyed the Cowboys.
Yeah.
The Packers were clicking on all cylinders.
Packers were a threat.
They were absolutely a difficult team to play at that point. And then the next season happens, and you've got injury issues with Jordan Love and some other issues with that team too. But, I mean, they didn't have their top guy playing his top game. So I do think Green Bay is a threat.
Yeah, I do too.
A real threat, because I can't forget what they did a couple of years ago. But I also know that the Lions followed up the year they went to the NFC Championship game, won 15 games with half a team, and they're going to get guys back. The Lions could be – I mean, they could explode this year and be better than we ever thought they were if they can stay healthy. And it's a giant two-letter word, if.
Yeah, the Packers – last year finished 4 games behind Detroit. They won 11 games. They were 11-6.
It's a good football team that, unfortunately for them, the Lions were crazy last year with the win total. But if the Lions can stay healthy, I mean, they're as good as any team in the league, if not better than any team in the league. They won 15 games without a team.
I just wonder without
defense.
Yeah. Well, the thing I wonder about more than anything with the Bears is I feel like the Bears always win the offseason. They always make big splashes.
They do.
And,
they've been incompetent in the front office.
I think the coaching has left a little something to be desired. Who was the linebacker a couple years ago that they signed that I really wanted Detroit to go get? T.J. Edwards. Well, they actually got 2 of them, T.J. Edwards and Tremaine Edmonds. Yeah. And I'm like, they still weren't anything close to a complete team. Now, eventually, can they accrue enough talent where it really starts to show on the field, the wins and losses? It can.
Well, I mean, for the Bears going to get better. It's going to be because Ben Johnson was the right choice.
Yeah.
And we don't know if it is the right choice. We loved him as our offensive coordinator, but just because you're a great coordinator doesn't mean you're going to be a great coach.
Yeah.
I think he'll be fine. I think he's got plenty of opportunity here to really be good, because I think there's lots of talent on that team, but he's got to get it out of them and do it in pretty quick fashion.
I said it last year, and I'll stick by it. I think Aaron Glenn is a better head coaching candidate than Ben Johnson. And Aaron Glenn, to me, it's about intangibles of being a head coach and being able to communicate with the highest paid player and the guy that's making league minimum and get them to all buy into your vision of what you're trying to get done. And I'm not saying Ben Johnson's going to be a bad coach. I think Ben Johnson was an elite offensive mind, and he'll take that to Chicago.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be intrigued if he can. Aaron Glenn, to me, instilled more confidence of being a guy who can run an organization, be at the top of the totem pole.
I kind of share that opinion, too. I look at Ben Johnson's walking into a pretty good situation with the talent they have there in Chicago.
Yep.
Aaron Glenn is walking into a situation where he's going to have to change the culture.
Yep.
And he's going to – and not that Ben Johnson isn't, but – I think Aaron Glenn has a taller task at hand. It's more of a pressure cooker in New York. They don't have their roster set with tons of great talent. They've got a couple players that are really high-end players, but they've got a lot of work to do there. But I think he's the right guy to get it done. It's going to take him longer, I think, than what it could take Ben Johnson.
80% of our audience say the Bears are overhyped. 20% say they are a threat. Some of the feedback, Marlon writes in, I think the Bears will be good. I'm more worried about them than the Packers. I think the Packers are overrated. Raymond says, I think people take the training camp videos too seriously. I can see the Bears struggling early but catching fire late in the season. They can learn how to win games, unlike last season when they lost the Commanders on the miracle TD throw. From Mr. Cooper on Twitter, I think it's both. Personally, I always pick every team to split the division. They are definitely overhyped, but don't think for a second they couldn't beat us here or there. We all remember Thanksgiving. An epic level of coaching malpractice secured that win for us. NR says they'll be improved, but I'm still not sold on Caleb or even their offensive line. It's improved on paper, but they essentially took guys like Jackson and Tooney other teams were willing to give away. They know those guys are cooked. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Ed. You're on 97 a ticket. Hello, Ed.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
What's up, Ed?
I don't think Chicago's going to be all that. I think they're going to have a complete meltdown. You got two egos in Ben and Caleb, and I see that. I had to see it imploding at some point during the season.
Well, for them to be successful, those guys have to be on the same page. There's no question about it. I think Ben Johnson has worked with plenty of guys that have had egos.
Is Ben's ego out of control?
I don't know if that's out of control. So I think that has a chance to work because I think Caleb, if you're Caleb Williams, you know you've got to play better too, right? Yeah. I mean, he didn't turn the ball over last year. That was the one thing he didn't do. He was very good at not throwing interceptions, kind of protecting the football in that way. They just didn't score enough, and he tried to do too much at times and, making plays with his feet or dancing around way too much and end up costing them. But working with Ben Johnson and the success that the Lions had and how quickly that success was realized, I don't think that there's any reason to think that the Bears won't eventually develop that kind of chemistry. But the only thing that's going to stop them, in my mind, it's not Ben Johnson, it's Caleb Williams. Caleb Williams is the one that's going to have to assimilate to what Ben Johnson is doing.
248-539-9797. Al is next on 97 the ticket. Hello, Al.
How are you guys doing today?
Great, thank you.
I have to. So I think Ben is going to be a good coach, but I don't think it'll be in Chicago because he's going to realize real fast that Caleb isn't Jared Goff. He's going to realize real fast that Ryan Poles is definitely not Brad Holmes. And in the videos I've seen, he's trying to be like Dan Campbell light, but he's not. It's like not organic. Dan Campbell's a very organic, passionate man. Ben's style is different. And Ben reminds me of like, who's the fellow from New England? McDaniels, is that his name? He was a great coordinator under this guy, under Belichick, but he wasn't very good outside of the Belichick system. That's why I see with him, with Ben. As far as being a threat, I think they're going to be like sub 500. I don't think they're going to be over 500. And because their schedule isn't there, I think the pickups he got, these guys are all on the other side of the hill. All the offensive line, whatever free agents they got. And that's the difference between Brad Holmes and Poles. Poles is picking up other people's refuse, garage sale stuff. And Brad Holmes is getting the real, the young talent who fits the chemistry, fits the mentality. And the Bears are more like a patchwork, I think. But I think the Lions win between 11, 12, 13 games this year, and I think they go 6-0 in the division.
Wow. Well, 6-0 in the division would be pretty good.
That'd be great.
Yeah. Look, the Bears, the talent on paper, the last couple of years looks better than what the results showed on the field. And, to me, there is, there was coaching issues there. I think they had a culture issue. Could it be better moving forward? Yeah, it could be, and it's up to Ben to figure that out. Ben's a smart guy. Ben's a good coach. It's an interesting point, though, and I haven't seen enough of him and heard enough of him, and I don't know what he sounds like when he's talking to his team. He shouldn't try and be Dan Campbell.
I don't know if he's trying to be Dan Campbell or not. I think he's getting a lot more airtime now that he's a head coach than when he was an offensive coordinator. And that's the thing. Everyone wants to talk to him now. And I think he's sometimes it's his sense of humor that comes off that maybe that's what people are looking at, that he's trying to do too much. He's trying to be too charismatic or whatever. I think he'll be fine. But at the same time, I hope he isn't. I hope he sucks there. I hope the Bears completely collapse. I hope it is a clash of egos, and then he has to end up going back to being an offensive coordinator somewhere.
All right, some stuff to get to with the Tigers we haven't touched on yet, as they are back in action this afternoon from here outside Comerica Park. Well, we're outside. They'll be playing inside. We're outside Comerica Park, but they will. They're playing the game inside the stadium today. Anyway, let's get into the Tigers here a little bit. The best of what AJ Hinch told our morning show coming up as we get you set for Tigers and Astros. Tigers going for the sweep, and you'll hear it here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Nice day to come down to the ballpark.
Is it?
A little cooler today.
A little overcast.
Yeah, but you know what?
I like cooler with sun, but
comfortable to sit at the ballpark and watch.
You won't be too hot. You won't
go
be
for
too
the
cold.
sweet.
I
Yeah,
might
exactly.
bring a sweatshirt, wear some pants, but hey, you know what's always good to watch? A first place baseball team.
That's right.
Last night felt like it felt like a playoff game. It really did. That's the kind of game that gets played in October with two stud pitchers. It's like a game one. Nobody can score. Things are a little tight. Everybody's heightened sensitivity and attention to detail. And, man, it was an exciting win. It wasn't perfect, but I like to say I seriously believe this. One of the signs of being a good team is when things aren't going perfect and you're still winning more often than not, because things aren't going to go perfect.
No.
Even for the best teams. I mean, the Yankees went through, I think, 3 straight shutouts at a series against the Angels. And last night they hit 9 home runs. I mean, it's
crazy.
The ups and downs of a season are crazy.
They hit 9 home runs and they only scored 14 in the game. Like, you would think if you're hitting 9 home runs, what is it, 25-5? What was it?
Well, nobody's on base because you just keep hitting
thing.
home runs.
Well,
So, yeah.
This is true. Giancarlo Stanton's back there and hitting home runs, and Judge hit his 40th. Judge also has 92 RBIs. I think that's tied with Riley Green.
Yeah.
That's what a great year Riley Green has had. Remember, all we heard about was how great Aaron Judge is.
Yeah.
And then Judge missed some time, but at the same time, before he got hurt, Riley Green was up there with the RBI total in the first half of the season. Now we're deep in the second.
He's still up there.
He is. I think they're tied for second place. I think everybody's chasing Cal Raleigh at this point, but they've done a great job with that. And it's fun to watch this Tiger team that not too long ago we were talking about how bad things were. Losing 12 out of 13 games. They started to lose a bunch of series. Don't look now, but they've won 4 straight series. And there was a tweet last night that I loved last night. Because it harkened us to last year. Pauses after the game, and he's holding up the sign and says, "Don't let us get hot."
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
Same thing. I love that whole mantra that they got a hold of last year. Don't let them get hot. Well, the Tigers getting hot again.
They are getting hot again, and great pitching from Skubal, as you'd expect. He was dialed in early in that game. He had labored a little bit in the second inning, but he got some big double plays. He got a big double play in the first. Multiple examples of, he struck out the side in the fifth. He had an epic strikeout of Altuve where Altuve corkscrewed himself into the ground. The helmet went flying. There was a lot of great Skubal moments. There was the weird grenade he launched at Torkelson, ground ball right back to him, and he just picked it up and fired like this little rainbow over to him that got there on a hop. But
said last night looked like an Ephus pitch.
Yeah, it was a funny moment in the game, but ultimately a lot to like. And when it was all said and done, a weird way to win a game on a walk-off walk, 1-0. Take them however you can. And against the good teams, it's funny because we took 2 texts from people who weren't impressed with the win last night. And I'm thinking, so last week we took texts from people who weren't impressed with 1-0 and 2-1 wins over a bad team. Now people aren't impressed with a 1-0 win over a good team. Not everything is perfect.
Well, let me say this too, okay? Because people are complaining, they scored 1 run, it was on a walk-off bases-loaded walk.
Right.
Yeah, right. Fair enough. But are you not giving credit to the other team's pitcher who's one of the best pitchers in baseball?
He's a stud. He's an absolute stud.
The Houston fans, I think the Houston fans are frustrated as hell because they've gone 28 innings without scoring a run, and you should be frustrated with that. But they're also probably saying, man, we had to go against Tarek Skubal, right? And you had an opportunity early in the game.
We wasted a Hunter Brown start.
And we wasted a Hunter Brown start. It goes the other way, too. You have to look at the other side and see what they're facing. Now, if they were taking on a pitcher that had an ERA north of 4.5 and they win the way they did last night, I'd still be, hey, I don't care if they won the game. Can't play the what-if game. But, yes, you want them to have more offense. But I'm not forgetting, it's not lost on me, that the pitcher they faced last night is one of the top 5 pitchers in the American League.
So last night, there's a couple things. Kevin McGonigal hit a home run from Erie to Latrobe, Pennsylvania. That it was one of the longest home runs the play-by-play guy said he's ever seen. And how many home runs now at Erie?
He's got 7 at Erie, and I don't think he's played 30 games at Erie. And add to that, between West Michigan and Erie. I think he's got 29 doubles.
Dude.
He has been phenomenal for the Tigers affiliates this year at single A and double A. And keeps doing this. I mean, this is a guy that may compete for a spot on the roster next year. He just flat out hits. And Max Clark left the game last night. Hopefully it's nothing serious, but he looked like he was shaking off his hand. And hopefully it's not like a hamate bone situation. But
is it a 0.0 chance that McGonigal is this year's Jackson Jobe?
I think because he's only at double A, I think I can't say 0.0, but I would say I think it's less than 5%.
Yeah. So you're saying there's a chance?
I mean, I'd love to. I mean, the thing is, he doesn't strike out. He walks. He can hit for power, as he's showing. He's got gap power. He's hit a million doubles, and now he's putting the ball over the fence, too.
Right.
He's got this tremendous approach at the plate, which is exactly what Scott Harris likes. The thing that's going to keep him sidelined a little bit is his defense. He made another error last night. He's got a bunch of errors as a shortstop, but he can play second base as well. But just having a bat coming off the bench, I'd be intrigued.
They don't need to do that. Like, it'd be cool. It'd be fun. It'd be exciting to see that next-gen player showing up and helping.
He's got some speed.
But probably unnecessary. I mean, they do. Don't you get to expand the roster still, like a couple of guys?
Yeah, but it's no longer
it's
unlimited.
Not what it
now
was.
It's like you can add a couple more players. So, I mean,
could be.
As much as he's done, now at the double A level,
yeah.
Justin Henry Malloy continues to hit at AAA and deserves to have his chance. And I imagine in 2 weeks when they have the extra couple call-ups, that Jay Hen will be back up. You might see Hao-Yu Lee. You might see Jace Young. Outside of that, I'm not sure. Maybe Max Anderson. I mean, Max Anderson's hitting at AAA. He just got the promotion from AA. So they'll have some options on both sides of the plate, right-handed, left-handed hitters, and guys that have some versatility.
Did you see this guy's shirt?
I did not.
Guy walking away from us in a gray shirt.
Yeah.
His shirt says, "I suck at fantasy football."
Think he lost?
I think somebody came in last in their fantasy football league, and he has to wear that shirt.
It's the season.
Yep.
I mean, when are people having their drafts this weekend?
I think there's a lot. Kang, guy wearing a "I suck at fantasy football" shirt. We can make an assumption that he finished last in his league.
Yeah, that's a very good assumption. Yeah, you got to pay up your debts now, boys, before the draft. And yes, my draft is this Saturday.
Is it? Did you have the same punishment you had years ago?
No, new punishment now is the loser of the loser, like the toilet bowl, basically. All the teams that didn't make the playoffs, they have to play for who has to face off in the toilet bowl. The loser of the toilet bowl has to now find a venue or /host providing food and drinks for the draft.
Okay. All right. Well,
I like it.
That's not bad, but I know the old one probably you wouldn't want to do anymore. But
what was the old one?
They'd go to a public place, and whoever lost, Kang, am I wrong about this? Whoever lost had to basically put all the stickers on the board like at a B-dubs while wearing the opposite sex clothing.
Oh.
Yes.
Nice.
You were the
Is that
Vanna
what
White.
it was?
You were the Vanna White of the draft.
Yeah, you wore a dress while you did, but they don't do that anymore. That's yeah. Fantasy football punishments are great. Okay, coming up, we'll hear the best of what AJ Hinch had to say.
That's not Pfizer fake hair, is it?
We're right there?
Yeah, I just don't want to draw too much attention to it, but I'm just wondering, is it?
No, I don't think so.
That's real?
I think so.
Okay. All right.
No, that's Visor, real hair guy.
All right, fair enough.
Okay, the best of what AJ Hinch told our morning show. When did you think you were coming out of this funk that the team was in? When did you know, and what helped you get out of the funk? Tell us we'll hear what AJ Hinch had to say today at 12:20 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, make Builders First Source your destination for professional window and exterior door installation services. Add value and beauty to your home with trusted brands like Anderson, Pella, Therma-Tru, and more. And then you can have your new windows and doors installed properly the first time with their expert Builders First Source installation team. Done right, with quality products and services. Visit one of their locations in Clinton Township or Shelby Township or online at buildersfirstsource.com. That's buildersfirstsource.com.
Lori Haddad.
One of the joys of working downtown.
Yeah.
At least my niece works downtown, so my niece Hannah came over.
Was that who? I thought that was your niece.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure.
Yeah, so she walked. Just works about 10 minutes away. So we're able to walk by, say hello.
Is she going to the game?
No, she can't play hooky. She's got to go back. I said,
Yeah.
you can't just bring a laptop. No, can't do that. Got to go back.
Are you you going to the game?
I think for a little bit, yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Are you?
No, we are taping the first edition of Inside Michigan Football today.
Oh, you got any shenanigans planned?
So maybe Jansen. We do that Jansen Vision thing where he diagrams plays.
Mm-hmm.
So we got some practice video, and we are going to diagram Michigan's first play from scrimmage in the opener. What they're going to call for the. No, we're not really doing that. It's a complete joke. He's going to do a little. I think he's doing pass protection reps from practice, but he said he's got something planned for me.
Do you think he plans on having you be the defensive end trying to get to the quarterback and he gets to pass protect?
So what's funny is guys like John Jansen, once, he's messing around and showing me, here, stand here, okay?
Right.
And then they'll fire off and, hit you. And, I mean,
they don't realize the force
they don't realize the punch that they still have hurts a normie like myself. So I have been on the receiving end of John Jansen showing me, you got to right under the pants, and he hit me, and it was not comfortable. Do I think that's what he is going to do? I hope not.
It's funny. Old football players, I shouldn't say old football, former football players love to do that because
John's
not.
Well,
he's not that old. Like John does that. TJ doesn't. I haven't seen TJ Lang do that too much.
No.
Who used to do it all the time was Spindler.
Dude.
And Mark he's so big and strong.
Yep.
That was scary when he got old. I was like, okay, Mark.
Yep.
Okay, Mark. Okay, Mark.
The other time, so one of the things when Kirk Gibson worked at our station, we actually bonded over both starting to play adult league hockey around the same time. And so we both were struggling because we're learning how to play the game. And at one point he told me about a guy who took a cheap shot at him. And so he's like, so I got the guy in the corner, and he gets me up against a wall, and he starts showing me how he made the guy uncomfortable. And I'm like, Kirk.
It's like the old Sports Center commercial with Gordie Howe and Keith Olbermann.
Right.
You don't listen.
Let me tell you, it was not a comfortable moment.
No.
But Gibby.
It's not a comfortable moment.
No, and I mean, and he wasn't being malicious. He wasn't trying to hurt me, nothing. It's just the way that those guys, how big and strong they are and how they operate, you just realize in that moment, he'd beat the living crap out of me still if he wanted to.
Yeah.
But anyway, funny.
Fortunately, he doesn't want to.
No. Gibby was great. Great dude. Still is great. We just don't see him as much.
That's correct.
Okay. So, AJ Hinch joined the morning show. We like to bring you the best of what he had to say, and AJ is one of the absolute best interviews that there is. When things are going good, he's good at telling you about stuff. When things are going, hey, another Doug. All right. Dougs of the world unite. There's not many of us left, brother. Anyway, when things are going bad, he'll tell you why they're going bad and what they're trying to do. And he's great at telling stories, and he's great at providing insight. And so they were in that funk. And one of the questions they asked AJ this morning is, how did you navigate this team through that funk, that terrible stretch where they are historically bad, turn it around, and get back to the way you were playing? And here's what the Tiger manager had to say. So there's a few things there. When he talks about staying the course, he's clearly steady Eddie in that clubhouse. 162 games where you play every day pretty much. The alternative would be exhausting, wouldn't it? to have swings and emotions after big wins and big losses would be exhausting. So that's one of the things about being a professional, right? The other thing is, and I said this yesterday, and it occurred to me, with the win series mentality, if you're a winning series, you're going to win. If you win 2 out of every 3 games, you're going to win 108 games, which is going to make you one of the best teams of all time, right?
Yeah.
The win series mentality, all it is a coping mechanism to deal with all of the losses you're going to suffer during the season. Because you're going to suffer so many, you just try and keep it. If we win 2 out of every 3 more often than not, we're going to be really good.
Well, I mean, baseball is a game of failures. It's if you fail 7 out of 10 times at the plate, you're an all-star.
Yeah.
It's just how it is, and you can't keep that mentality up of got to win this game for 162. I mean, you can be happy and ride momentum, and we've talked a lot before about, teams happy and playing well and they're having fun because they're winning. That it kind of goes hand in hand. It makes it easier, but you're going to lose games. You can't have perfect seasons. It just doesn't work that way in baseball with 162 games. Doesn't work that way in hockey or basketball. It can work that way in football to a degree, but baseball is kind of unique with that because of the number of games. They play twice as many games as anybody else.
The Tigers have focused so much on the extra 90, whether it be turning a single into a double, getting from first to third. There's actually some guys stealing some bases.
They've been doing that a lot lately.
They've been doing a lot lately. They did a lot earlier in the year. The weirdest thing about the Funk was they weren't a good base running team in that Funk, which
they weren't getting on base.
I think it's really, really hard to maintain that level for an entire season, but it was like everything unraveled for those 2 weeks, which spanned a longer time on the calendar because it included the All-Star break. But it was really, really bad there for a minute, but AJ has managed to navigate it and get him into a better place. All right, another question for him. So he talked about the veterans, Skubal, Flaherty, all the veterans having to lead the way as we come down the stretch here, and his answer was interesting. Here's what AJ said. I don't think anybody looks at the Tigers roster, Scott, and says this is the best roster in the major leagues. So to win the whole thing, he's right. There's going to have to be some of the outliers, some of the guys on the fringes stepping up that have shown they're capable. Zach McKinstry's shown he's capable.
Yeah.
Parker Meadows, who's not even playing, has shown he's capable. And then there's the weird things that you just don't know, and it's hard to know. Is Alex Cobb going to contribute? Is Jose Urquidy going to contribute? Is Paul Sewald going to contribute? Guys that we haven't seen at all that could be factors the way we hope Alex Lang will be, the way Troy Melton wasn't expected to really be a key guy. And he talks about Melton, and we'll hear what he had to say. But when you don't have the best roster in baseball, you need some guys to step up.
Yeah, will somebody come up from the minors and contribute in September? I said a couple of weeks ago, I think the playoff roster is going to look completely different than what we're seeing right now. There's so many pitchers that are going to be cycled in and out of not just the rotation, but just the staff and the 13 pitchers that are going to make the staff. It's going to be – there's a lot of competition to make it, which is also great because everybody wants to play in the playoffs. right?
Yep.
So you got to bring your best stuff in September. This is another thing that could benefit the Tigers. Pitchers that have struggled, they know they got to get their act together, or they're not going to be on the roster come October.
And I bet everybody does.
Yep.
All right, so where does Melton fit in, and how important is the 2 seed? 2 more questions you hear AJ answer coming up straight ahead. Hey, your favorite Wednesdays are back at Twin Peaks. That's right, just in time for fall. They're rolling back bourbons and brews. Stop by your favorite lodge and see the always stunning Twin Peaks girls dressed to impress, serving up samples of high-end bourbons and tequilas. If you're in town for the Team Golf Championship in Plymouth, you won't want to miss the special Casamigos tasting at their Livonia Madison Heights lodges. Sampling starts at 6 p.m., so don't be late. But it's not just about the bourbons or tequilas. Twin Peaks Light is their beer of the month for just $5 all month long. And the fun doesn't stop there. Enjoy dynamite dishes from their scratch kitchen like the house-smoked ribs, brisket and chicken, hand-cut New York strips, and fried-to-order favorites like the boneless wings and tenders. And what brings it all together? Sports. Local baseball team fighting for the division crown. We got preseason football. The fantasy football draft parties are going on right now. Twin Peaks is a great place to have them. So see the Twin Peaks difference today. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. Dakar, Scott Anderson. I'm out of breath.
Made a mad dash to the Porta-John.
Man's got to go.
You got to go. And he came back smelling nice.
Yeah, this hand sanitizer's pretty good smelling. But all good. All good. Made it back.
There you go.
Tigers going against the Astros this afternoon. The best of what AJ Hinch told our morning show. All right, so a lot of talk about, you were the first to point it out, hey, look at Melton's career pitches, career innings pitched, and how he hasn't gone, like he's already pitched the most he's ever pitched. How much further do they want to extend him? This preservation versus push. You want to push to make the playoffs, push to be the best seed you can possibly be to get that first round bye. But you also want to preserve guys so that you can use them in October. Delicate balance. Where does Troy Melton fit in? Here's what AJ Hinch said to our morning show. I think that's interesting insight as to how a manager is approaching this stretch run.
That is a lot of confidence to put in a rookie pitcher.
I feel like he's already sold.
Yes, I know.
He's
That's
already
what I'm saying.
sold.
This isn't like, last year when Jackson Jobe came up, it was like, well, we're going to give him an opportunity here. It's like, this is already, we're going to use him in any situation we feel necessary. He can start games. He can pitch 5 innings in a game. He can go 3 innings. He can go, 1 inning. It doesn't matter if we're up 10-0 or if it's a nail biter. We can put him in any situation. And when he talks about his 7, 8, 9, and I thought it was like Holton, Finnegan, and Vest, it sounds like Melton is next in that pecking order, which again is pretty high praise for a pitcher who's thrown, 20 innings of Major League Baseball.
I know, right? Been really good. All right, final thing, how important is being one of those top 2 seeds and getting to set up your pitching? Here's what AJ Hinch had to say. So when you don't have the best roster in baseball, you have to find every little advantage you can. I think getting one of these top 2 seeds is almost a prerequisite to winning the World Series. I'm sure they could do it if they had to play in a wild card series, but I think that's a huge differentiator for this team. I think the odds are stacked against them tremendously if they can't line up their pitching for the playoffs.
Well, you've said it. He just said it there too, and I completely agree with you guys. It's about setting up the rotation, being able to maximize and pick and choose when Tarek Skubal is going to start. Hopefully, they can count on at least one more pitcher where you can do the same. You have the same confidence in.
Yeah.
And the way Jack Flaherty has pitched against good competition, I mean, it's 4 starts against top teams in baseball in a row now, where he has been very, very good. He's given up, I think, just 4 runs in those 4 outings total against the good teams. So that's good. A good place to kind of springboard off of, and then you hope Casey Mize is another one of those guys, and that's really what you're going to need in the playoffs. You got to have 3 guys.
Okay, Charlie Morton, Chuck Money goes today for the Tigers.
You're pushing it.
It's a great nickname. In Detroit, he's gone 16 1/3. He's 1-2. His ERA is 3.86, which is way better than it was in Baltimore. His walks and hits per innings pitch is 1.10.
That's great.
He's got 21 strikeouts and 5 walks in 16 1/3. And I just looked this up. You know what his batting average against is?
I don't, but I would guess it's probably around, well, he's got a low whip, probably around 200, 210.
His batting average against is 185 in Detroit, and his opponent on base percentage against is 221. He's 1-2, right? I mean, it's not like, but I feel like if those numbers are indicative of a guy that's going to help.
Was he made just the 3 starts with the Tigers?
Yes.
So 2 starts have been very good. 1 was not very good.
But it included 1 million strikeouts.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's it. He's got the ability. He's a KG Wiley veteran, but he's not left-handed, so it's not being crafty. He still has the mid-90s fastball.
Yeah.
And while he still has the mid-90s fastball and he's got all this experience, he knows how to pitch.
Yeah.
It's just the question is, does he still have the command? And at times the command has been shaky. He's got control. He can throw strikes, but does he always throw the strikes where he wants to?
Yeah, and look, I'm impressed with the velocity at his age. It's just incredible that he's been able to throw that hard. But the other thing, and maybe most importantly, given his time in Houston, he has the trust of AJ Hinch. And, that's a big thing. AJ, he's earned his credibility here in Detroit, and he's been made a lot of good decisions. And I think most people appreciate what AJ has done here. And if AJ Hinch trusts in a guy, that's good enough for me.
Yeah, exactly. I just like what Charlie Morton brings to the team. I don't know if it's going to be massive when it comes to the playoffs, but there's some stability with him.
Yep.
That comes. You kind of know what you're getting with him, and that's good because there's not like this unpredictability. This is a guy who's going to fill up the strike zone, and he's not going to walk a ton.
If I had to guess right now, I think he's in the rotation in the postseason.
If it's a 4-man, I'd say yes.
Yep.
If it's 3-man, I would say no.
I think and I suspect a 4-man, but it depends, of course, on the scheduling, how many days off they have. There's a temptation to get around to Skubal as quickly as possible, but I think AJ knows that this is a guy like the idea that a 5-game series, Skubal game 1, game 5. Game 1, game 5, and then you got Mize, Flaherty, and Morton in between. But that's a problem down the road.
Depends how much time you got between games, and there's Skubal 1 and 4.
Yeah. Framber Valdez going for the Astros, so a left-handed pitcher today. So we'll see. I mean, I love what's been going on of late. The idea of sweeping the Astros really sets the Tigers up for that 2 seed.
I mean, a couple weeks ago that seemed insane to think that, but now here it is. It's reality. This team is playing very good baseball. Winners of 4 straight series. The Astros are not playing good baseball. They've been shut out for the last 28 innings. They've been shut out, 4 out of the last 5 games? That's incredible. We'll see what kind of team that shows up at the plate. They're going to be swinging early and often because they know Morton's going to throw strikes. We'll find out. It's going to be a lot of fun.
All right, so the great Dan Dickerson standing by. Play-by-play coming up this afternoon. Tigers and Houston Astros. Thanks to our crew down here on site at Comerica Park. And also thanks to a lot of the great fans that came by to see us today. We do appreciate it. And for those that come up while we're on the air, sorry, we're on the air. Can't talk as much. With commercial breaks, we're good to go. But can't talk as much when we're on the air. Have a great day, everyone. Stay safe and treat each other with respect. Tiger Baseball is next.